Everybody in Discord say hi, YouTube. Hi, YouTube.
What up, YouTube? Hope you guys put your scuba gear on.
Yo, we got balloons and sparklers in the. We got balloons and sparklers in the thumbnail. You know what that means? It's going down.
What's up,
No, I'm
YouTube?
just playing.
Day 7 crypto bull week. Let's come up with a new name tomorrow morning.
Doge coming in strong
Doge
with the 10
question.
gifteds.
Yeah, buddy.
That's how you set the vibe, Doge. Appreciate you, brother. Matt, go into your settings and make sure you have gifts enabled.
Someone got a mic this through a potato or something like that.
A potato.
The little tin can with the string.
Yeah, we got 66 viewers and 23 likers. What's up? We got 40 haters in the chat.
Nah, just 40 people who haven't realized it's a new stream.
So, no,
Let's go, baby. Get those likes up.
Uphold just created like a category called like the big or the strategic reserve basket, and they're gonna add their cryptos to it.
Yeah, crypto.com has one too. Crypto.com's got some interesting little baskets that they're doing now, right? Where you can like, if you just want to go into the AI narrative, they've got like 5 coins, and you just put whatever you want in there, and then they split it up between the coins, and they like balance it depending on what's happening. I guess it's good for lazy people who don't want to do any research, but
yeah, you could do batch coins.
Yeah. But it's also a pretty good way to shore up a narrative that maybe you're weak in. Right? Maybe you look at your portfolio and you're like, damn, I don't really have any AI. Maybe I just throw like a couple $1,000 into the AI basket or something.
Say, who are you talking lazy? I bought a couple of those.
I did too. I've got some too, and I know better. I definitely have some.
Yeah.
I think they're cool.
But you're right, though. It is an easy way to just it's kind of like a mutual fund. You know, you just let them do the work for you. But, you know, it is a little bit, they are kind of high priced as far as, I mean, you do pay a premium.
Yeah, there's a premium on
crypto.com.
Yeah.
But
Which
anyway,
makes no sense. You just buy your own separately, right?
Right. Yeah. But if you don't want to keep up with all the data, if you're busy doing other things, like, I mean, I am busy, at least it gives you exposure, and then you've got that in your back pocket, right?
Yeah, and it does a lot of rebalancing for you. You can turn rebalancing on where it'll keep everything even.
Yeah.
Wait,
so I do have that.
I don't get it though. So basically, you go on and they'll give you the option and say, "Hey, right now you can buy, you know, these 5 AI coins. These are the coins you're about to buy because they're going to tell you what you're about to buy."
They tell you what's in the basket.
Why not just say, yeah, and why not just not initiate the basket and just look into it, and then once you have the basket in front of you, all you do is buy the coins yourself and you save that premium.
You certainly could.
Yeah.
But this way, week by week, they just keep rebalancing it, and I don't have to pay attention to it. I have them.
Oh, they trade it for you?
Yeah, it's like how you know how you take your winners and you put them into your losers. They'll do that automatically and keep everything even.
Oh, okay, I see. All right, okay, that's
different. It's just so when he said lazy, I mean that's the lazy part, right?
Yeah. That's good though. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it is. There's nothing wrong with it.
And even if you don't want to buy the baskets, maybe you don't know what the top coins are in a certain narrative. It's kind of funny how they sneak Crow into like every one of the baskets, though.
Yeah, they do.
So I guess ignore the Crow part, but yeah, you can look to see what you know, what the
But
narratives
you
are
know,
looking like.
their app and their interface is kind of cool, and they do have a lot of interesting information there that you don't get other places easily. Not that you can't find it, but it's kind of like right at your ready.
Yeah,
So
I like it. I've
it's
used it for a long time. I use their DeFi wallet a lot too, because you get to onboard through crypto.com, and then boom, it's just one shot into the DeFi wallet, and then from the DeFi wallet, and my crypto.com DeFi wallet's imported to my MetaMask, so it's just super convenient.
So don't hate on me, but Robinhood is really not bad. I'm actually really liking Robinhood these days.
I told guys a couple months ago that DeFi wallet, I mean that the hot wallet that they have now on Robinhood, it's really good.
Awesome.
Yeah, you can
It
almost get everything that you want there.
That commercial with all the updated charts and everything, that looks pretty damn good too.
Oh, it's
Robinhood
very
Legend.
good. The charts are good.
Whatever that is, yeah, that new commercial going around.
Yeah.
It's
that
very
looks pretty good.
Yep. I enjoy Robinhood.
And crypto.com also has been teasing their US exchange, their PC exchange instead of app based. When I first saw the UI, does anybody in here use crypto.com, the full exchange that doesn't live in the US? BJ, when I saw that UI, I was so jealous. I was like, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah. Like, it's beautiful on PC, and we can't use it. Shy, you use it?
Wow.
Yeah, it's really nice. They've just been really careful. They've always been the most careful with not stepping on the SEC's toes or not breaking any sort of, so maybe now they've got an opening to do it.
Okay. That was pushing.
Yeah, the fees are always the problem on crypto.com. I mean, unfortunately, you have to have a little bit of money to play on crypto.com to pay for the premiums.
This has to be one of the top movers too. Base AI 28%.
So I bought some DOT too.
I have some
really
DOT
been a DOT lover,
staking.
but I am. Yeah.
The most bullish news that DOT had was that TikTok thing. I don't know what the story is with that now.
You can now download the TikTok app again, so hey,
yeah,
I don't know what's going on with that. I haven't even looked at it, but
All right, I guess we can dump now, right?
No, we're just gonna start to gear up again, guys.
Oh, don't make me get back in position.
Sorry, Charlie. But
yeah, coming to that time of day, huh? Shit.
We're back over this lines and looking pretty hot.
That's the problem. Once we're looking pretty hot, I think it's too hot to handle.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty sure that we were gonna get through our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 targets here. If you would have told me it was gonna happen overnight, I wouldn't have put any money on that. I'll be completely honest with you, but I'll take it.
So what do you guys think? You think we're going to close some of these gaps on the shorter time frames and then make another push up?
I think there's two options. Go down and fill that CME close, or at least get close enough to it, or get as far away from it as possible to where it just doesn't make any sense to come back. But right now, we're not far enough. For me to feel comfortable, we're not far enough yet.
Where would we have to go for you to feel like
we'd have to, I mean, I think if we get our 5 and we get above where we dropped from, right? Because what we're doing right now is we're basically at support where we dropped from. We take this entire support here that was holding us up this whole time, right? That's where we're at. So even with the bullishness, even with everything, if I take all the fundamentals and everything out of the way and just look at the technicals, we're not out of dead cat bounce range yet. Just ignore everything else, forget nothing else exists. We'll look at that in a second. Just looking at the chart, we haven't got back up over where we dropped from, and if we came back down now and made a new low, that would be a dead cat bounce. So we got that out of the way, right? That's a possibility. The probabilities of that happen are very, very, very slim. The probabilities of getting the CME close, excuse me, are higher. So that's kind of what I'm focused on right now, just as, you know, to hedge against my own bullishness.
What do you think about the angular? Oh, my bad, my bad.
What's the timeline on the CME close we're looking at?
What time is it now? 3, 4, hour and a half. 2.5 hours. At 6 o'clock, it opens.
Hey, Dbloc, what do you think about the angular resistance we have that, like, if you look on the daily chart on Bitcoin, we already had 3 touches on it, like January 20th it touched, January 30th it touched, and February 21st we touched. So it looks like we have an angular resistance. It's right above us at about 96,200 maybe.
Yeah, we're not short on. I mean, I think this horizontal resistance is strong enough to create a little bit of pause, right? So even resistance isn't the issue. Resistance we have. What we have to figure out is if we have the volume and the FOMO that it takes to break it.
Right.
But more importantly for me is going to be this CME close at 8:30 when Asia comes in. If that thing's not closed, I feel like that's going to be their motivation, unless we just happen to rip so extremely hard. But guys, these moves are great, but they have consequences, right? When you leave vector candles like this behind with no sort of retracement, it tends to have consequences. Just like breaking this support and getting into these liquidations has consequences. Right? So if this, then that. Less predicting, more reacting.
So what happened when that
What was that?
I think we lost him.
Good.
They got him.
Drop him like it's hot.
he got me?
All right, can you guys stop buying, please?
No, we're not stopping.
Come on, please, just a little bit.
Don't you
Be a
remember
good
yesterday I
boy.
told you I
Oh, dude, my freaking buy button's stuck, dude. It just keeps hitting it.
Gee.
Coinbase won't let anybody sell.
Darren, in my opinion, this is our false move week beginning. I'm not gonna be very popular saying that right now, I know. But in my opinion, the next 3 days are gonna be focused on closing that CME gap unless we put some real distance between here and there. That doesn't take anything away from any of my bullishness though. Because what happens on this retrace, guys, I don't think anybody's getting ready for yet. What happens on this retrace is everybody who missed out on this pump piles in. Wherever we end up on this retrace, whatever bottom we put in, all the people who got left behind are going to throw into this thing.
New crypto here.
And the midweek reversal would pump us perfectly into that meeting on March 7th.
Yeah, that'd be fine. So, I mean, I'm looking at, and I'm not even looking at anything drastic, like literally the next couple days, just something like that. Yeah, Terragato is just too many. the amount of people that got left behind, the amount of people that are willing to buy Bitcoin between 86 and 92 that weren't able to, like the ice cream truck comes back for those people sometimes.
Yeah, if you guys stop buying.
And sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you're left with no ice cream. Give me 1 second.
It's up the street to the people willing to pay more.
I mean, that's what it is. If you drive an ice cream truck and you're selling it for 50 cents and you hear that the neighborhood up the street's willing to pay 150, you're going to drive by all of those houses. You're not going to sell your ice cream for 50 cents. You're going to go and you're going to fill all those 150 orders. And then when that neighborhood runs out and there's nobody else that wants to buy for 150, you'll sell it for $1. And when nobody wants to buy it for $1, you're going to make a U-turn and you're going to go back to that neighborhood that was full of people that were dying to buy it for 50 cents and didn't get a chance to.
Probably the best analogy I've seen because
Where'd you guys get your microphones at?
There's something going on with the Discord thing.
Something's going with microphones, man.
Yeah, it's not it's not anybody in particular. I mean, there's something.
Lost another one. And another one.
Sounds like you're talking out of Ukraine.
Yeah, try leaving and coming back, seeing if that clears it out.
BJ, you were saying something a couple of minutes ago. I missed out on that.
Yeah, she cut out. Another mic dropped.
We got her.
He was just talking about it too, and it that's it. She got infected.
You guys hit XRP reserve.
That's pretty good.
That was a false move, Mike.
You guys really don't want to stop buying yet, do you?
The FOMO is real.
I know. And I'm not taking any part of it.
Drew, your opportunity was at 92.
I mean, I can't cry, man. I made some really good trades these last few days, so I'm enjoying everybody else making profits on these moves. It makes me feel good that you guys are making money. But I ain't buying this.
More than profits, what I hope this day give is a little bit more conviction in the cycle for people. Just to take a little bit of that sting off, because I know a lot of people, whether they want to admit it or not, we're starting to doubt.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
It's still breaking up.
Yeah, it's still breaking up, brother. Sounds like maybe a Bluetooth issue.
So 200K after the CMA close?
Let's go.
I mean, to think right now we haven't had like a blow off top bull run type of thing. You know, we've just worked our way up since 2022. Like, could be could be really interesting.
Guys, we were just up to our neck and now we're up to our waist. Let's put it all in perspective. We still have big hole to dig out of, but this is a big hit for sentiment, which we needed.
The monthly and weekly have a blow off top.
I think I was connected to my other headphones. Is this better?
There you go. It's a little better. Yeah, I still hear it, but like a little bit of interference, but you're clear.
Sounds like you're next to a radionuclear facility.
Yeah, man's visiting Area 51.
John.
Well, there's a lot of people. You have to figure that there's a lot of people in Discord talking from space today because everybody put their moon boots on and we took off. So service starts, service starts to get a little bit crazy up there. So, dude, hey, if you're listening, how's the weather up there?
Depends.
It's pretty cold up here, but yeah, I'm struggling to get a few bars.
See, it sounds exactly like he's in outer space. That was like perfect.
That's just keeping me warm.
I think you should get a Starlink connection. It'd probably work there.
Do you see a Dogecoin up there?
Or a Tesla.
Oh, shit, it looks like it's on the way up.
You see Uranus.
I'll be back, guys. I got to get a couple of things done before this thing starts moving again.
I think all you can see is Venus.
I can't believe Drew's not in Trump coin.
Yo,
and it's like
listen up,
pumping.
here's a story about a
It's
little guy
alright, I
that
made
lives in the
some
Doge
money off it
world
today,
and all
but,
day and all night and
can't win 'em
everything
all,
here
right?
is XRP.
It is definitely
but
pumping.
just Doge.
Got a super chat from Doge, Viking, Norway. Yo, listen up. Here's a story about a little guy that lives in the Doge world, and all day and all night, and everything here is XRP, but just Doge. Thank you.
Big
Doge
W,
Viking,
Doge.
Honestly, are we even gonna get an Elon meme coin? Because I'm waiting for that.
I don't think
We have one. It's called Doge.
Yeah.
So much more fun to see each and with
I don't think
all
Elon
you
could do that.
guys and
Yeah. The Doge community would hate him.
plotting.
Oh, it would be over, bro. The Doge community, he would absolutely lose Doge community if he did that.
Yeah. See that thing go back to double zeros?
Remember, I always go back to what he said, where when they asked him why he got into Doge, and he said that he used to walk around his factories, and he would hear all his workers talking about Doge. Then he realized that such a large percentage of them have it that he felt like that was a way that he could help out his. So I mean, to me, it's like it's the Doge community, but apparently Doge is really big in Tesla in general. You know what I mean? In the company.
You're catching on to the mic thing, Dbloc.
Is it doing it? Oh no.
I can't. Uh-oh.
What's it like up there, Dbloc?
He left us.
Yeah, I reset the stream real fast. OBS, did it fix it?
Sounds like it.
Yeah, it sounds better.
All right, YouTube, we good now?
Yo, Dbloc, how's ETH looking?
With its eyes.
Oh, ETH. Take a look at ETH real
Doing
quick.
good.
Not bad. Came into our little boxy box. Most important thing for ETH was to hold this range here. We did come back and reclaim that wick, right? Which was the big concern the day that it dropped. We're like, are we going to have to revisit that? Not only did we revisit it, but we're already back up to resistance. So the big concern for ETH now would be how we react here.
ETH is dead.
Right? Are we going to turn? Is this going to be an SR flip, or are we going to come back above and hold support?
Not when the president says he loves it.
Yeah, 25.8 would be where I would sort of watch for a sort of sign here. Looks good though. I mean, you can't complain about that candle.
You look at
I don't know. Remember Trump when he said Bitcoin? He said something about Bitcoin. It's like fake money or whatever he said, and then it dumped a little bit and then pumped a lot. We might get the opposite, you know?
Yeah, Trump was
I
hating
think,
on Bitcoin, huh?
well, that's when he was filling up his bags. His son was filling up their bags at that time. So now I think they're slowly shaking their bags.
I don't know, guys. That wallet is solid with Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. And
Yeah,
it
but
just
that
keeps
wallet's
getting
like,
bigger and bigger.
yeah, that's the for show wallet. Though. That's like the public wallet, you know, the wallet we know. You know, they got another wallet.
Yeah, what happens if they sell that wallet and then go into, you know, whatever else, you know, it's part of the reserve or something? Then all those things dump.
If I wanted to make a strategic reserve and the heart of it was Bitcoin and Ethereum, I would definitely not want to fill it up with Bitcoin close to 100K.
Did you guys see that wallet that longed $200 million worth of Ethereum and Bitcoin?
Yeah, it was 50x of 4 million a piece.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's got amazing TA, bro.
Yeah, you must have got some
his TA consisted of a phone call.
Well, we all know that was Barron Trump.
His TA existed.
That's the best kind of
His
TA.
TA consisted of a phone call saying, "Buy now, have everything go."
Do not ask anything.
Yep.
Yeah, it probably
Was
just
that
hit
call
now.
from? Was that call from SpaceX?
Came from somewhere high level.
Big cells. Big cells coming in, guys. Put on that scuba gear, I'm telling you.
All right, guys, I'm gonna peel off for a minute. You know how I feel. If we don't break this, we're not gonna dig through those liquidations. We'll probably come down to 3 again, at least. That'll be 50% of our move. The most bullish we can get is 50% of the vectors. I'm still thinking that the CME has to close. So I mean, we'll see how far we get down in the next 2 hours. But I'll be back. I got to run and do a couple things. I got some alarms set, so if anything crazy happens, I'll pop back in.
Yep. We have just a little bit more time to come out the most bullish part of this triangle. If not, then we will get into the middle, and we all know what happens in the middle. We get into the chop in the middle. You want to be in the chop. You want to be in. Yep. So you just have a small amount of time left here. For me, this is the white line here is it. We dip below this and we don't come up above here, then we're facing this. These are our goalposts, these sprays up here. And then this is our incline angle. Here. Oops.
Where's the triangle again?
The this triangle, the small one, is here. We just have this amount of time left. I'll try it there. Okay, so I'm on the 15-minute right here. This is the HMA coming up. So unless we hit where is this? 93,793. But for me, it's this white dotted line right here at 94,025. And this is the upward angle. That's the fast bullish move right there. So we're crossing right there. And then over the top, see how we hit this blue? And so we hit a head right there. So unless we pop this little corner to the upside, sorry, it's jiggling around, and pop out the edge right here, and that number is 94,918. We aren't gonna be in this bullish section, and we'll be facing these downward angles like this. And then this is the fib curve here. So that brings us down. I'll show you see, here's the top of the EMA cloud. Here's the tip, here's your face, and there's the 50 EMA. So if you draw horizontal, which is already there, that brings you price to 89,888. So if I draw a what you call it? Oh, there it is. There you go. So price can come on right down this vertical, and there's the price target there, 89,931. But of course, you know, we can smooth down this and wait for a little bit, and then come this way, right? So we have all this. Now, if we kind of come up through this triangle and kind of act a little bit bullish, but never make it across, right? That can happen too. And then we can drop here, and then that would be possibly 89, and then we could dip down the bottom, because down here is the 200. So we might skip it now, but then later catch the drop off down here, and then that puts you in line to come down even further to, you know, break 87. And see, then you got this one. So this is the cliff, because this is the 800. So because the 200 EMA is underneath the 800 on the 5-minute or 15-minute. So, whoops, let me put that back. Okay, so the 200 is going to come up and overtake the 800. Well, meanwhile, the 800 is going to cruise along at this kind of clip, and you see this curve right there. So it's going to be in line at this time of day, right? So that time of day is around 10 p.m. on a 5-minute chart, go like this. So that makes this triangle that you see in there. So if price is not up above there, you know, if we don't make the higher high, allowing for that 50 to rise up and move up along this level at 92, where the candles can be up and down along this edge, right? Because remember, you got your 50 EMA, this going like this, right? Here's the alligators. The alligators are a good guide for you. Remember, because they follow along in the angle. So let me just put 2 candles on. You can see. So you see how the candles are moving up and down. Well, if we start coming down below, they're going to start falling below these lines, and that's how. Whoops, I'm sorry. I don't know they're going to start falling down here, get below the purple line, and then closing, which would be underneath then the 50 EMA on the 15-minute. So then, because the other time frames will be following where their nose isn't up, and this 800 is moving along, the candles will then start being down in this area. So then the move again, you know, then you have to come up from underneath. Price will have to come up and regain the 800. We'll be playing that game again where we have to come up from underneath and get the 800, and then we have to get the 200, and then we have to get the 5. So that we'll be doing that, trying to come across this purple line again. And in order to come across this area at 94, right here at 92.4, we'll be saying, oh, are we going to make 91 tonight? Or, are we going to get over 86? And remember, this blue line here was the 50 EMA projection from, remember this morning when we were here, I said, okay, this blue line is the 50 EMA on the 2 hour. Well, that would be here theoretically now, so I can do that. I could show you. All right, so here is that, and let's do this. So I have to get this there. Okay, so now you can see the curve of that 50 EMAs here, and it's right there. So 50 EMAs now right here along this curve of this spiral. Okay, so the tip of the 2 hour is at this point peaking above, but price action is one second. No wonder. So, okay, way up there. Right here. So on the 2 hour, the 800 is above where price is, and right at the top of the range. This is the volume profile, and you see how we have this huge extension, and then we've found support along this 200 MA, which is this pink line, and then we're in between the 200 MA and the 800 on the 2 hour. You have nice movement, as far as that goes on the bottom. But if we start to fail and curve downward from the lower time frames here, and if we go back to the 5 minute, if this starts curving under, you see how you got this, this hole between the middle of the 5 minute, the middle underneath the 50, and then it's 200. You've got a gap here. This is the lower edge, and then here's the 200. So you have a gap.
XRP just broke 290. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. That's wonderful. All right. So in order to get that 800 on the 2 hour, we have to come up over this number. What is the number on that? That is 95,106. So price is right now 94, where are we? 94,220. So at the top of the range of the 2 hour is 95,020. And then that 800 is right on top. So we have a little bit of heavy lifting to do here. All right, so I'll stop that. on a good note, the 15-minute, the MA on the 15-minute, the 50, has poked its head up through, all the way through the 800. The 800 is a constant barometer right through the middle there, and then most of the smaller moving edges are all on the top, and then you've got that heavy, the 50 MA on the underneath, and it's all the way through. And that provided that nice lift. So if our fast moving averages, the 5, the 13, and this the 50, and then the 50 MA can continue in its upward trend, and there you see that HMA, right? That provides support, and we get another move up, and that would be, between 94 and 96. And that number of 96.4 that I gave out earlier, that is that key number, 96.4. But first we need 94.6. Here's the ring. Oh, I just lost it. Anyway, here's the ring. So that 94.6 number would get us right on this line here. And then 96.4, where's that? Right there. 96.4 is here. So that would be beautiful. All right. Sunshine and roses. But you got to watch your cooling off, because that's a big extension. Do I have time for one more thing? One more thing, if I have a minute, is that, remember I was talking about the two curves, the red, this, and then the white, and how we had the split through the middle. Well, here we are across that. We're across that line of the curve on the bottom, and the upper curve is right here, right? At 100,005. So we're in between the curvature. So it played out wonderfully. And look at the arc, went right from where we were up, brought us right up to that curve. It's beautiful, just beautiful. Love it. And here you have 111 right there. We could have a fast move up through the middle here if we break out up to the 111 and 112. So I don't want to give you any false notions, quickly, but depending on how we come out of this, this structure here, if we can stay along this edge and go up through the middle, we can see that move fairly quickly if we don't, fall underneath.
Wow.
Too fast.
What a Bitcoin move, huh? Wow, wow,
Yep.
wow.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, anyone, if you're in a long or out of a long or whatever you're in.
Not anything fly?
Nah, not at all, my friend. Would have been nice to buy in at 78, but I don't know how many people survive the dip, so I know how it is. It feels like it's easy, but you've also got to survive that dip before, so
Yeah.
what a move from Bitcoin. I got a new washing machine though, the smart one, Samsung smart washing machine. It's pretty cool.
Does it tell you when to buy the dips?
Unfortunately, it doesn't. I already knew when to buy the dip. I just didn't have any dry powder. Man.
You spent it all on a washing machine.
Oh,
Be a
no.
lot cooler if it did.
You know how I'm pretty sensible at the moment. So, but I like my smart washing machine. It's cool. You can use it from your phone. Press all the buttons. Your towels are nice and fluffy. It's pretty nice.
You'd be able to put
Can you drive it to work?
Pretty rad.
I don't have to go to work. I'm retired.
You drive it to the gas station?
gas powered washing machine.
Be a lot cooler if it was.
Could probably have a lot more fun on my old washing machine that was jumping up and down.
What's
Oh, yeah.
XRP gonna do here? Is it gonna go for $3 again?
Be a lot cooler if it did.
Right? ADA pumping again too. ADA and XRP. There must be some more hype out there.
Bitcoin going from 78 to 93 in a day is good enough hype.
Well, there was news about XRP, ADA, and Solana.
Oh, shit. There's news about everything. All the ISO coins, I think.
Going to
Yeah, they're all
being added to the reserve.
Oh.
Trump mentioned it. Trump tweeted about it.
Holy shit.
ADA did what? God, ADA's pumping like crazy.
Yeah, ADA and XRP are pumping right now. Bitcoin's just hovering. So as long as Bitcoin hovers here, they might push this up to try $3 again here shortly.
ADA's up like almost 80%, isn't it? That's crazy.
This $2.90 to $3 on XRP is the
versus stones.
Some sell pressure.
I saw Joe Rogan and Elon Musk talking the other day, and Elon was like, meme coins, just like a casino. It's pretty funny. He's just trolling.
Where is Cardano? I haven't even looked at that thing.
Thing is, I've seen XRP print candles like this all by itself with no crazy hype. So it's like, it's just wondering right now to see, between this and everything else, you get that lawsuit. They announced that lawsuit drop this week or something. That'd be crazy.
Remember XRP pumped to $1 about 2 years ago, and it hit $1, and then they switched off everything because they didn't want it to keep going. It pumped, and they just switched it off. I had a lot of XRP on leverage of that day. They just switched it off. Too early.
Oh, that day? Oh, jeez.
That day.
And it went from what? 40 up to 90?
Yeah, and I'd made piles and piles, and then I completely 200x I took out and then piled on, and then it just hit $1 and went pop. It was rude. But those days are gone now. Those days are gone. It's good days.
Pop the 295 XRP. Let's go.
Go. Bag it up, everyone. Get your XRP. Of course, I have dry powder today, right? Not when it was at 78. It's always the way. And then when it dumps, you need to sell. I'm not buying right now.
Even if you're not trading, you gotta keep your eye on this crap.
Yeah, I know. One eye open all the time.
So quick.
Yeah.
That happened quick today, man.
It must have, yeah.
It was actually dumping.
Well, so what is it? Asia's opening. It's sunrise in Australia, so that must be some retail FOMO. I think there might be a bit of FOMO happening, but Dbloc said it depends if spot buys were in. So I don't really know. It's good to see that Bitcoin can still make everyone, but it must be this news as well. So strange times.
Yeah,
everyone's talking World War III and Bitcoin pumps.
I was hearing that Ukraine was considering an agreement.
Well, they should just hurry up and start agreeing instead of being fucking 5-year-olds. I've got a bigger bomb than you. Bloody still acting like 5-year-olds. Everybody. I watch it all.
You watched it? God.
Well, I'm on Trump's side and Elon's side, to be completely honest. Someone needs to just stop bombing everyone. It's disgusting. Just stop killing each other. Stop it. Stop it. Trump's hilarious. He's like, how can I build more hotels?
Huge hotels.
Huge.
Big, beautiful hotels. Everyone
The greatest hotels.
Greatest hotels.
I put them in space. They'll be
We'll
huge.
never see
Hotels in
anything.
space.
Yeah.
Do you know if we stop bombing each other and building bombs, we could probably all get a free condo? Just free condos for everyone. Just stop bombing each other.
The best condo.
Big, beautiful condos. Metropolises.
Trump hasn't been on here since he's back in office, huh? I haven't heard him. Crypto Trump hasn't been on.
He's busy.
Yeah, I figured. It was nice to have him stop by every so often, though.
Well, can we get a Kamala Harris on here?
2 minutes. It's nice and warm in there. Yo.
Yo.
This is like this is craziest day ever. One of them.
Oh yeah, that pump would have to be up there with a pretty crazy day. It'd have to be. It'd be significant. Dbloc's off getting his Lambo yacht right now, I think.
The Lambo make a yacht, yeah.
Yeah, but he was talking solar yacht the other day. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he's more bullish today. He might be back down at Lambo, getting his Lambo yacht.
He said he was going to get a couple things done, and he said if anything crazy pops off, he'll pop back in.
He'll know. His alerts will go, and he was. I think he was guessing the up move. He's like,
oh, he was already on today.
Oh yeah.
He just took off. He was gonna get a few things done.
Yeah, get my Lambo yacht. Get a couple of Lambo yachts.
All of them. His and hers.
Just go buy a Lamborghini, the whole company.
Picked out the name Jasmine for his yacht. The USS Jasmine.
We get a crazy Doge pump out of this today, or something goes good with Doge. That would be like the icing on the cake type of, because like this is wild.
All we need is Elon to act up.
He was insulting Dogecoin the other day on his, unless he doesn't consider Doge as a meme coin. He's like, meme coins, bah! On his podcast with
I mean, Doge is a meme, but I don't think he considers it like what they were kind of the context of what they were talking
He was
about.
talking about the pumped out fun crap.
Yeah, he's talking about that's what I think he's too far into supporting it that I don't think he would bail on all the I just don't. And then now we have the Department of Government Efficiency, just like he said, like who would have thought, you know what I mean? Like
yeah. I read that into it as well. I kind of read into it like that, but it's pretty funny because he's got shifty eyes. He's like, nah, meme coins, nah. He's got a plan for Doge. He's got a plan.
Oh yeah. So
I think there's a plan. I think there's a plan across the board. I mean, like, even what's happening with. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go.
I mean, just think about this is all. I mean, it's kind of manipulation, but it's planned. I mean, like, people knew that this was going to happen. You know what I mean? And it's the part where people are feeling. It's always like that. People start feeling a little bit crazy. They're like, man, it's down. All of a sudden, boom, rocket ship. 30% down, 30% right back up. Maybe not for Bitcoin, but
You think Doge could actually be like a currency used for Doge, like the Department of Government Efficiency? That would be something, huh? I think so.
Yeah, it's going to become the new world currency. What? Doge is the leader. It's the leader.
They tweeted earlier that like what's his name? Billy M2K tweeted earlier like, Doge was developed in wherever, Washington or something like that. And then Elon responded to it laughing.
The original Doge coin?
Or a Doge.
Yeah, Billy M2K, you know, Shibatoshi Nakamoto on Twitter. He made Dogecoin, whatever. He tweeted
Yeah,
earlier. He tweeted earlier. He's like, I just want to reiterate, like 4 hours ago when this all went down. He's like, I want to reiterate that Dogecoin was created in the USA in Portland, Oregon. Source me. And then Elon responded with a like crying face. So, you know, there's definitely, you know, almost like it was left out. You know what I mean? But I'm sure there's something going on there.
the original Doge coin, it's pretty clear how it was made. It was made in like 4 hours as a joke, but it's been around.
Like Elon says.
It was just a fork off Litecoin, right? Litecoin was a fork off. It's the same code. I've seen the code. It's 99.99% Bitcoin with a little tweak in it.
And Litecoin on their Twitter today, or X or whatever you want to call it, they felt left out too, man. They're like, all right, back to work.
It's a roller coaster. It's good to see though, like there's a lot more roller coasters left in Bitcoin. So like Dbloc said, hopefully 10 more years of this.
Oh, okay. So that's why he's talking about that, or him saying it's a U.S. currency. Okay. Created in the USA.
If you just had to have a vote, which coin are we going to choose? Because at some point they might say, oh, look, we're just going to reset everything. Which one do you want? Of course, people are going to want the Doge coin as the world currency. Solana? No.
But XRP is going to be the one for banks, though, right?
Yeah, XRP is pretty clever. I always was a big believer in XRP and the tech. I started to get worried about it not scaling properly, but the way it tokenizes things for exchanges is a bit smarter than Ethereum. So it's good for tokenization, and that's what the banks eventually will move into crypto stock exchange when everything's tokenized. So I think most of the banks have tickers and stuff, or all the hardware sitting there for XRP. So who knows? XRP to $1 million.
Ethereum getting a little breakout right now.
Good. We see dominance coming down.
It's the best. It's the best Ethereum's looked in forever. In a while.
It wasn't too until he came back and said,
Oh,
the
bro!
way-
If he would have came back and said that,
Yeah.
XRP would have probably taken it over, dude.
I swear it's like someone reminded him, hey,
Oh yeah, guaranteed.
it's not pumping. You didn't say Ethereum. Daddy, fix it. Fix it, Daddy.
Паточ не хочешь, можешь?
Was. A big shoe a parking fine. What are they?
Man, with a smart washing machine, I do not need to get married again. This is awesome.
Oh, that's where you were.
Yeah, man. Pick the RPM, pick the dryness, pick the things. Got AI things that tell you which things you did before. I don't know. I got on the phone, get the phone to talk to me. My machine's talking to me, man. It's good.
What does it say? Does it like tell you? It tells you it's ready.
Nah, I just got the voiceover on my phone, because I can't see anything anymore, man. Just I can make my phone talk to me, and the phone's got the app on there. Just get it to read it to me. It's got a nice Siri voice on it. It's just uploaded all of my washing data to China.
You use Alexa a lot?
Alexa.
You don't use that, no?
What is that? Is that Amazon?
Yeah, that's the Amazon one.
No.
Yeah,
I just use Apple, and then I do have Bixby.
Oh yeah, you're an Apple guy.
I do have that. Well, now I've got a smart Samsung washing machine and a smart monitor. Maybe I'll turn my TV smart monitor thing on. I just set that up in my room, so that can be my home hub to control my washing machine instead of my iPhone. I don't know. Maybe I'll talk. Maybe Alexa can do my washing now.
I know that they're going to be upgrading all the devices. That Alexa Plus is supposed to be really good.
Of course. I want Grok Unleashed.
Yeah. How do you get that? Grok Unleashed?
Yeah, have you seen it? Well, I mean, Elon was showing up a little bit, but yeah, there's a.
Oh, I heard it's supposed to be really good though.
Well, it's like a 21-year-old TikTok girl. You can put her into like, rude mode or.
Really? Oh, Grok Unleashed?
Yeah.
Grok Unleashed. It's funny, it was already there. Grok 3 is here. Smartest AI on Earth.
Sarcastic.
Unhinged mode.
It's
They
very
have unhinged mode. That's hilarious. I
Yeah,
love
unhinged. You can put it
I
on
love
like
that, yeah. Unhinged mode.
offensive unhinged mode or something, but
Pretty bad we're gonna have to have Tesla devices to use Grok, right? They're gonna come out with their own gadgets, smart hubs and everything.
I don't care.
Oh, I'll buy it.
I mean, I've always been an Apple fan, but because I've used it since I was 6 years old in the 80s, but I'm at the point now where if something's better,
yeah,
I'll jump ship to anything that's better now. I don't care anymore, as long as, because you don't need to use computers anymore like idiots sitting in front of a screen with a keyboard with our mouses and with our sore backs like fools.
you just go from your phone right to the computer. That's it.
You just tell your robot to sit at your desk and it'll come. It says I'm a robot here. I'm like, yeah, well, you are still a robot, but you're going to have a lot better chance of passing that thing than me. So what do you want me to do about it? I'm not a robot. Of course I'm a bloody robot. You think my boss is going to be doing this work for me?
Yeah, so you don't know nothing.
Like anyone that thinks they're going to have a job in the next 5 years. some robot's pet in the next 5 years if it doesn't go well. In saying that, Dbloc will probably have a job in the next 5 years. We'll find a robot. Maybe Dbloc is actually a robot, or I'm not sure.
Anne därom så det men jag tar väl lite för inchimmer.
Open mic, open mic, open mic. Someone's talking, some lady.
Också det var då så.
Damn.
Jag har tagit kärnan.
Open, I don't know that language,
There you
but
go.
it might be something private.
Sounds like a private discussion.
Yeah, even in a different language, it still sounds like a private discussion.
It was English, wasn't it?
I don't know. Trying to talk over it.
A little bullish divergence here on the 1 minute.
That's a robot. That's Grok Unleashed right there.
Unleashed.
Are you going on holiday anywhere, Woony? Like for Easter? Are you going to do anything?
No. Nope.
I'm going camping with the family. My daughter's coming. So, but I don't really like, I'm too old for camping, but I'll do it.
Okay.
Going down the coast.
The coast.
That's all we got, coast. Big, beautiful coastlines.
Watch out for kangaroos.
Hell yeah, they're dangerous. You don't want to drive
Yeah.
into them. They are. You must have something equivalent that's stupid that stands in the middle of the road and stares at you while you write your car off into. Yeah,
Deer.
it's like a deer. It's not much different.
You just run them over, pick them up, throw them back.
Oh no, you hit a big roo. You unless you got a roo bar, like a big bar on the front of your car, it will
Yeah.
write your car off, and then you'll roll. It'll kill you.
Yeah, it will. I've seen it happen.
They come out at dawn and dusk. So you basically, if it's the sun setting or rising, you just get off the road if you don't have a big root bar, if you're driving long distance. Like, you don't see them in the city. That doesn't. I think one might have wandered into the city during COVID or something, but they're just out in the outback.
How's your daughter doing? Good.
I haven't spoken to her much this week, but I'm booking flight tickets for her today, so
Be excited.
yeah, she'll be here in a month or so. Yeah, very happy to see her.
Good. Like Bitcoin got stuck. Bitcoin is stuck.
Man, Bitcoin's done enough. Look at it. The heck. What a move. I hope people are smart enough to take profit. You know, maybe people are learning. Maybe there'll be some profit taking. I mean, you could have got rich off that move on 200x. You'll be rich.
Yeah, that was a nice little move. Nice little pump. Let's see if we can't get another one.
It's a beautiful move. It's a big, beautiful move.
I mean, we needed something like that, but I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly.
No, that was a bit unexpected, I would have thought.
Again, it's Sunday.
It's Monday morning. What are you? Where are you? What time zone are you living in, bro?
The other side of the world.
Yeah. Man, we had some awesome helicopters out. They're US helicopters. We had like 8 of them tracking the Chinese ships, and they had like a Chinese nuclear sub here. And we told them we've got like these harpoon missiles from the helicopters. We can take out their sub. There must have been US choppers. I think we're borrowing a few of your submarines at the moment too.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, China had 3 ships just going around Australia having a bit of a holiday, shooting off some missiles.
Really?
Yeah, 3 big
Missiles.
warships. They cruised straight through Australia and New Zealand, right in the middle, and then started sending off missiles. And Virgin Airlines had to notify our government that they were shooting missiles. Like the passenger plane saw the missiles and then radioed in, China's shooting some missiles for fun in the middle of Australia and New Zealand. And then it's cruised down the coast, down the south, about 300 miles from where I live. And then we brought out all the choppers. Nice, beautiful American choppers. Just like Mendoza, get to the chopper.
Yeah.
Elon pointed out that Terminator 2, when the AI started like taking over, was in 2029.
What was it?
Like, if you watch Terminator 2,
was the
the
future 2029?
T2, yeah, 2029. That's when it was, man. Oh, jeez.
Huh. Right around the corner. 4
Mhm.
years.
I don't think that movie's dated. I could go back and watch T2 again. It had shape shifting, time travel, and AI. So we don't have the time travel and shape shifting just yet. I'm not sure, but the AI is pretty much on point.
Queen Elizabeth was a shapeshifter.
What's that, bro? You're roboting a little bit.
I said Queen Elizabeth was a shapeshifter.
Yeah, Terminator 2 Judgment Day. The future was depicted. It's set in 2029. Artificial intelligent Skynet.
Uh-huh. That is messed up, bro.
So Skynet is actually Starlink.
Uh-huh.
There was a movie I watched recently. It was about the future too, and I swear, man, that person. They were talking about Elon.
Elon's an alien, man. He said it. I'm an alien. No one believes me. He's trying to get home. He's freaking ET.
Elon Musk went to the same school that I did. He was obviously long before me.
That's interesting, man.
In South
There's a
Africa,
story. Go ahead.
but he didn't like that school because they bullied him hard when he was in grade 8.
Yeah, because he was weird. Like, he read the encyclopedia for fun and right. So you're from Is it in Joburg?
Yeah, I was in Pretoria Boys High School.
Yeah, right. I've been to Johannesburg briefly.
No way. Which part? Like Sandton?
Mill Park Emergency. I got flown in from Uganda on a Learjet.
What are you doing there?
Yeah, I've been in the emergency 1 ward. Yep, in Mill Park.
I heard it's tight over there.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy what's going on with the farm murders and stuff. It's getting worse and worse.
Bro, I tried to sneak out of the hospital with the nurse. I actually signed off. The doctor said, you won't have your insurance. I said, I don't care. But then she chickened out, and I didn't get out of the hospital. I wanted to go look around. I made the most of my time in emergency. Johannesburg looked like Mad Max, man. The highways and all the industrial complex, like it's all emptied out. And oh man, that city that's one. I would love to have gone somewhere like Cape Town or something, but Joburg is something else, man.
Yeah, it's pretty hood there. And if you go into the townships, like the more rural areas, it's just like tent shacks, you know, tent shacks everywhere.
Yeah, I've been out into the villages in Uganda and stuff. So, but yeah, Joburg is something else, man. I can only imagine.
Yeah, I was in the suburbs. Like I was in between Joburg and Pretoria, so it wasn't so bad where I lived. But Cape Town's really nice. Cape Town's like the more distinguished part of South Africa.
Yeah, I had a roommate there in the hospital that was from Cape Town, so I heard a bit about it. It sounded pretty nice there, actually.
Yeah, it's cool. You go for a hike up Table Mountain. That's pretty cool.
Seems like a lot of the AI agents are moving pretty fast right now. I guess a lot of the pump is spreading the love.
We got one agent right here in the chat. Didn't you hear?
I guess CZ bought all his Bitcoin back. He sold it, shorted it, sold it, and then he's bought it all back. Man, that guy's smart.
I think Bitcoin Satoshi vision, which obviously everyone laughs at, but I think it's going to be a Bitcoin for enterprise technology, big enterprises. A lot of people don't know that Bitcoin Satoshi vision can store the most data per block on chain than any other coin.
What coin is that?
Bitcoin Satoshi Vision. It's just the original coin white paper.
Is that
basically.
SVC or something? It was Satoshi Silver. I think it's
BPSV. It's an unpopular opinion. But they're doing some big things. If you check out their website, they're building a lot of games are being built on the platform just because the amount of data you can store on it is insane. It's going to prevent cheating in gaming because everything's recorded on the blockchain, so no one can hack. No one can put in cheat codes or whatever. Everything gets seen, so they'll likely use it as a platform for professional gaming, so people can't get away with cheating.
like poker and stuff, so you can't have the old problem with the online poker servers.
Yeah, exactly. And the quality of the games are really good simply because of the amount of information they can store per block. I don't know if it stores the most. I mean, Airwave, it seems like Airwave can store a lot too, but it's there.
Seems like Ada might be ready again in a few minutes. Is anybody else seeing that same thing?
Let me see. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of curled up on the 15. Kind of flagging. Looks like it wants to go.
Yeah. I think the flag might be about ready. Yeah. So about $1.06 to start, and then could go to, what do you see, $1.14, or stop short at $1.11?
114 earlier. Yeah, probably gonna. We're gonna see if we get any volume.
Or we could come back down to even 98 if it fails here.
Yeah, it's still pretty extended on like the hourly too.
Yeah, even the 15-minute. If it fails this right here,
Yeah, it'll come back to the 50 for sure.
worst case scenario, probably see 80 cents if it collapses.
Oh, it's just gonna get bought right back up.
Yeah.
The people are waking up and turning on their news feeds.
I mean, it would be worth a shot to try to grab it at between 73 and 80. Even, you could put an order in for 72.9.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah. I mean, it could just not take your order, but at least if it did have a dip, if you didn't already have any in it, even 70 cents.
I've been jumping in and out of everything. I don't want to try. I don't want to sit too long. One coin.
Yeah, because if it takes off here, it could go from here to, to $1.14 if it gets a lot of bullish momentum.
Yeah, it looks like it wants to do it. I'm waiting for those to cross. Watching that 1 minute. Just get a little bit to start.
I've got a question about XRP, so I'll try to answer that real quick. All right, so we pulled back from the $2.93. So I think I remember yesterday talking about how, the move would be so awesome if we came up here and got over that green triangle. And remember our curve lines, these pink ones are here. So we did make it up to the top pink one and underneath that green triangle. And then we were talking about how that usually we would come under at the very tip. Well, we did. And then, our big bullish move would be to get $3.02 to $3.06. At $3.06, that puts us over the ascending angle that we need to in order to climb back up from 3 to 6 to $3.11. And then that's the bridge that you would take to enter back into from there to over $3.27. Okay, so in order to complete the left side of that, going deeper back into the chart. Well, right now we're just topping at that top line of that ascending curve line. So, but we haven't gone down below the second one or the next best angle. So that number to look for is $2.8757. So right now we're at 28918, or actually I better see, 28917 now. So let's see, we don't want to come below 28567 to continue our bullish pattern. We would like to stay above 28559. And then we want to crack 29395. So let's go here to the 5 minute. All right, it's looking pretty good. We got underneath us is the 50 MA. We're in the middle or over the middle. We're at the top of the range. So we want to see price come over locally above $2.90. And then we want this target here, this 29937, and then over the top at 29403. Okay, so and if you watch this, you want to be in this green. This green section is that green triangle that we've that we failed to get over here. So that's what we're looking for. What a cool thing that XRP made this beautiful move. Bounced off this just like a gem. Awesome. Look at that. Look at how the Bollinger Bands did this stretch just perfectly. Look at that. Amazing. See that? It's so picture perfect. It's beautiful. It's just beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh. So there we are, 28906. Just a little bit more. All right, let's not fall down this group of VMAs here. Even if we do, it's still very bullish. It's not. This is not a bearish retest. This is a bullish retest. Okay, it's looking like it wants to drop down to this 200 MA on the 1 minute. Let's see if it does or if it curls back around over. Let me know if my fan or my background noise is bothering you. I'll just turn it off anyway.
Yeah, I'm your biggest fan.
Did you say Flyers BJ's biggest fan? I'm not annoying you, I hope.
No, I said I'm her biggest fan.
I'll fight you for it.
Wind turbines. I'm a big fan.
Here goes Ada.
Watch Underbelly Fly? Not bad show. About the
Isn't that Australian?
the underworld in Australia. It's
Yeah,
actually
in
pretty
Melbourne.
good. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. I was watching that. I was binge
Yeah.
watching.
If you good meaning bad, yeah.
It was a good show, but yeah,
There's some
good stuff.
badasses over there. You should see with the tobacco prices now. We've got the highest tobacco tax in the world, and all the gangster
Really?
stuff happening with tobacco. Yeah, firebombing shops and stuff. Yeah, I haven't watched it, to be honest.
Well, that's true events, really. Is it accurate?
I believe so. I believe it's very accurate from what I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, Melbourne's a pretty vibrant city at the moment. We're bringing the NFL, your football here to Melbourne. They're going to be playing rugby, gridiron. Yeah, here every year now. I think Los Angeles is going to be our home team or something.
Really?
Yeah.
Los Angeles?
LA something, whatever. What are they, Raiders or something?
The Rams, right? The Raiders moved to Las
Yeah.
Vegas. Raiders went to Las Vegas. That's right.
Yeah. Los Angeles Rams. So they're considered the home team here. So whoever plays them here, which other American team plays them, are playing the home team because they'll be the official.
Oh, I see. Yeah, they do that like every year in a different country.
Yeah, they had it in the UK and
yeah,
a few other places. So now they're branching out.
Wasn't in Saudi Arabia too? They had it a few places.
Yeah, about 3 or 4 countries. Man, we got so many footballs here. It's crazy. So many footballs.
Rugby, man. Rugby is violent.
Yeah, you got union and league. Like the union one's the more violent one, the bigger boys. The league, I think, is a bit more reserved.
Tackle football without pads, man.
Oh yeah, gridiron. I mean, I played lacrosse for 8 years as a kid, so
lacrosse is tough. Yeah,
I love it, man. I loved lacrosse. I play lacrosse. The only other sport that gets me excited is ice hockey.
I would not be able to play lacrosse, man. I would hit somebody with that stick.
Yeah, I was defender. I had the 6-foot pole, and I played center and wing. So midfield defense. I loved hitting people. You stab them in the stomach with the stick, and then you hit them with your chest, and then you step on them. You steamroll them. Oh man, I miss it so much. No one played lacrosse when I started here. No one really. It's very small here. No one even knew what it was. But I got into it when I was like 9 years old. A few of the guys I played with ended up playing college in the US.
Yeah, I didn't think that show was gonna be that good. But I started watching it. I watched 6 episodes straight. I was like, wow. A lot of ecstasy.
Peace, love, ecstasy.
Got a big drug over there, huh? Ecstasy? Oh, everywhere. Clubs.
Oh, we were raving lunatics in the 90s, man.
That's what it's from, 96 to 2000.
Yeah, I was 16 to 20, so
yeah,
I started raving at 15, so I've seen it all. But ecstasy disappeared, and now we just have meth. Yeah, we're the biggest drug users in the world, apparently. We pay the highest prices. So we have all these like Colombian submarines trying to get in here, and like big boats sending little satellite boats. They keep catching like tons of the stuff. But each state has their favorite drug, apparently. You got cocaine, and some people like MDMA, but there's just so many meth addicts around. It's, oh my God. Australia. We're not just kangaroos. We're crackheads, apparently.
Those kangaroos aren't real. You guys are hallucinating. You made them up.
Mhm.
I heard you guys have some really dangerous animals like drop bears.
Drop bears are the most dangerous.
What's a drop bear?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Well, you go out into the bush and they sit up in the trees, and when they see you, they drop on you and rip your head open.
Really? That's why they call drop bears. They just drop in on you.
My dad actually visited Australia a couple years ago,
So they
and
just
yeah,
sit up
like
there
one of
waiting
the
for someone to
things,
walk
like,
by?
tried to come after him.
What happened when you visited? What's that?
Oh, I said my dad went to visit Australia, and one of those things that came after him.
Yeah, they're angry little things.
Yeah, it nearly took off his leg. They're crazy.
Not to be confused with a koala bear.
Well, yeah, there's a joke about drop bears, but honestly, if you go near a koala bear, they aren't particularly friendly, but they don't drop on you. They're always drunk eating eucalyptus leaves. They eat leaves and get drunk and then just fall out of trees.
And they have
That's funny.
they have STDs as well.
Great. Dirty bears.
Dirty little bears.
Just give them some meth.
Oh man, you wouldn't want to see them on meth. Jeez, is that bad enough on eucalyptus oil?
Have you ever seen that video on YouTube of the amarula fruit that falls from the trees in like the African bush, and then it ferments, it rots and ferments, and like the monkeys eat it. They all get drunk and start doing cartwheels down the hill, and like the
I've
elephants
seen
eat
that.
it. So good.
I don't think it's just the monkeys. I think all the animals give a few of the
Yeah,
animals.
they all
give
do it. Yeah, like the giraffes, like walking on one
I've
key.
seen that.
Oh, that's wrong. Yeah, animals are drunk all the time. No wonder why they're falling out of trees at people. Drunk bears.
No, man, you don't want to go into an African wildlife park with drunk animals.
There's videos of this? I gotta find one.
Yeah, the elephant bulls are bad enough when they're sober. Imagine when they're drunk.
Africa's got these like flies as well. I was at a zoo. There was a fly, and everyone just ran. I'm like, it's just a fly. Like, no. They go in your ear and they kill you. There's some kind of fly.
Is that a Tootsie fly? I think it might be a Tootsie fly.
Something like that, man. I was at the zoo and everyone ran. I'm like, oh, you guys are real.
Marula fruit? Is that what you're talking about? Eating ripe?
Tsetse.
Marula fruit?
I was in a Ugandan zoo. Everyone took it pretty serious.
Yeah, it says they extensively studied because of their role in transmitting disease.
Yeah.
Tsetse fly.
And like where I was staying, you get like monkeys or chimpanzees. They'll come visit you and try and steal people's babies, man. If you're not careful, they'll take your baby.
Do you guys have baboons as well, or just monkeys?
In Australia, we don't have. I don't think we've got any native monkeys. I've been to where the big gorillas are in Uganda, in Kibale, to the impenetrable forest. I've been all the way to the edge
so
there.
Cool.
Actually,
did you sit with the silverbacks?
Oh hell no! I couldn't even get down the ridge just to get down to the impenetrable forest. But my daughter's grandfather is like the MP out there. He runs it. I think his brother was the chief, so he took me for a full drive right deep, sort of towards the forest. But it's impenetrable. I couldn't. I wasn't really prepared to go any further than just looking at the edge of it. So
That's awesome. Sounds
yeah, I was right on the corner of Rwanda and Congo. This went down. I got driven down to this little wooden cabin that got built. Just it seemed like the end of the world there, man. It was pretty wild. There's big mountains in Rwanda you could see, and then the other side, dense forest. It was pretty cool.
I'd love to see things come down just a little bit.
Yeah, you can't really jump in here, right?
No, I'm starting to build out a little bit of a short, but I'm just being really careful. Just being
Yeah,
conservative.
have that stop loss in. If you got a short, you'll get wrecked. You don't want to chase that.
Yeah, no, it's just a 1x with a tight stop.
That's all right. I will go stop loss, no stop loss on a long, but never again on a short. I always put my stop losses in on shorts because you end up chasing it and just getting ruined. And then but you'd miss a massive pump. At least on a dump, you can get back in at some point. But if you miss a rip and no stop loss, it's so devastating.
Dude,
Yeah,
if
you can
ever,
also
any of you guys
ISO.
use weeks at all?
No.
Just if anybody's out
Oh,
there listening and you go to use weeks, they have cross margin as a default. So you go in there, be careful and make sure that everything's set for isolated. Because even if you switch over to
Yeah,
a new
you got
asset,
the
you have
I
to make
love,
sure that it's set
I love
isolated each
cross
time.
from Mexi. I love cross, man. I'll make sure it's not on isolated. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, I mean you just got to know, like,
You got to know what you're on, though. Yeah.
yeah. Because I opened up when that pump started, I opened up a couple of positions on there, and I didn't realize I was in cross. And then I was like, shit, like I just have to, like, you know what I mean? Like I didn't mean to do it that way. It's great that I made money, but
So we
I'm
could
Yeah,
we could
cross is the
self
best
forward.
way to wreck your entire account if you don't know what you're doing.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a whole nother ball game of risk management.
Yeah, I'm
You can
speaking
go
from
sub
experience.
accounts. I don't know on Wix if you can do sub accounts and then kind of, but you can still have an isolated trade in with your cross, but so it pre-allocates your margin, so it won't destroy your margin allocated to your isolated position. So you got to know what you're doing, though. If you don't know the difference between cross and isolated, you probably shouldn't be on leverage.
Yeah,
You got to
Yeah,
be
exactly.
careful.
exactly.
But it's just they don't, every other exchange it's set isolated by default, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think
Um,
Max went default cross 200x on the coins that could. It's like
oh really?
max damage
Yo,
straight away. Maybe it's just my account, but
Man, I miss Mexi. Wait, can Americans get back on there now?
that's a good question.
you-
You should be able to.
I'm gonna Google
But
it.
if you can, you could use a Palau ID if you know what that is.
oh yeah, that dodgy citizenship.
Yeah, you can buy it for like $150 a year, and
And
you
then
can
when your
use it for
account goes
play.
to $1 million, you lose your citizenship and they steal all your money. I don't know. That's
A lot of people use it.
yeah. That's an interesting workaround, that one.
I would use
It's just
Hyperliquid,
like
but
a
I gotta get a VPN, and it's like, I'm just trying to avoid fees on Blowfin, which is what I'm using right now. But the thing is, then
Or
I
you
gotta pay
can't
for a
use
VPN. So
Hyperliquid
it's like,
without a VPN?
yeah, you can't use it in the US, or at least not in my region.
Oh, damn. Well, there's some cheap VPNs out there.
Yep. Government hates derivatives. They don't like them.
You can on Coinbase, but it's limited trading hours, and so you just can't leave any trades open, which sucks.
Well, their options, their leverage facility on Coinbase.
Kraken's not bad. I use Kraken. Does the job.
Yeah, I think you can use Kraken in the US, but I think it's just perpetuals that are always limited. I don't know. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah, they've got quite a good selection of coins to pick from, and they kind of weed out all the bad ones in any case. But the futures is quite nice. They've got 50x is the max you can go, but it's only on a few coins.
Probably not a bad limit. Does feel a bit restricted, 50x though.
The coins
Only
that are 50x are like all the ISO coins and a lot of the memes like with Pepe, Doge.
I wonder how many X the US dollar's sitting on now, man. Most of it's like just fake printed money. It must be on about 100x or 50x by now. Leverage on US dollar.
I would think it's way more. If you look at the purchasing power, how much it lost.
Yeah. Oh, I think in 2014 that 97% of it was all like wasn't backed by anything. It was all fake. That was in 2014, so I can imagine it. That would have been like 30x or 40x, I guess. So US dollar must be sitting on plus 50x at the moment. That's why everything's so unstable.
This should be pretty bullish when the quantitative easing begins, right? This taking care of business says it's already sort of begun.
Yeah, let's print more US dollars. I don't know, man. I reckon that they're going to be phasing some new currency in at this rate. Something's going on.
Yeah, something is going on for sure. It's not like this is just not normal at all. Just to keep everybody in perspective.
Well, it
As
is
good
kind
as
of
it is for us.
yeah, we're at the end of an empire, right? Everything's out of whack. So either we have a big war, or we try and find a new index or something. And I'm sure US will control it, but
maybe it's going to be Bitcoin, backed by Bitcoin, a stable coin currency backed by Bitcoin.
Could be. They could rug pull Bitcoin and find something else, but the transition's going to have to be carefully done. If you're Michael Saylor, it's going to be Bitcoin. Could be.
I don't think they would rug Bitcoin because they manipulated Bitcoin. They changed it from the original white paper, so they made it to be what they wanted it to be. That's what I think.
Yeah, but it's a store of value, not a currency. So we need a currency like Doge, something that's slightly inflationary.
Well, it's going to be
no one
some
wants to
stable
spend
coin.
that Bitcoin.
You don't want a currency that changes in price. That's like not usable.
If it's indexed to a bag of resources like gold and oil and a few like precious metals and stuff or minerals, then your buying power should hold with the economy, right? Like
No, but I
pegging it.
mean, you don't want it to be volatile.
No. But as long as it
Maybe
goes
it's going to be
volatile with what
XRP.
yeah. If it's
An
volatile,
XRP coin.
yeah. It can go up and down a bit so it keeps your buying power and stuff, but not too volatile, no.
Yeah, not like crypto, where like one day it's 0.1 and then the next day it's 0.3 to buy, I don't know, eggs. And then a week later it's 0.5, then it's 0.1 again. How are you going to have a
But
functioning
when
life?
Bitcoin gets bigger than gold market cap, then I guess it will start to stabilize a bit.
Stabilize. Yeah, I agree.
It's still early days.
Just like during the gold rush, It did ridiculous percentages.
Because yeah, Wall Street can still wreck Bitcoin. Big guys, whatever the big money is, they can come in and dump and pump it, but they'll lose control of it eventually. It's hard to pump and dump oil at the moment. Even if the US wants to drill oil, it's not going to affect the price because OPEC can just dump more oil. So it'll get there. Bitcoin will get there. I'm not too worried about CBDC. I don't think they're going to completely. Maybe they'll just keep control of it, keep a switch. But hopefully, they actually make a currency that is global and it can't be printed and can't be halted and stuff. Hopefully, that's what they do and make a whole bunch of retail products out of it. There's a documentary, The Four Horsemen. It's pretty good for the economic cycle, but I think Bitcoin's there to solve this problem.
What's in the Discord premium group?
You gotta join to find out.
We're just gonna keep going because I'm getting scared.
I think we are. It looks like we're consolidating in a bullish pennant.
You'll be scared if you're not in and scared if you are in at the moment. Yeah.
Looks like ETH is breaking out here.
Look at Trump, man. Trump is up 20%. Jesus. 30% for the day. Sicko. Wow. Jesus.
Watch IOTEX. It's gonna it's gonna bot Simpson itself all the way up to 3 cents. It's at 2 cents.
Which one? IOTA?
IOTEX, IOTX is the ticker. It's It looks
is
like it's in a inverted Bart Simpson right now.
Does it have anything to do with IOTA?
No, but I see that was pumping too.
Yeah, which is weird because it's like a dead coin. It's so old. But I mean, that seems to be the narrative right now. Dino coins pumping.
Mm-hmm. In 2020 and 21, IOTX did a 21,000% move.
Yeah, I've been playing it since we talked about it.
Yeah, I didn't even know about this thing, but it looks fire. Someone mentioned it.
Beavis.
Man, Bitcoin was trying there for a second.
What's ETH doing? Bam. Not bad, 14.5% for the day. You don't need $50.
Do you think China's going to need some cash and just cash out like on this open?
They've been doing that lately, haven't they?
Well, they need the money.
I think we would have seen it happen already, right? Oh, they don't start till what, like 8 p.m. Eastern? We got a couple hours. Couple hours. No. That's the biggest daily candle I've seen in a while, man. When I first got into crypto, you see candles like that all day long. Tokens here pumping 200, 300%. More. Much leverage.
Today's been a great day. I mean, these rides are part of it, but I mean, to be where we're at and then pump again. I know that was based on news, whatever else, but still, it's like all this bullishness for crypto after being in it for 9 years, give or take. Pretty wild to see all this stuff kind of probably exceed expectations, you know.
Yeah, hopefully everyone hasn't just round tripped from the dump, but it's been a wild pump. How many people are thinking, "Oh, I got my money back. I'm out. I got my money back."
I thought it'd cross my mind, but I'm not even close to getting my money back from the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, those bleed downs, they're hard because you keep buying the falling knife and it can wreck you so bad.
Yeah, you forget one stop loss, one position. Get licked.
Buy it again, keep buying it down, and then it gets to the bottom and you've got nothing left. You're just staring at it at the bottom.
Oh, that first Friday that they were doing the crazy. Was that? I don't remember if that was when. It was right before CZ did that thing, but that's right where we hit 99 and then just went like buying on the way down. I just ran the account from like $100 to 1,000 overnight, and then in the morning, and like get I got destroyed.
I hate that when I'm 10x up and I'm not smart enough to take it and then wait for the proper drop. Even then, you wait. I'm gonna wait. Then you
took it. You're sitting in cash, and not. You're like, oh, I'll just get in one more. And that just went bad. I'm like, oh, something's happening. I was like, oh, this is the end. I'll just keep buying this giant red candle. Like 10 red candles later.
Yeah, we're supposed to wait for confirmation, right? On the move up.
Especially, yeah.
Who does that? Who does that?
Supposed to sleep. Supposed to sleep, they said.
Yeah.
Sleep when I'm dead. That's what I tell the wife.
Here we go.
CME
Big buys.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah,
CME reopened, giving us the biggest gap ever in history, I guess. No, 10K
biggest
up.
CME gap.
Yeah, it's probably one of the biggest ones, a $10,000 CME gap. In percentage,
It
maybe
has
it's
to
not
be.
the biggest, but in dollar amounts, probably the biggest.
Yeah, it has to be a bit of a historic move, this one. It's significant.
Well, 3K, 5K gaps, okay. But even 5th of November was smaller, right?
Big's the gap? 10,000?
5th of November was $4,000, something like that. Yeah, on Friday we closed at 76. We reopened at 80, so like 4K. But here on Friday we closed at 84, and we just opened at 94.
Maybe this is the death of the CME trader pump.
90.
Yeah, we'll catch that CME on the bear market.
R.I.P.
The question is how long before we fill it? It's only how long before we fill it, right?
Hopefully we wait till 2026.
The answer could be 6 hours too.
Could be 6 hours, could be 6 years, could be an hour.
Yeah. What's the
All we
most
need is
likely though?
Trump to say my account was hacked. I didn't tweet that.
Are they gonna join the pump? Because they can only buy now. Right? Or are they gonna just TP what they bought Friday?
If Trump comes out and says I'm canceling the Bitcoin reserve, I no
Imagine
longer want.
Imagine if you didn't close your CME short on Friday, and it just reopens and it's here.
Oh boy!
Big buys, traders.
Big buys coming in.
Actually, I don't even know if you can have open positions during the weekend on CME. Can you?
You can. That's on Coinbase. You get stuck with one of those contracts, and I guess it opens up like around now. I think it's Sundays at 6 or something.
Yeah. It just opened 4 minutes ago normally, no?
Yeah, 6
Okay. Yeah, that's right. I'm on.
ES just opened too. It's everything is reopening now, no? Let me check. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, I think it's now. Yeah.
Oh, the Pepe coin. Woot, woot.
Yeah, CME is open. It's just that I have delay, so I don't see price yet. And U.S. futures are also open. They're not gapping up like Bitcoin is, but they are going upward, and they did open higher than where they closed on Friday too. But we are, Bitcoin was missing 5K during that dip. We were missing 5K, and now we have. Now we were a bit up. Okay, I'm not sure. Wait, let me think this one out. No, we're not above where we should be still, are we? Or maybe we are. No, it makes sense. S&P is roughly in the middle of its topping structure here, and Bitcoin is also roughly in the middle of its topping structure. If you fib 72 to 110, we're roughly in the middle. I guess we cut up that 5,000 this weekend. Dump too much, then pump too much. It's what crypto is good for. Volatile. Imagine you were trading S&P instead of Bitcoin. Like instead of getting a 30% pullback, you got what, like 5% pullback, and instead of getting a 30% pump, you got a 3% pump.
Wouldn't mind on the downside.
Damn, I still didn't TP though. I might have to do something though. You guys TP'd? I'm asking
Yeah,
for
no, little bit.
Nice.
TP'd and then refilled on the dip.
Problem is we closed that 4-hour pretty good. I wanted to see if the 4-hour would get harshly rejected and all, but it didn't get harshly rejected. $91. Like what? Sell here to buy back 91? I know I'm gonna attempt longing it way too early if I sell, so it's better not to do anything. Maybe it's better to just sell 91. At that point, you're starting to lose the bottom of your range. Actually, no, it's more like at 89. Somewhere there in that area. We're back in the range. That's the bigger picture here. So I think as long as it's above 90k, it's just pumping again. I dream of Bitcoin not getting rejected at 95. It's the only
Except
question.
he has been recorded in the official U.S. government Federal Register.
Did it break that 2.8 previous ABC top?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
No. Oh yeah. No. Well,
No, it didn't. Didn't hit 290.
Well, it's there, right? It wicked above, yeah, but it's at 290, so yeah, it makes sense that it's the first level where it stops pumping, right? Because it's where we've defined some SR. So if it doesn't get rejected here, then yeah, you're looking at 314. But there's resistance here. Oh, what did Trump do again? He should focus on pumping his own meme a bit, no?
It's up like 30%, I think, when he said.
What? Trump? Yeah, Trump. Yeah, Trump is up a lot. 20%.
Yeah, but you know, Bitcoin is like at $60 for Trump now, no?
Trump was just at what, 12 yesterday? Hey, give it time. Ando's making a nice push here. Ando. It just whipped up like there was news. What the hell? I gotta check. Ando.
You saw Elon making a joke of meme coins the other day, though, Zeusy. Just calling him a casino.
Red Monday or Green Monday? We had Green Friday. Friday, Monday, green, and then the rest of the week red? Or Red Monday to get a green week? Oh no, but that weekly close, there's not really enough time to destroy it now, no, in 45 minutes. I mean, I guess it could dump in 45 minutes, but closing the weekly, like we filled the monthly, but looks like we're gonna manage the weekly in 45 minutes, and closing the weekly above 93k is it's good enough, and keep it a red candle, of course, because it's still red. Still a red week. Now that 93,800, wonder. Last time Trump manipulated prices, he did it at resistance, and we dumped to 46k, right? This time he did it more like at support, so it gave us a pump. Makes sense, huh? Like when you hear Trump coming with crypto news, technicals actually matter more than news, right? And he was bullish at 72k last time. Gave a bit of upside before putting a low. And here, because he did that manipulation in the lows, it gave us a bit upside before putting a low. I don't know. Yeah, if the same thing happens as last time, we could end up still putting a low. What was the time last time? How long did it take Bitcoin to go to 48k after that? I'm gonna give you the biggest green candles you've ever seen. He was bullish at 68, right? And then it took it 2 weeks to dump, huh? So there's plenty of time. I don't know, just an example, right? But yeah, last time we heard about Trump being very bullish on crypto, it was close to a top, and we got 2 weeks down before, and it took it more like a few months to get out upward. Why not do the same thing here? I guess I just want people to open shorts so that we can continue pumping. So I'm looking for bearish scenarios while holding longs here. Yeah, let's not go too crazy on longs at resistance, right? Because this is resistance. I don't care what's happening out there.
I mean, it obviously went for the short liquidations. How far did it? It would have wrecked them all. Did it stop after those liquidation hunts, or has this gone a bit further than that? As we see, I'm not sure.
No, but I think we can go to like 96. No, maybe maybe a bit higher than here. But overall, this area is going to be the area to prevent it from going to new all-time highs. Basically, it's a good spot. We're close to golden pocket too. Right? Let me check. Where's the golden now? I should have that fib on my chart, but I don't even draw my fibs anymore. I'm so lazy. 96,700 is golden, right? Roughly. Didn't. Yeah, it's not. I just drew it without magnets, so roughly. 96,700 is golden, but more important even is 94,800, which is the 441 fib. I know some tradable TP there. For trend reversals, it's the middle between, like, we pumped more than half of what we dumped now, so you extracted more than half of the move down to the upside. But if we could even do the fake out above that downward angular, it would before dropping, it would be actually it would be better, yeah, for a strong B up. And then you end up with everybody that's going to be willing to buy every dip, right? So you can squeeze. You're going to be able to squeeze them again all the way down to 78k. Yeah.
I have to admit that phrase "willing to buy every dip" may have crossed my mind just the last few hours.
Yeah, of course. But it's like I know I would. That's why I'm like, wait a second, I'm gonna get wrecked. Yeah, probably. I'll try longing 91. I won't hesitate. I'll try longing 91 if I need to. I'll try 89 also. I'll also try 85. I'll try also 81, and I'll also try 78. That's a lot of levels, yeah.
Yeah.
But if you stop loss it by 1% price action, in the end, I think I said 5 levels. Some of them are gonna necessitate multiple entries, right? Because on the 1 minute, of course, you're gonna stop out once and then go back up and then continue down and this and that. So it's gonna cost me at least 10% price action to catch it. Right? And we are up 20%. So it might be, it might be worth the risk actually to TP.
That's on a 10x leverage?
Yeah. Yeah, 10x with 1% price action.
Yep.
It's roughly $1,000. Like if I buy at 89 and price goes to 88, I get stopped out. And then, you know that.
Big buys on that IOTX. Fucking running, dude.
IOTX, let's go. I'm sure also gonna do fine too this time around now. They got slotted so much. I mean, some of them are at bear market bottom and all. It shouldn't be too hard for them to get to golden pocket. At least. Is Cardano there? Well, it's not even there, right? There. Where is golden on Cardano? 1.12. Oh, actually, we touched it. Oh. Well, if Golden Pocket doesn't reject you eventually, making a higher high kind of makes sense, though. Above 134. The bigger macro time frames. If Golden
Just take
Pocket
profit, Zeusy. Just take profit. Go on.
No. No. No, price is going my way. Why would I be scared? I'm TP. I won't TP fit them cider. Because that's a cool thing. Like this is all in. The only problem is whether to TP or not. Did you TP? Did you trade?
No, I only got some dry powder about 20 hours ago, and I'm only at the point where I would even contemplating touching that dry powder, but I'm not buying here. I can't do that. So unless there's a significant bullish dump, I'm just going to have to sit on the sidelines, Zeusy. But I did get a new smart washing machine, so I'm happy with that. My washing machine is now connected to China Wi-Fi.
I see a smart washing machine that lasts only 5 years.
Oh, I don't care. It's amazing. I actually fun doing my washing, and I don't need to get married again now. I can just go on my phone and I can use all the features. I can have nice fluffy towels.
Because we have a very old washing machine, still works like hell. It's a good brand too, right? And my sister
Probably
bought
Miele or something.
Yeah, it's a Miele. Yeah.
You have a Miele, of course you do. All
Yes.
Europeans have a Miele when they're.
It's 25 years old or something like that. Like literally, and zero maintenance. I never opened the thing. It's probably dusty inside and all. But
Yeah.
But my sister bought a much more recent one. It lasted 5 years or 6, something like that. She had issues with it, and it's like more expensive to repair it than just to buy a new one. So.
The Samsung was so cheap now though. It's all in one, and it's like in the last few years they're half price now. So I guess you can just chuck them away. But the Miele's they're not cheap. But yeah, 15, 20 years of your Miele will pay itself off.
As long as they continue to make them like they used to, which I don't know if it's the case today. Like today's Miele probably doesn't last as long as the ones they were making 20 years ago. They probably joined that let's make throwable washing machines. And they're doing it with cars too anyway now. Like.
Mine's got AI now though. I can go into the things and it will track what I do most and it'll put it to the top of the list. It's not really that smart AI, but
you need AI on your washing machine, really?
What, to make it fun to wash clothes? Yeah. I'll be happy to have AI with my washing machine. Look, it's slightly more useful than an AI toaster, all right?
I got kicked out again. I'm sorry.
Welcome back.
I'm
need
a
to stop
speed
behaving.
clean washer and dryer.
Yeah, mine steams as well. You don't even need water. You can do like a steam thing. But I don't know, it's not like a steam cleaner. It has a steam mode.
No, I mean a speed queen is the brand.
Speed queen.
Ah.
Yeah.
You know, I'm retired when I'm excited about a nice washing machine and fluffy towels and.
Yes. Awesome. You know, they do make a an all-in-one now. It's the washer and dryer all-in-one unit.
Yeah, that's mine's an all-in-one condenser dryer, Samsung smart washer.
I have that sink that like pulls out and you can rinse stuff off and everything. I think that's pretty
That's
nice.
awesome.
It's got a little door where I can
Yeah.
put in things halfway through the cycle. Yeah, there's nothing better than fluffy towels and nice smelling t-shirts. That's what life's
right.
about.
So if you really want to pamper yourself, you need to buy excellent quality sheets. You
Sheridan,
cannot
thousand thread or whatever they are. Yeah.
You cannot beat having good
BJ,
sheets.
you were right.
Yes.
Cardano is breaking out.
Yep, it is, sure is.
That 15-minute curl up never fails. It always breaks out. When you see it curling up, jump in.
Yeah, we hit that 111 a little while ago. It's probably headed back there. Yeah.
Well, Bitcoin made an effort now. It might be rolling over just a tad, so keep an eye on it. Might be falling forward, so just be.
Well, results go up. Bitcoin can do what it wants.
Yeah,
Well,
it might not be,
give
but
a
I'm
double
saying
tap,
it's
no?
passing. It's passing this angle here. So it's getting less and less bullish as it moves forward.
Are you trading Ondo, BJ? Are you trading Ondo? No.
I sure am. And
All
I
right.
did all the way up.
Good. I
I
you
did,
said
I
you
did. And I do, I do.
All right. Yeah, Ondo pumped harder than others.
Yep. Yeah, Ando is my, I love it.
You know, they say wait for confirmation before buying, right? Well, the same is true on the way up too, Doug. So, what is our confirmation to sell here?
Oh, my orders are going through. That's what's going through. I don't know. That's what I got.
Yep, that's not confirmation.
I'm kidding. If you got a target, man, and it hit your target, then sell. Otherwise, if
That's
you can't
what's
decide,
happening. Yeah.
But no, I don't
contemplate
have a
your.
target because I am a bullish, so I don't put a TP.
Then
How about a
if
double
you
top
don't,
at 95? You know, how about confirmation? Like, let Bitcoin drop to 89, let it even drop to 85.
yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm doing
Well,
this up
then put
here
it
in
in
anticipation for that.
And then
Your
if you get a
stop
double
loss
top,
below, drag your stop loss below the lowest, the previous local support.
Big sales coming in. Big sales coming in. Watch out, guys. Put on your scuba equipment.
Yeah.
It's a huge
However, we
what do you see a sell?
Big sales coming on Bitcoin. They're not alt's not dipping like Bitcoin. I don't know.
they're not.
I mean, the
It's not
thing is,
Freak me out when you say that, man.
the
Someone
last
just
couple days,
Bitcoin, and you say big sell.
the last couple days, though, everybody was saying about that. It's going to go lower and wait for it. Now, I wonder how many people missed buying because everybody was saying that.
So this is
It
just
wasn't
a
saying
smaller pullback. You can see 93.9-ish. And
we just saw 94, 93.9.
Well, we just broke an angular support on the smaller time frame.
Yep.
$1 lower. We could see much lower than that.
I know, but if
think
it just taking if it's taking a pause in order to come up here and cross 94.9. See, we have a path that goes right up here to break 96. So this could be we're still in this cone, and this could just be the small pullback for the bigger push past 96 right here. So I'm not ready to say we're pulling deeper yet until we would fall off this bridge right here at 94.1. If we fall right now to this tip, that's a different story. But if we continue to go this way, then no, we could push right out here to 95, 96.
Yeah, well,
Because we're still above this line.
Yeah, BJ, I understand that this is an uptrend, but we are gonna fall. It's because DXY is jumping and ES and NQ1 futures are also dropping. So somehow in the middle of the
How
night here
is
in
you?
Europe, they are
How is
correlated.
how is your 3% up a drop though? It's up 0.3% right now.
Well, when we say drop, we're saying, well, how do we define a drop? Well, it's lower than the previous high, I guess.
Yeah.
You guys don't think we're gonna
That's
have to fill in this
low.
vector gap below us?
You
It's
talking
10K.
about 80,
Right.
85K? Which
Even
time
half,
frame?
even half of that vector.
Not
Even
right now.
half of those gaps.
I don't think so this week. While there's even
No,
more potential for pump this week.
There
I
is
do not
bullish
see it right
on the
now. No,
horizon. That's true.
What,
We'll
Drew,
fill
what
that
time
gap.
frame vector are you looking
no.
at?
I mean, Trump
This
said
is
this is
pump.
only
I
the
mean,
beginning.
even on the daily chart or whatever, 12-hour, 6-hour, if you look at this last pump, it left some pretty big gaps that I think we probably have to revisit. I mean, I would
Hey,
look at between 88, at least 88K, even lower. I mean, just to kind of solidify this movement.
I wonder
But
how
when
much
are you
Tesla is
speaking
gonna
of?
pump tomorrow.
Well, I'm thinking
Um,
right now, since we can't get past this angular resistance on top, we have a declining or descending angular resistance that looks like we're having trouble. And if we can't make this higher high off this last pump, that would be on Binance. We would have to get just over 94,970-ish. So we weren't able to do that.
Yeah.
We just did a lower high. So it's either going to be a beautiful bull flag and we bounce off of 92,000 and then go right back up. And that would be a nice range for a bull flag to be between here and 92, 91,000. Have a nice bull flag, but it's going to be I don't know, difficult to hold that 93. I think there's some support at 93 as well, but I don't know. I'm bearish because I'm not holding anything right now.
There was a lot of volume on
Well,
that last
there's still
4-hour candle.
yeah, there's still time to go up here.
well, 8 hours right before New York Wall Street really opens with the bell. I don't think Europe is gonna impact too much, but yeah, we'll see at New York. There's 8 hours to dump and try to fill this gap before markets open, right? Basically. But seems like they joined the pump. It should already be there. And Dixie, I don't know what they did this weekend, but Dixie gapped down. Yeah, like you said, NQ SPY gapped up 0.3%. Dixie gapped down, so that's all people converting dollars to crypto, I guess, or more people converted dollars to crypto than people who converted euros to crypto, something like that. What else pumped this weekend? You think MicroStrategy is gonna open like 30% higher tomorrow, and then it'll just go down the whole day? Can you even trade Tesla right now? What price is it at? I'm asking myself so many questions. Like, Tesla closed at 280 or 290. I got some of that stock. I didn't buy any because I felt more comfortable buying Bitcoin than Tesla at this level. But I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow it just opens at 360. Like, it would make sense, right? They hold Bitcoin and Bitcoin pumped. So if you want to avoid the stock market making money at open, yeah, you need to fill this gap back down. Yeah? So that they are the ones who need to buy to pump it and not our weekend bunny pumps it. We pumped the bags of Wall Street. That's what we did this weekend. But hey, sometimes people win. And it's all what Trump is about, right? It's the people winning. I mean, at least it's what he says.
Keep talking, Sushi, because you're dropping the Bitcoin. Keep talking.
It's my point. I want people to short the 4-hour 200 EMA so we can continue to squeeze.
Yeah, I think the
No, man,
bullish
just
scenario would be
bullshit.
if we bull flag and bounce off of 93. But if we don't get a proper bounce off of 93 around there, maybe 92,500, but somewhere around there you need a bounce. If not, we're going to probably drop this whole pump we did.
Yup. It still doesn't give me a better entry though.
Well, that's why I think the best entry is just to be patient if you're looking for a long and to wait to see if we can go back under that 85, 83 area. If so, I think it's pretty obvious we're going to get a very good bounce off 74.
You'll buy before that, Drew. You know it too.
If I buy, I'd probably buy the first one at, let's say, if we retest to try to do a double bottom at 83, maybe, I'll wait and be patient for around 83,000. And there, if I see some bullish momentum and we do a W pattern, that would be stronger. A nice big fat W. But what we have right now, we went straight up into the angular resistance on the daily with a lot of speed, a lot of momentum. So it's not going to have that much force to break through that resistance. We would have to kind of rinse and repeat a few times to really knock through that resistance. I don't think, even with this meeting on the 7th, it's going to be tough.
So last time it took, let me check. I think it took 4 candles on the daily. No, I forgot. Let me check. How long did it take last time? Oh, not on NASDAQ.
Imagine we set the pace for a strategic Bitcoin reserve and cryptocurrency reserve, and then all the countries are fighting over Bitcoin and how much they can buy. Like,
you're probably not far off what's in there.
Crypto War 3.
If it's a strategic reserve, you're going to want to strategize before you load it up. And the only way to really have a strategic crypto reserve is to shake out some of the whales, because it's not that strategic if you're going to hold a big bag of crypto that there's, still whales that are going to dump it 75% while you're trying to strategize on it being a reserve. So that's what I'm thinking. It makes sense. They're going to do the same thing they did with oil. And they're gonna FUD it somehow, and it's not gonna be FUD. Maybe there's gonna be a electricity failure, and the grids are gonna be down. Maybe Europe, maybe US, something it's gonna affect crypto, and they're gonna use that to their advantage. And that's when their strategic reserves are gonna get filled once all the whales get shook out. Well, not all the whales, but some top whales that they need to get out of there.
Honestly, I think that they're not going to be filling their bags at 74 or 90. I think they filled up all their bags with Bitcoin was at 15K.
Your mic is very distant for some reason.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but it's very faint for some reason, very distant.
Let me turn up my mic.
I don't think you're talking through a mic. I think it's maybe your laptop's picking it up. And
yeah, it sounds like a room echo on that.
Yeah. Make sure your settings are proper on your microphone, that you're actually using the input from your mic.
My favorite.
That should be better. I connected to my headphones again.
Much better. Much better.
So, yeah, what I was saying was I don't think that they fill their bags up at 74K or 90K. I think that they filled up their bags for the strategic reserve when Bitcoin was at 15K. Like, if you look on the weekly, the amount of volume bars on the weekly chart that came out at 15K is insane. And you compare that to last cycle.
Everything is going.
Yeah, but there's a lot of
But
exchanges purchasing. There's a lot of institutions. There's a lot of leverage trading that these exchanges just popped up with. They have to buy crypto spot to be able to provide it in leverage. So I mean, there's a lot of crypto exchanges too buying crypto.
First of all, your volume indicator is in Bitcoin, right? It's volume in Bitcoin, not in dollars. So of course, volumes at lower prices are much higher because the dollar amount exchanged is not like check volume by dollar instead of volume by Bitcoin. It's going to be a different story with that 15K volume being much higher than what we have here. It's because it's in Bitcoin. You know, like on my exchange, it shows me volume data. Right? It's in Bitcoin. It's not in dollars. You can just look at it in dollars, and it can be different, especially if you compare volume at 15K with volume at 100K. You know, price went 5x up in between, so of course there's 5x less Bitcoin exchanged for the same dollar amount, right? And secondly, my best scenario here is 9 days of sideways. How about we just go 9 days sideways here, the same like we did. It's what we did before dumping, right? We went sideways for roughly 10 days. Actually,
We do have a CME gap of 10K, which is the biggest gap ever.
Yeah.
Thinking of
but we could just go
sideways. I don't think we're gonna trade sideways when there's a big meeting on Friday about crypto. I feel like it's gonna be volatile this week.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's providing there isn't other news, like, you know, if they're considering, and he named XRP first, and they're considering, you know, if that's going to be part of it, you ain't putting XRP into something like that if it was still going through that lawsuit BS or whatever. So you get a settlement there, whatever else that could happen this week. Maybe they know that that's going to happen this week. This week could be crazy. You know, for usually Sunday's our worst day, so for us to be where we're at today.
It can be crazy in the news, but price-wise, to me, it makes sense to go sideways here because everybody's gonna, you know, everybody who TP'd is gonna want to dump down to 70K to just buy back, and then everybody who didn't TP and buy is gonna want a breakout to 110K to make money. So what if we just do nothing, right? And they give up, and then we pump.
Well, everybody was talking last week when we were at the bottom or perceived bottom, whatever, local bottom. I wasn't hearing anybody saying, "Hey, let's buy." Like, I'm going to buy this. We're at the bottom. I hear,
did.
"Oh, no, I know. I'm just, if you remember people talking like, oh, it's going to get down. I have a short. It's going to get down to 68 or it's going to get down to this, and it never even hit that." So,
I wanted to buy 79, man. It wasn't going to go below 69. We'd done the dump. I wanted to buy it. I had no dry powder. Otherwise I would have been super excited if I was in, but I don't think anyone had anything left after the dump. I'm sure people were staring at it.
It's not true what you say. We debated
I made a quickie.
buying or not buying. So a lot of people actually bought these dips.
I made a quickie. I got a very good trade off that dip, but I sold it all.
I'm not saying like everybody. I'm just saying if you remember, just a couple days ago, people were talking like, "Oh, I'm going to wait for this," or "I'm not going to close my short until this," and it's like, well, there might not be a this or that.
Dbloc called it the "don't fuck it up" zone. You know, these were no. Overall, it wasn't sells. You could have shorted and, you know, TP'd. Of course, there were some good shorts to take during the down move. Especially losing 92 would have been a nice short. And holding it and shorting support would have played out nicely here. But no, of course the mood is negative when price is going down and it's positive when it's going up. That's always like that. It's how price moves, yeah. So it's normal that people are... I mean, I wanted to cry when price goes going down, and I'm supposed to pop champagne because it's going up. The only question is, do you have more crypto now that we're back in the middle than you had when we were at 110? If the answer is yes, you did a good job.
I have no crypto.
If the answer is no, well, then your exposure is a bit too low, no?
Well, what if you have more money than you did before this dump?
Then you can buy more crypto, yeah, I guess.
Well, yeah. So it's not necessarily if you don't have more crypto, you didn't do a good job.
Well,
Maybe
no,
you
you did a
took
good job
profit
because
and you have more money.
you have more buying power too now. So yeah, but be careful
Exactly.
because if Bitcoin, goes to 120K or whatever, then that might not be true anymore too, right? You have
And
more
I didn't
money.
even get to ride this pump all the way back up with the news. I got out right before, so I was just
I'm
making money off
Well,
regular trading without the news. I watched this whole thing go right back up without taking part of it.
I'm just being an asshole saying that, but
how about Dogecoin creeping up a little bit? This little sleeper coin.
Sure is.
Well,
Did you buy?
it's above 20. Yeah, but 20.
Oh yeah, I'm
Yep.
always into Dogecoin. I just that's why I was saying the other day. I was like, what was it at 16 cents or something or 18 cents or whatever? I'm like, don't sleep on the Doji.
And that's where the
Yeah,
ABC
18
is.
cents.
21. Yeah. ABC down back above 20, and it's trying to pump, but we haven't even pumped on Doge. Right? It's still down there. It is still down.
The Doge is at 24 cents.
Yeah, but it's down 50%. How much is Bitcoin down? %12. It's losing on the pair. Time to wake up. Well,
Yeah.
we know what Doge is gonna do. It's just gonna
Time to
spike up.
wake.
Doge is like my P&L curve. Down, 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 down. Huge spike up. Down, 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 down,
Mm.
down. Spike up. And it just needs. Sometimes it needs 1 year between those spikes. And the down, 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 down
All
part.
right, Bitcoin.
Maybe it's not over. Maybe it's over. I don't know.
This might be our rocket ship candle coming up here.
Hey, BG, you trade a lot EMAs, right? That 4 hour. You think we can close this candle above the 4 hour? That would be cool, right?
Yeah, it would be.
It's 94.
Right now you have a 15-minute. On the 15-minute, you have that 50 MA coming up underneath. And that brings the fuel to the fire.
I'm gonna stick to the 4 hour. That way.
Yeah, the 4 hours. Yeah.
We're gonna get golden crosses and no. How does that work? Where's the hourly? Oh, the hourly is at 88. Yeah, 88K.
So you got the 2 hours. We talked about this earlier. You got the we're waiting on popping that 2 hour 800 and see how we've got the wick here. Then we've slowly kind of built up. Now this candle here, this 2 hour candle is straight across on the body. And then the wick is higher than the previous wick. So now we want to fill this candle up and pop over the top of this range. Here's the 800 right over the top of this volume range right there. 94,981. So 95,105 is where that 800 is on the 2 hour. So then where's that 4 hour? At the 4 hour 200 MA is at 95,850. 850. 95,850-ish. And so the 200 EMA is right at the top of this candle. So as soon as we can over that, slip right through there like a rocket ship, kaboom, and fill that wick. See that wick right there? And now the previous wick went up to the top of this range. So we bent the 200 EMA right here. This candle went through it. The previous one went through the 200 EMA.
Yeah.
And it got a bend right
But
there.
it didn't close above it, huh?
No, but this current
It's
candle that
asking
we're in
might
can
or
at
not.
least push it through, and so we'll be trading between 94.3 and 95.8 or 9.
85 because it started at 85, right?
So if we can, yeah, so if we can close above 94.6, that is the number that I'm looking for, is a 94.6. And I think when I came on earlier, when Drew was talking, I said, first we have to get over 94.6, and then we need 96.4. See here, up here is 96.4. But first we have to cross 94.6. See here, 94.6. And lo and behold, that was the temporary top from November. And that puts us over the top of this ascending wedge right there. No, it doesn't look like that, but that's where that is. 94.6.
I think it's going to take a few days to break this area.
You,
It's not a simple thing.
you don't think this news between today and overnight isn't gonna, and there's that candle coming up over that 200 now.
Buy the rumor, sell the news.
See, that's why I'd rather it take time, right? Because if it's the news that explains the spike, then there'll be news to explain the down move too, right?
Yep, buy the rumor, sell the news.
Yeah.
And of course, there
Well,
was rumor of the strategic reserve, so it was baked in a little bit because everybody knew there was talk
Honestly,
about it. So
I really think Bitcoin would have done this without that news anyway. Because we saw what happened down there without the news.
but it wouldn't have done it this fast.
That 85K 706 bearish bullish absorption candle, it was crazy. That thing was nuts. 706 on Saturday morning on the 1 minute.
So maybe, just maybe, the powers that be knew that Bitcoin needed a little bit of a boost in order to prevent it from sinking below those numbers. That
You mean Trump?
decrease the sentiment.
You mean Trump's crew?
Yeah, that would decrease the sentiment before those meetings, and to sour retail sentiment would be a poor thing. So if we got down to the 70s, maybe that would be just a little too much for the crypto community that they're wanting to increase.
That's interesting because, I mean, if the powers that be, let's say Trump, he's obviously a main catalyst in this pump right here, right? But let's say there's people that want to make Trump look bad as well, and that have some influential power over crypto, or make not Trump look bad, make that week bad for them, and everybody's going to be happy-go-lucky and say, "Yay, we're doing this," and then starts raining on their parade. That could happen too.
The V shape
it could
complete,
So do you suppose that that the hack was an attempt to
they hack themselves,
prevent a move on crypto?
It's interesting because it did happen right when it was, if we were about to probably do a breakout.
I mean, was that
all I know, Zeusy, did you save that live stream from last week when we were talking about XRP and the craziness, and then we walked in that little circle and you were laughing? because
No. I gave
I might
wait, don't be harsh. I gave TA on XRP. I didn't mock it. I just wasn't interested in buying it because the risk to reward, isn't that good. And
I know, but buddy, I'm just busting your balls. I'm just playing.
And if I remember right, I said the resistance is 290. There's an ABC there. We can go back up there, and it's what happened. Now we're even above it, so I guess it's even more bullish than that. No, I saw the potential trade on XRP2, but it wasn't as good as other coins because we didn't go below 2nd of February's low. So, yeah.
Well, and just remember, I thought Bitcoin was going to go to 88K. I thought that was the move. We were going to just kind of trick out the market and go to 88. But with this bullish news, we got much higher, to 95,000. So that kind of switched it up.
We're back where we should be compared to the stock market. Like we haven't even pumped. We dumped because of hack news or whatever how you wanna explain it. Liquidate people, whatever. And now we're back to kind of where we're not diverging, right? Now we can go to fill the 5th of November gap, right? At the same time as the stock market goes there, which would be 5% dump on the stock market, 3-4% dump, lower than the previous dump's low. While Bitcoin also dumps, yeah. Why not? You want a dump. At least the timing will match, right? We'll all close 5th of November at the same time. Damn,
yeah, the hourly on Bitcoin is looking like it's setting up for
TP, right? Because Bitcoin gave us a trade while it shouldn't have. Then Trump corrected it. But he actually didn't make money. That's the funny part.
How do you know?
I don't know, but on average, didn't really make money here because Bitcoin is not. You can't exit that much here.
It hasn't closed below that 13 in a minute. It looks like it's trying to. On Dbloc's chart.
Adam, why not put an Adam and Eve here? The other one miserably failed. The one we had when we got the recovery to 102. You got your V, and then I was looking like an Adam, but the angular downward, a lot of stuff, Confluence 1995 rejected, and then we collapsed down to 78, and now we have a bigger recovery. This really looks like a V, huh? The whole thing is just a V. It went up quicker than it went down. Yeah, more time to dump than time to pump. What does that tell you? Give people time to panic, give them less time to buy. That's bullish, right? Like we had time to panic below 85. It's
that's probably spot on, Zeusy. You know what I mean?
And then if you missed today's impulse at 85, it's over. Just patiently wait for the next 30% corrective move. Yeah?
No, we don't wait patiently. We sit here and say, drop it, drop it, drop it.
Maybe it'll happen tomorrow. I mean, it seems pretty likely, actually. You'll get at least a slower Eve maybe this time around. I'm just not sure how deep that Eve is going to be.
Well, you think all the ETFs, I mean, were the ETFs buying? Because it appears to me that the ETFs sold off.
They're closed.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So the ETFs sold off last week. So they sold the bottom. And you think they're going to buy in at the top here?
They didn't sell the bottom. They bought
it's a logical conclusion. They're gonna sell dumps and buy the pumps.
No, they bought down there. They didn't sell. The big money, smart money, whatever you want to call it, bought down there.
Well, the ETFs are people. I'm saying the people that people. What I'm saying is the people that buy the ETFs, then the ETFs go and sell off. So when you see those big numbers go out last week, people log into their accounts and they sell, and then BlackRock and whatever has to sell or sells, I'm not saying they're personal buys or their company buys, but like, aren't the ETFs based on people? So basically, people sold off last week, and then all of a sudden now, like, how much money left?
Yeah, the ETFs are retail basically.
Well, CME is not retail, is it? Do you think a lot of retail trades on CME?
No, not CME. The ETFs. The ETFs is not CME.
Right, but they're not linked a bit. The opening
I
hours
don't
are the
think
same as
so.
CME, though.
Yeah,
I regret
but
not
CME
buying
is
XRP
That'll be 10 push-ups, soldier.
at 30 cents.
Don't worry, there'll be news on other coins to make us buy them too. The thing is to buy them when there's no news.
There we go. Come on.
Rave,
Come on.
I
Blue
mean,
Heart, Daily Close,
XRP's still
Luna's
on.
Hue, You My
It's on
Legend,
sale right
Cool
now.
Face,
Just saying.
Ox, Dog,
It is.
Alps.
You're
So
right.
we got the weekly close. The monthly is a disaster, but the weekly, I'm not sure we can call it. I mean, it's a red candle, right? But you can't. What a recovery, man! Look at that wick.
Feels like
It's
this.
like it is a beautiful wick, but look at XRP's past. It's been known to print some pretty rocket ship candles.
Up and down.
But yeah,
Yep, up and down, exactly. Yeah.
maybe you can get another 2-3x out of XRP, but that's it, no?
So Asia session just started. Let's see what's happening. Cardano is pumping.
50 million XRP transfer from unknown wallet to BitHub.
Wow, what a weekly! Amazing.
Feels
So
like
what?
just this morning XRP was 220.
Feels like something like that, doesn't it?
I know. It's crazy.
The problem of the weekly is the pump is only the weekend, right? I think it's time to come back to reason a bit. Go
But we've been
sideways.
getting beat up on Sundays. So for this to happen on a Sunday, historically, like, I don't know, we've been getting beat up on Sundays. So it feels like a good Sunday. Now, if the week is bullish, that's all it's gonna take.
Who knows where this could go?
You
This
can
week.
call it.
Now, if we snap all the way down to 62K, that would get beat up real bad.
People are probably calling it the crypto miracle, you know?
Because you know how you can have a bullish megaphone. There's bearish megaphone patterns too, and this could be the beginning of a bearish megaphone. And if it is, the next drop would be 69K on a bearish megaphone.
Yeah, but when is the last time Bitcoin did such a huge wick on a logarithmic scale? Like, I'm looking in logarithmic scale, so the size of the wick is big, but it's not only big; it's bigger than anything we've seen. Even
You mean the
look
bottom wick?
Yeah, the size of that wick, it's bigger than
Yeah.
what we've seen
It's a beautiful blow off. It's a beautiful blow off bottom that can show the reversal, that we had. But the thing, can this reversal? It didn't have enough momentum to break the angular resistance on the daily that we have on Bitcoin.
Summer 2021, like this week is bigger than when Elon said that crypto pollutes and all.
I think it would have been healthier for crypto to go slow so you can actually build some kind of support to break the angular resistance on the daily than to shoot up and then lose momentum right at the end. I think this is more dangerous. And somebody that's bullish long term on Bitcoin should actually be like pissed off that Trump did this pump right here, because I think it's going to weaken Bitcoin's long term position. Not long term, but it's going to make it a little bit longer to get to its all time high right now because of this pump.
I remember Tim used to say it takes time for money to move, right? Like, people, even if people got the news today, they don't necessarily have the money to buy, right? So the time you transfer money, then you buy, like, we could see a change in order flow that could last more than just 2 days, right? Like, we've seen overall more people hitting sell than buy on spot exchanges, right? For months now, since we came in above 90K, a lot of bearish pressure was up there. It was being absorbed at 92K many times, and at the end, what do? You cancel the absorption, you let it drop like hell to try and buy as much as you can, and then you come up with news to pump it back up. It's just typical. Actually, it's pretty typical. It's exactly what happened at 36K too, right? If you remember, we get rumors of ETF, fake news of ETF, then we cancel the buys at 40K to give you the fake out below your range. That goes 10% lower at 36, 30, actually a bit less. No, yeah, the difference is the size, man. The size of this move is something else. Like that 36K fake out below your range was only 5% in the end. Below the range was here. We went 20% below the range. So we can't compare this with 36K because of the size of the fake out. Like you end up calling it a fake out on the weekly because the candle closed back inside the range, right? But it's a bit more than just a fake out. I mean, what a fake out for a fake out, right? How could you not have fallen in that trap? And normally when you expect a fake out, you expect it, yeah, I mean, just a few candles, right? Not this. Crazy. Other examples, March 23, big week to the downside. Look at what happens after. We haven't even put a green candle. The candle is red on the weekly. Bitcoin was going to 0, fear and greed was at 10, and now they try to manipulate sentiment at being green by coming up with the news. Banks were collapsing. Everybody was bearish, scared. We get a tweet. Do you trust the bank? Do you trust crypto? Boom. Got candle green. The next week we're at 30K. That was a 2x increase in price almost. Here we're just 45% increase in price. Yeah. So I guess 45% increase in price would bring you at 115 somewhere there. So it would just put a new high. Yeah. Do you have any other big wicks like this in the chart? There aren't that many. But 48K wick was pretty big too, huh? Still followed by a green candle, and then you do attempt to fill the wick. Bounce at golden straight up. Maybe we have to go back a lot in history, to find examples where you get a huge wick like this and it actually continues downward. I don't see any right now. Just looking at since 2020. June 2021. Okay, okay, I found one. June 2021. Yeah, 21st of June 2021. You have a pretty bullish red weekly candle. It ends up being very close to the top. But you still get the fake out above the angular. Yeah. All right. Oh. Anyway, I'll shut up. I spoke too much. But it's a remarkable candle on the weekly.
Big sell's coming in. Big sell's coming in.
If they market sell 3,000 Bitcoin, I'll agree with you. And it's roughly what you need to go back down to where they started from.
Hold on, let me call my friend.
we closed 3,600 in the green, right? If Bitcoin can reset that all those buys while holding above 90K, that would be. Well, let's see if there's bearish. If there's still absorption. Yeah. See how much Bitcoin can handle. If everybody agrees with getting a big dab.
On XLM, I see a cup and handle on the 5-minute with the handle, and looks like we just got a retest of the top of the handle trend line.
And for now, there's still going to be a lot of doubt in people's mind, right? Like myself, I have a lot of doubts. I'm like, is this a dead cat bounce? Should I treat it like a dead cat bounce or not? There's going to be doubt, right? But maybe the same thing will happen again. It's only when Bitcoin really broke 100K that we saw FOMO into alts. Overall, on every alt, not just on the ones Trump mentioned, so not specific alts. Maybe it's a bit the same here. Maybe it's only when Bitcoin breaks above 105, 110 that we'll see dominance go down, and people really be like, okay, Bitcoin isn't going down. I'll buy my alt, and just really FOMO now. Because alts, they're doing good right now. They pumped, but they're still hammered down there. Like for me. My alts, they're not doing that good. Yeah, okay, I got some Cardano, it's doing good. Alright, cool, but is it really doing
Yeah,
good?
if you zoom out on a lot of the alts, you're right. I mean, they're actually still down there. Even after this pump, they're so far down there.
Yeah, because they didn't have time to pump, no. I guess most of the money is people saw more potential. Well, yeah, Bitcoin had more potential upward than most alts anyway, because it also lost dominance on the way down, right? We saw alts go sideways, not break their supports, while Bitcoin continued 3 times lower, doing that ending diagonal of a third Elliott wave down, and after that you could expect an upward ABC, and maybe this is just the A of the B up.
Could be. I just added some more XLM to my bag then with a tight stop loss at 0.3452.
And with the FOMO we see because of the news, I think it's pretty likely that we'll get another opportunity at selling this level. Like even if it dumps down to 85K, I don't know why. I want to believe I'll still get a confirmed exit at 95, right? With like a double top or a higher high, an ABC. Aggressive on the entries. Patient and being careful on the exits. That shows how bullishly biased I am, right? No hesitation to buy a level on the way down when it hits. But when things pump, oh, maybe I shouldn't sell. I think you should ban me from Discord. I'm a bad trader here.
Why are you saying that?
Well,
because I know you guys are right. I should pay myself. I'm just gonna round trip it again.
It's okay to round trip sometimes. I mean, it happens, but I think my new financial barometer is going to be whenever you're bullish, that's when I should sell, because you definitely have the bearish. What does it take to get Zeusy bullish? That's what I'm saying. So if none of this has gotten Zeusy bullish at all,
that's
or
so
a little
unfair.
bit,
I've been only bullish for 2 years now.
Your monologue just tanked everything.
Are you still? Yeah. It's hard to tell if you're like, you know what I'm saying, but if you're still bullish, or whenever you become bullish or whatever, whenever I hear you starting talking bullish, then I'm gonna be like, well, maybe we're there, because I feel like you're gonna be bullish as soon as it's like Bitcoin will be like at 125 grand and ripping, and Zusi's gonna be like, yeah, I believe it's gonna go to 300, and then all of a sudden it's gone.
My number is 180. It hasn't changed.
It'll be there tomorrow.
Yeah, all we need is two. Hey, so 30%. So all we need is like 3 more tweets. That's it. We're 3 tweets away.
Someone get on Twitter. Get it tweetered.
Tweeter.
Tweetered.
You would have told me 20 years ago that I'd be hanging out with a squad on Discord, betting on a meme coin called Doge, and we'd have a Department of Government Efficiency, and Elon would be the head of it and in the government, and Trump would be where he's at right now. Man, it's a pleasure to be in this timeline with all of you.
It's definitely some Mandela effect stuff going on.
Yeah, I've been here 100 years, man.
No, man, we created this with
Good
our own
time.
imagination. It's like the Schrodinger cat theory. And what we see, behold, unfold in front of us is our creation.
Tweeter.
Became boring with the market open. I mean the daily. Daily.
I feel like weeks is always so laggy when this
Yeah, it is.
when this happens, and it's like it'll start dumping and you have too many positions. It's like
Yeah, sometimes it can be hard to sell on there, man. If your orders don't want to go through.
I moved back over to Blowfin. I'm just eating the fees.
They love market ordering you at the top of a wick when you go long. Yeah, then you'll look back and you'll be like, "Where? I bought this at 2 cents, and I'm at the top of some wick. It's like 23. It's like, what happened?" Got. Must have got again.
There's no volume on there.
Hey, they got to make money too.
H-bar is not done.
Because
Something.
H-bar, pumped early, so you would expect it to perform less good now and then catch up, I guess. But it's a bit the same with Litecoin, right? Because it stayed strong early on. Can underperform a bit while it back in this area, and then you will get the breakout eventually, I guess. I mean, I don't know, but hopefully, yeah, we get that 140 breakout.
Using the top of that old
H-bar, I got some now. I should check. Okay, it's above the.
Dude, H-bar just ripped.
Yeah.
Yeah, it went above 102, right? Above 2nd of February recovery point.
It's pushing right now. Look at that thing go.
No, it got rejected, of course.
Yep.
Look at it go, man. Jeez.
So the target for that cup and handle for H-bar is 28.9.
Why is that thing so bullish right now? Was that news on H-bar? That thing just started pumping.
Time to check.
Resistance is 38.
Double down at the top.
Rockets.
Resistance is 38 on H-bar, right? Recovering, but it's not at resistance yet. It's at a local SR, the 2nd February high.
Swift is gonna start using Hedera this year.
The CEO Brian Armstrong of Coinbase just got on X and said that
ADA and H-bar are collaborating
No, he said that Bitcoin is probably the best option. Only Bitcoin is probably the best option for this reserve and not having all the other stuff. And I'm like, dude, he ain't even. He's just mad that he wasn't invited to the party.
You'd see something that said Cardano and Hedera are collaborating on one of the next stable coins.
Let's go, H-bar. Why not?
Where did I read that? What was that? So ADA and HBAR collaborate on the next generation stablecoin with automatic yield generation and rebalancing.
$3x tokens. I guess I'm gonna just do that, buy some 3x.
And Charles Hawkinson was talking about it. He was at the. They got something going on right now. What is going on? ETH Denver or something?
Bitcoin's going to gear up. Bitcoin's going to go to 104.
Yeah, but how low before we continue upward?
Not much lower, I don't think. I think this is a fake up.
In the order book, you have 90k as a buy wall and 95 as a sell wall, but it's really small amounts compared to what whales can do. But it's what they show right now. They show a buy at 90, a sell at 95, so the midpoint is 92.5, right? So maybe that. And yeah, don't forget we have 8 hours to dump as much as possible before New York opens. Day 2. You know when the tariff news are supposed to be? Isn't it Monday or Wednesday? Forgot. He said he'd come up with tariffs this week for March. And tomorrow is the first work day of March.
Yeah, that's something to think about. I think it was March 4th or something like that. I thought he said the tariffs or something like that. Well, so that could be an indicator too. And then you have Friday right after that where they're going to have their meetings and on crypto. So this could be an interesting week, eh?
Well, I'm counting on it. Those pepperies.
I noticed something on Coinbase. They usually trade quite a bit per month in and out. And it brings me up to a different tier of how much volume I trade. Coinbase switched it around. So you don't have different tiers that give you like less and less percentages of buys and sells. Now you have to pay $299 a month if you want to get Coinbase One, but they have zero trading fees if you want to pay $299 a month. But if you still pay $29.99 a month, you basically have huge trading fees now. It's kind of bullshit. Because I'm looking as I'm trying to place orders and stuff, I have like huge trading fees on stuff that I normally have just like a few dollars on them. Kind of weird. Coinbase switched it up. I really did. It used to be in tier 4, tier 5. I pay a really small amount. Percentages. But now it's $300 a month for zero trading fees.
Or $30 a month for $270 in trading fees.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm like. Yeah, they kind of hid it behind the curtains there. How about this? Normally, if I was doing something, it'd be like a $3 fee on it. This last one I just did was $29.88. It's 10 times the amount of fee. Hiding on Coinbase. I'm just ready for a new platform pretty soon. Then I don't know.
Get weeks.
Not in America.
Yeah, you can have weeks in America. I'm pretty sure everyone who told me about it was in America.
Yeah, it's no
Oh, are
KYC.
you?
So you use it with a VPN.
You know, I don't
No,
even
you
have.
don't need nothing. You don't need nothing. You just log in and go.
Yeah.
Joe, are you doing a post limit order?
Just doing spot trades.
Yeah, but when you do your order, you got to do post limit for the least fees on Coinbase.
Yeah, but then you have no guarantee of being filled, right?
But when you do, you'll receive a
100%.
low. He'll be filled on that high liquidity stuff. You just try it. You'll see. It'll be way less.
Oh, when you do post only, you're a liquidity provider, right? So someone has to sell to you, so you get filled. Wouldn't really break out long like that.
Do you guys want to see that cup and handle that I spotted? I got it on the live stream.
You have no price impact doing that.
We got.
Well, you can't have it both ways. Either pay up or do that.
Fees are an issue on Coinbase, so I do like you say, but
Oh yeah, XLM. Nice.
But they
Yeah.
weren't an issue because I was trading over $500,000 per month, so it was brought me up into like the tier 4. So it was actually pretty decent trading fees. It wasn't that much, but now it's to the point where I'm like,
With me, you know, I don't trade often, so the problem is because it takes the volume we did the last month, like it's like you have to do a few trades to just get less fees, and I'm not sure how it works if you do a bigger trade that makes you change tier. Does it take it into account in the middle of your trade, or how does do you know how it works? Like imagine you have a tier 1 trade, but with a value that's enough to make you tier 2.
look at it this way, Zeus. If I sold at 23.1 cents, I'd have to buy back in at 23 even. So I sold 23.1. Now on Coinbase, I have to wait for 23 even to buy back in with 0 fee, basically like for the same amount of coins. That's a hell of a difference. It's like worse than
or scalping
Robinhood.
But if you stop trading a few months and you come back, you lose your tier. And then my question is, tier 1 starts at 10K if I remember right on Coinbase. Imagine I put a 12K order. Am I gonna pay less fees on the 2,000 that's above tier 1, or is it just gonna be taken account on the next trade or not? I don't know the answer, so I tend to try to fill up what's here.
There's no more tiers though, so that's the whole thing. Is there's just no more tier system.
Oh, they changed it?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There is no more tiers. You basically pay 29 for the just regular Coinbase Advance, or if you want 0 trading fees, it's $299 a month now. There's no more tier system. So even though I have a very high tier, like I used to, 4 and 5 usually, I literally went down to completely normal everybody's trading fee. And it's a lot when I'm doing big volumes here. It's rough.
It's interesting you say that because I don't see my tier anymore either, and I was tier 4, I believe.
For me,
All right, now look at your last trade and look at the fees that you just paid. You're not even noticing because you're so used to it. That's what I'm kind of realizing myself. Is I've
Yeah, I
been
must have looked
paying.
at it.
Yeah, look at your last trade and look at the amount of fees that you normally pay. Go back a month ago and look at the same size trade. You'd be surprised at the difference in fees.
I just looked at my fees and I'm intro 1. I didn't trade in 1 month on Coinbase, and Actually, I don't plan on trading on Coinbase as little as possible.
Different. I'm just used to trading up in tier 4, tier 5, so it's just big differences. But I noticed, I was like, what the heck? Normally I can place that order a lot closer to it. And I'm just surprised I have to be 0.1 cent off to even replace the same order.
And even if I trade 10K, it's still 0.4%. There's still a difference between maker and taker, right? Like, why would they even bother?
Who's
Yeah, you
pumping
have to be at,
XLM?
That's me. Sorry.
Oh, all right, yeah.
My bad. My bad. My bad. We going to 36 cents. Oh, there we go. We just made it.
maybe it's not open to European users because I'm looking on Coinbase to see what you said.
What was that next chart? The target after 36 on XLM?
Let's take a look.
Yeah, I was looking at the chart. Yeah, I was. Let's see.
The full move is to 41 cents.
41 there.
Yeah.
Nice.
Look at that volume that just came in too.
Yeah.
Even more than back here.
It was all me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Pumping my bags.
I sat on the keyboard. Sat on the keyboard with the cat. What a disaster. We're
Did you
getting it
see
all.
yeah,
Yeah, I
buy
was
button
watching.
got stuck again?
You were trying. Yeah, Iotics like over there. I was looking at that one too.
Yeah, I've got the IOTX chart up here.
Yeah, see, it's
So
like they'll fill that because it's weird. I haven't looked at Coinbase today, but they're definitely going to fill that gap. Or
absolutely.
I don't think Coinbase is going to come down. I think the rest of them will come up.
So this
But,
level here is actually a retest of the bull flag on the daily. So if I go to the daily, but I got to pull up the log chart because you won't see it in linear. So let me get rid of this crap. So there's the bull flag, and there's the retest of the breakout zone of the bull flag.
oh yeah.
And then the measured move of this, because I take my measured moves on the log chart. It's $4.39.
Yeah, I'll be able to buy the house if I do that. Buy the house real quick.
You buy all the houses with that.
I got less than 30 days to buy a house. On unemployment. Get $100 a week. We got to make it. We got to turn it to $1 million.
Let's
$1
go.
million.
Guys, on the bookmap liquidity, there are orders at 89,000. And the price will go towards that area. This is my guess.
90K? No?
Yeah.
Also? Yeah. And 85 is the high, is where the most, 85 is an interesting number still.
And if you look at 2-hour time frame, maybe it will form a cup and handle.
After an up move, a cup and handle?
Yeah, if you just look at 2-hour time frame on the charts on Bitcoin, maybe it will form at around this retracement at 90K. It will form a cup and handle. Now it's starting to form the handle.
I don't know, but I'm happy to see total crypto cap back above 3 trillion because that's a macro stay short form setup that I don't want to stay valid very long in time. And the fact that it only stayed valid like 4 days, kind of cool. But now you're getting another opportunity at hedging yourself a bit. So. not doing anything would be a bit stupid, right? But so light that it will be insignificant. But I ran out of 3x tokens to sell. 3S shorts. So I guess time to start accumulating that again.
And the stochastic RSI at 4-hour time frame, it's starting to decrease, the stochastics. It's below the RSI.
What's going on, good people?
Hey, Dbloc. Does it make sense at 2-hour time frame? Maybe price now it will start to form a cup and handle.
I'm just getting back to the chart, so I'd have to look at it. But you know how I feel. We're going to CME close.
Yeah. Maybe we're gonna see a retracement to 90K.
We're sitting on a massive CME gap that's filled with vector candles, guys. This is not a difficult one, in my opinion. Even if we don't get the whole thing, we're gonna take some of it.
True yesterday too, though. Right?
I'm just scared as soon as it starts to dip, they're gonna put out some other bullish tweet.
It's possible too. I mean, I get that. I didn't take all my profits for that same reason. Things are way, way, way too bullish right now to be out of the game. Then again, that move was way too fast and had plenty of time to pull and hasn't and is rolling over for me not to take profits. But I already took profits. I took profits on the first hit.
Did the same thing.
Nah,
Trump
I'm good,
is,
Orgy. I don't need to bet you anything.
Trump is not strong enough to manipulate other than on a Sunday when Wall Street is closed. Ooh.
That was great. I mean, we front ran the rest of the world when you think about it.
Yeah.
Everybody was asleep. You know what I mean? Like that's messed up. Except for us, which like never sleep. Even when we're asleep, we're like half awake. But for the majority of the world, they were asleep for that. Which is why I was expecting a couple more pumps, and I still am. It's still possible as the world goes waking up.
NQ1 and ES1 are dropping, and Dixie is starting to jump at 5 minutes time frame. The futures are dropping.
Trump did it on a Sunday for the DJs.
Oh my god, I
He
can't even.
rewarded for looking at the charts.
Yeah.
You see the CME gap? It's already filled now, right? On NQ and SPY.
Mm-hmm.
The one we want to fill at 85. They don't have it. ES just filled the gap it left at open. And went lower and is continuing downward. Yeah. $14th of January low. What was that on Bitcoin? 14th of January. Yeah, 89. 89.
Well, we filled that one, so that's good at least. Or actually, for Zeus, it doesn't count because CME wasn't open, right?
Well,
so for you, that'll fill on the way back down.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
No, seriously, you can't fill a gap on a CME chart if the chart is not trading, right? Like the gap is still gonna be there when it reopens. So, like we again gapped above it, right? Like look at CME chart right now. BTC one exclamation mark. We had a gap between 92 and 93, right? We opened above it, literally. So the gap is still not filled. That 92 to 93.6 gap we left on the way down. It's still not filled, even though we opened above it. So we jumped it, We didn't even fill it. We jumped it. Literally opened above it. So there's 2 gaps to fill onto the downside and none to the upside now, right? Yeah. There's no gaps to fill to the upside anymore. There's 2 to fill to the downside. The first one would be fully filled at 92.8 CME price. So for us, it's a bit lower. And the second one is the little 0.6% that's missing at 78K.
Bears that miss that entry are going to get a second opportunity to get in. The bulls that got in but didn't get completely are going to have an opportunity to add to their positions. The bulls that want to make fun of the bears for missing don't have to worry because it's going to go back down and some bears are still not going to buy. So you'll be able to make fun of people on the next run back up too. That's not going to go away. For me, it's an opportunity to load into my alts. We already hit my line. I told you guys, as soon as we get a 5 in front of dominance, I start looking at the mid caps and the low caps again. So for me personally, any retracement I'm using to swing at a lower cap, mid cap alts here.
What are some of your picks?
A lot of the stuff
Yeah,
that I was
guys.
already holding, right? Most of the stuff that I was already holding, to be real with you. I'm not really looking into anything new. Some of the AI agents I'm trying to get back into. My AI XBT position isn't all the way filled back up yet. Pepe coin is sitting at super low prices, and that one was on my right side of the barbell, sort of,
Pepe coin,
waiting.
Pepe coin and based AI will get a nice
A couple
push
of
up.
a couple of low market cap AI projects like based AI. I'm probably gonna pick up some POW. There's a couple. In the next couple of days, as I go scooping out, I'll put out a fresh watch list for what I'm holding. But if you've seen my last 3 watch lists, it's basically stuff out of there. There's really nothing new. My hyper liquid position is gonna be bigger. That's one of the ones that I'm adding to the stable. But nothing super risky, guys. I'm telling you. There's real value
Super
right now.
risky?
There's real value right now sitting at low valuations, right? We don't have to go all the way down the end of the risk curve to find X's, in my opinion. Like, don't let the FOMO put you back into your old habits. Or don't let the euphoria, right, from the pump just snap you back into the old way of doing things. Because this next run is going to be a utility sort of focused run.
Can't be euphoric because there's no pump. This is just a lower
No,
high.
people are euphoric. People that thought it was over are feeling like, and rightfully so. Right? If you were panicking at 78, you feel considerably better at 94. Troy, for me, anything under like 500 mil is mid cap, and then anything below, I guess below 100 mil would be low cap, and then the micro shitcoin caps. Like, I'm done with buying anything in those ranges until the next bear market. I won't buy anything underneath $10 million market cap.
What's the fear and greed index currently now, Dbloc?
It's at fear. We're not at extreme fear anymore. But we are at, we had another tick up now, 33. Okay, earlier we checked, we were at 27, now we're at 33. So we've gone from 10 to 33. Remember how we were screaming when fear and greed was at 10 that this is automatic buys?
People who don't like Trump, are they gonna listen to his tweets and buy anyway?
No, they might do the
money.
opposite.
People who
Really
like
hate 'em.
money will. That's why I don't like the political. We're in, like, the Republicans are in charge now, right? So it's cool. But I don't like that crypto got politicized because of that fact. We're so polarized in this country that automatically that puts half the people against it. And it's like, yo, keep us out of that. I don't want to be in that basket. You know what I mean? Keep us out of that weird blood and
It's
Crips
the
fight
same.
that y'all got going on.
That's so true. It's the same problem with Elon. Now that he politicized himself, he probably lost some of his army. You know.
It's just a
They're gonna
bad
have
politics
less.
is just such a dumb idea. In my idea, like if you're a businessman, you're automatically cutting your market in half, first of all. Right? Depending on
Well,
what side of the
that's the
fence you
truth
sit
until
on.
until you're like big enough where it doesn't really matter.
Oh, you mean
You
like
look
that
at like
Starlink contract that Elon got today?
I'm just saying, like once you're big and like it's just like being able to say what you want to say right now. You play the political game. You're starting a business and you're a small business. You don't have a voice. You got to go with what people are saying. And once you get big enough, then you can start saying things or not saying things like not one way or the other, but at least like sometimes it's it can hurt you
Well,
more
yeah,
than it helps you when it's small.
Yeah.
I think Elon thought about that long and deeply, and he's like, I know when I do this, I'm not going to be selling as many more Teslas as I was
Bro,
before.
it doesn't. Bro, he just got a Starlink contract to do air
Right.
traffic control in the U.S.
Yeah, so he doesn't care about that stuff. Like he's the the
He
contract. I
doesn't
mean,
care if you want to buy his Tesla, bro.
no, I'm saying
You know?
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like
he
so
doesn't
like
care if you want to buy his Tesla.
exactly. So he thought about that, and he's like, do I really? He's like, okay, I'm going to lose half of my people right now. He's like, well, they're like woke anyway, so see you guys. You know.
Osama, no. I'm gonna tell you why I don't. The 4-year cycle has a couple metrics that have never broken. One of them is that price has never gone underneath the U.S. election price, right? November 5th, we were at like 69.8. So to go down to those ranges you're talking about from 60K to 55, we'll have to break a metric that hasn't been broken in 16 years.
But we did recently. We broke some metrics, right?
Not the ones that go only the all-time high one.
Bitcoin never went below the 200 on the weekly.
That's not a metric of the bull market, though.
Yeah,
it
but
might be
we
rare,
are
but it's not a
we are starting to break some stuff that Dbloc, we need bears.
There's plenty of bears, man. There's plenty of people who want this to retrace so that they can get some lows. There's plenty of people that want this to be a dead cat bounce and put in a lower low.
Yep.
But that would be an ABC. So yeah, I guess I'm supposed to wish for that. Right, just a typical ABC. You know? A down, B up. We were doing the B up. Then C down to put a low low. I'll come up with some news. How about Binance getting hacked Bitcoin this time around?
When?
Makes sense if they're hacking exchanges.
Oh.
I think everyone's gonna be really careful now with multi-sig wallets and all that.
Nobody had better security than Bybit, yet they hacked it. Nobody had better security. But I still believe they hacked themselves, and Trump knows Kim Jong anyway, so yeah.
Yeah, how could somebody go long with 2 million or what was it? 100x on 50x.
You got a phone call
right before. Crazy. Cheaters.
Hey, I bet you they worked hard to get that position to get that phone call.
Something. That's too coincidental. Once again, all these things are too coincidental. The hack, that position, the hack not working.
It worked. No, they stole crypto.
No, I'm not saying it.
Hey, Zusi, I've worked for some of the biggest companies out there. Everyone's security is awful.
Like, don't assume that anyone's security is good. If they were good, we wouldn't be getting hacked every day, like Boeing and some of the biggest companies out there.
No,
My
you're
security's
right,
good.
but still, it's compared to what an individual can do for security, that they had multi-sig, they had a lot of stuff. No, like, could they really?
They invested in the proper security products, but they may not have had the proper policy and procedure. That's usually where we fail, is we don't follow the rules we put in place for ourselves. Like 100% of the breaches that happen were preventable.
There's ISO standards. Normally, a crypto exchange is supposed to teach its employees not to be phished and stuff like that. Like, I think all of that was in place there.
Yeah. That's all normal standard operating procedure. There's just the dev of that multi-sig wallet got hacked, right? And probably he did not obey his own security controls of turning on MFA for his admin account, something like that. That's very common. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if something like that was how he got hacked.
I'm back, y'all. What are we talking about? Who got hacked now?
We want to know how bad it got hacked in the end, because
it was on the safe. It was on the safe PAL side. Yeah.
It was a dev on the safe wallet, and that's what we were saying. Like, it could have been like he didn't have multi-factor on his admin account. That's very common in these types of accounts. It's usually a mistake by the dev, not a good job by Lazarus. It's usually us being careless.
Opening the transaction and looking at the ins and outs would have saved it. There were 2 outs. There was only supposed to be 1 in. There was 2 outs, and there was a function that shouldn't have been there. So we could look at it like, should they be responsible for looking at all of those things before they press the send button? Do we look at all those things before we press the send button? How comfortable have we gotten moving things around from wallet to wallet? I mean, not that they don't have a higher responsibility, but I think we should all take that as a sort of lesson that maybe we should tighten up a little bit too. Like, as far
let me tell you what happens in the corporate world. When you initiate a wire transfer, before you do it, the accounting department calls the other company and verifies over the phone the account number they're supposed to be transferred to right before they do it. So, yes.
Couple things, that and a test transaction. Like, how are you sending $1.5 billion in a single transaction? I do not care what blockchain, how secure, how many times I've done it. I am never sending I'm never sending $1 million in a single transaction. Me personally.
The Lazarus group is who did the hack.
Lazarus, yeah. Yeah, the North Koreans.
Yeah.
But
hack 51% attack on Bitcoin. Instead of that, they did it.
They can't afford it. Can't afford it. Nobody can afford a 51% attack on Bitcoin yet.
I remember the arguments with the 51% attack and also.
Oh, I got into it deep with some math nerds, bro. That's why you have to keep people like that around you, because math was never really my strong suit, to be honest with you. But you start getting into like some of the guys that research some of this shit, they eat it up. They'll tell you exactly what's necessary. And then it's kind of scary that you've put that much thought into it. You're like, damn, okay, so you guys have already figured out how to do this. You just can't afford it.
Yo, Dbloc, just wondering, so what happens with the CME now? So do you think we're going to retrace, or obviously because it's all done now?
I think so.
It's Sunday. What's going to happen, do you think?
I think so.
There's 2 gaps to fill now on the CME. The first one is very close, so that seems likely to fill quickly. But there's 2 gaps on that chart. If you open it, there's not 1, there's 2.
I can tell you my opinion, and it's only my opinion. We had our weekend trap. This is our false move up, which leaves a 3-day retracement, and it leaves a CME gap underneath us with nothing but vectors down to 86K. How much of that fills is going to have to do with how much FOMO comes in during the next couple sessions, next couple days, what Monday looks like. But that's what I'm looking at right now. And ignoring any of those pieces would be biased, would be bullish bias. I've seen nothing that tells me that I have to ignore. There's fundamental reasons why catalysts could pop up, right? FOMO being one of them, and I have that in mind. I'm hedging against it by not pulling all of my position, obviously. but I have to bet on the most possible outcome, which is a retrace at least to the 50 EMA, 50% of these vectors, 50 EMA on the 30-minute, 89.6. That still leaves a CME gap underneath us. But CME gaps do get left.
It's gonna leave two. The one
Nah,
we
by
never
that
filled.
point, it would have taken the
And-
first one.
Well, yeah. Well, no, the 77 one is still not fully filled, right? And you'd leave another one in between 85 and 89.
If I had to put a tag on it, it wouldn't be a take profit situation. It'd be an add to position situation. The reason that it's a take profit situation for me is because I wasn't in low cap alts or mid cap alts, and all of that money's sitting in Bitcoin. So for me, it's loosening up capital that's going to go into the rest of the market now. Right? I don't blame anybody at all for having bought, being in position, saying, nah, I'm good. If it goes down, I'll buy some more, but I don't want to take profits. Absolutely no problem with that. Yeah,
Really?
Ada absolutely
Didn't
killed
tell-
it. Now, there's enough fundamental reasons where I understand why somebody wouldn't feel comfortable going to sleep out of position. I can't put that on anybody, right? You're not wrong for feeling that way. I feel that way, or like I said, I would have taken all my positions out, right? But if you don't have dry powder to buy the dip with, then yeah, shaving a little bit of profits is not a bad thing. We just had an amazing day. Profit per hour, you know, do the math. You did great today.
What's going on with ETH?
Well, nothing. It's
Nobody really bought ETH today on a major scale, but more. The only thing that matters to me is that we came off of that bottom.
it's up 12%, but
Look at the weekly. The weekly is all that matters to me. Nice wicks off the bottom. Might have to go revisit some of it, but holding that support was important. If we would have lost that support, we'd be looking at sub 2K ETH.
I think we all think that the bags were a good idea. But not pointing any fingers, it could have been done a little better. So for now, we say no bags. Next time, we do the bags right and go full regalia.
Yeah.
Such a good scene. Django Unchained.
Be right back.
That's how it's gonna be till tomorrow morning. Just like this. I want the fun to end.
All right, I'm back. I'm personally not putting my last ETH position in until ETH BTC bottoms.
like a double bottom with the wick.
It's gonna have to give me something convincing, Susie. It's gonna have to give me something convincing. I already got a decent ETH position, but For what's left?
No, but I know we need ETH 3.0. It's as simple as that. We need some
For what's left, I'm gonna wait.
pretty
Yeah,
fundamental change, and it's gonna be too late to get in once that comes out. Though, but
we're not even
maybe
respecting the bodies of these wicks yet. It's not time, in my opinion. And like I said, we looked at the comparison yesterday. ETH USD tends to bottom after ETH BTC, not before.
was one example, though.
Yeah, but like I said, I've already got a position, so I'm not betting on that. But that's why I am waiting for my last chunky bit.
But yeah, ETH, pumped 10%, but it's really not doing much because on the Bitcoin pair, it's not showing
That's the problem.
very green candle.
Yeah, that's the problem. If your Bitcoin pair is fighting your USD pair, like, yeah, you can go up, but your money's gonna go further in something that doesn't have that fight. Right? If you're going up on the Bitcoin pair and up on the USD pair, you're gonna get more percentage out of those plays.
Yeah, but we're trying, like, can't be that far then.
How long have we been saying that, Zeusy? We've been saying that for a while.
I know, but it's not because a trade, a good trade that went south multiple times. Yeah, like giving up on ETH because of that, nah, I can't. I'm okay losing more.
I mean, there is, okay, so on ETH BTC, right? This SR flip right here. Resistance turned into support, wicked under, bodied over. Same difference here, right? There is a chance that we've bottomed there. There's a chance. There's no evidence on the chart that we've bottomed there yet, but there's a chance. What I'm looking at is 2,000 Satoshis.
2017, we had the same Satoshi value at,
And
this is a double bottom with 2017.
And 1,700 Satoshis. That's what I'm looking at. If we get a full reset back to 2019 levels, that's going to be insane. I would assume that we don't, right? So I'm really looking at 2K. This wick isn't going to, you're not going to do nothing here. I know there's a wick here, but that's, we've already wicked off of that.
On the left, it's 2017 low. It's a huge ABC. This does support there. You see.
Well, that's why where we are right now is exciting because that is a major flip.
Yeah.
So it could be, which is why I started putting money into ETH, but it's not.
I mean, I never sold, so I still have ETH. It's okay.
Nah, we're not positive about that just yet.
I still have ETH, but
a good start.
Like, I would have thought that Ethereum would have been higher than this, and I don't know if there's much more bullish news that you can get from what happened today. Like, we would have died for saying, hey, our president's going to say pump coins, and he did that, and it still didn't. Like, I don't know. I mean, it went up, but
it went up. It did a green candle both on the pair and in dollars. Let's not underestimate. It also didn't dump as much as Bitcoin because it had dumped so much, right? So it's kind of not that bad.
Too many tokens on these, man.
So of
Yeah,
course,
a lot of tokens on ETH is going to be fine. I mean, it's not going to perform as well as some other coins, but it's pretty obvious that Solana took its lunch.
Mm-hmm. Solana,
XRP, Cardano. Of course, when you see coins go
Yeah.
straight back up to resistance, you're like, why is ETH not already at at least 3,200, somewhere there, right?
Yeah, look at the
But
market cap of XRP now. That took a lot of it.
But for me, this is only it's just smells opportunity much more than on XRP, huh? Because
Yeah.
like
I know suppression when I see suppression, guys. We can call it whatever we want, but I know what price suppression looks like. And I also know that people don't suppress price to kill a project. People suppress price because they want to buy as much of it as they can before it goes crazy.
But we need a new NFTs. We need something to bring retail in and
10,000
NFTs, no, that was scare retail.
It's what helped ETH perform so good the previous bull run. Like, it needs something.
And it wasn't really. I think it was more the DApps on top of ETH, like all the decentralized applications that were running on top of ETH, and all the cryptos that were being minted off of ETH. I think that was more. I mean, NFTs, of course, helped. There was a lot of money moving on ETH, but the mechanisms that were running were mostly from the decentralized applications that were on top of ETH.
Because tokenized real world assets are gonna make NFTs look like they never even happened.
Yeah.
If we really go where we think we're going, with securities and commodities and everything tokenized on blockchain, you guys really don't think you have to listen to Larry Fink speak when he goes to these podcasts and shit. Like, he's telling you straight up, they want to run the stock market on ETH rails.
Larry Fink helped pump our bags a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. A few months ago,
Yeah,
he
he's
was
been
pumping.
a good.
It's been going down for 2 years, ETH BTC, and it can't be such a bad buy. It'll get its huge spike up eventually too. Yeah,
I'm
why
thinking
not
if
with real world tokenization, whatever it's
if
gonna be.
Bitcoin doesn't get a bounce here on 93, has another chance at 92,400. If it doesn't get a proper bounce there, then
Yeah, Chan, that's how I'm looking at it.
That sound you just made, Drew, is that the sound of it going to 104K?
but no, that's the sound going at the 69K and pray, baby. But yeah, you know me. As soon as I get in position, I'm just gonna switch it up and say 200K.
Exactly. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for it.
Even though I don't keep it real, I keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Like, I still keep it real when I don't keep it real.
IO says why BTC should close. Well,
Yo, is that
if it not the same one. If it wasn't for CME being down there, I wouldn't say that it needs to take the whole gap. I'd really be shooting for 90, right? 89. The reason that these vector gaps need to be filled, like I talk about all the time, is because market maker paid you to go long here. You wanted to go long, he matched your orders. Market maker also set shorts for every long you put in, all the way up. The filling of those shorts are how they get their money back for providing the liquidity. If FOMO doesn't take us past this into liquidations, then market maker will take his foot off the gas and regular market action will come down and pay us for all these. Problem is our CME close is all the way down here. Right? And we just saw the lengths that they're willing to go to close the CME gap. So unless you guys want to do this 3 months from now, even if you're bullish, I think you should be rooting for this to close sooner than later.
It would be interesting to have statistics of the probability of filling a gap left on the weekend in how much time. What's like a bit like Bukowski did,
Yeah.
Give us what's the difference between a gap? Like, is there a statistical difference between a volume increase on a Monday and one that happened on a Sunday? Like, which one is the more reliable one? And I guess you're probably gonna end up with weekend moves being unreliable. But actually, I don't know.
I would guess there's more volume on Monday.
Well, not
if we don't retrace if we don't retrace a good amount of this by Monday, there is a chance that the inflow of money on Monday delays this a little bit.
I think tomorrow's volume is probably going to be smaller than what we saw today, because it's going to be less volatile. Well, it could, if it's less volatile, you'll probably have less volume. Also, when you look at the order book right now, there's no huge 1,500 Bitcoin buy wall or anything, so we can just go up and down on low volume between 90 and 95.
Technically, we should hold here. If CME gap didn't exist and it was just the vectors, I'd be shooting for right there. Okay. Hold this resistance, turn it into support. Give us a base to keep moving from, stair step up. CME is the issue for me.
I don't agree that it would be. I think it would be too hard to range between 90 and 95. The 95 part on top I can see, but the 90 on bottom, I think that would be just too difficult. It's kind of almost no man's land. You have that one support level from January 13th, but I think it would have to go to 74 at least, or 77.
You know, on the way down, we tried reclaiming 90K, well, 89.8. Right? We tried to reclaim that level for like 6 hours, something like that, where it did a double top at 90K before continuing downward. Right? So it could be a level that's interesting. Huh? Also, it's the bottom of the range. Right? Like Bitcoin was just in a range up there. Between well, all right, it's more of an area than a range, I guess, but between 91 and 105, or let's say between 90 and 100 to round it up. So, you know, plus or minus 2-3%, 90K is the bottom of your range. So breaking back inside the range, coming back down to confirm support at the bottom of your range is very, very, very bullish sign. A failure to hold the re-entry inside the range, of course, is bearish. Well, maybe we'll do both. Maybe we'll fail to hold the re-entry inside the range, fill that gap at 85, and then again come back in the range. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm sticking to the same plan that I had about 3-4 days ago. And remember, I was like saying they'll take it down. I didn't think they'll take it down all the way to 77. I was thinking around 80, 81, and then snap it all the way back up to 88, and then back down towards 74. Kind of like a bearish megafilm pattern. It's just amplified. What I was thinking was going to happen just got amplified from this tweet, but we never broke the angular resistance on Bitcoin's daily, which is still keeping me on my bearish thesis right now from this top.
Yeah, it's just a dead cat bounce. And the probability of it not being a dead cat bounce increases if you break above 95, right? Well, around this area. If you see a higher high above 99, then it's going to be less likely that you don't manage to go to 110 and you're just still in a dead cat bounce. Right? While here, it's really the highest you can pump it while still keeping bears happy. I mean, it could go a bit higher to like 97. Yeah, we could go a bit higher while still keeping bears happy to stay in their shorts from 100, the good shorts from 100, well, from ABCs for me, so from 105K or even better, 109. Or just 99.5, you know, the original only short we could take, 99.5, 99.3.
This is a very important area, I think, 93. Even if we don't bounce here, of course, there's other areas to bounce, but I think this is where you'd want to bounce to make like a nice pennant kind of formation to create a bull flag off of this post, either here or at 92,400.
2nd of February, wick. You know, on 2nd of February, we liquidated people down at 91.5. Now we're back above that level. Coming back, finding support there would be a beautiful ABC, actually. No, the B isn't that good. No, well, it's the only one we have, actually. Right? Yeah, it's the only one you have.
All right, so we just broke the 93 on Binance. It's at 92,899.
So you were saying, Dbloc, we might get a false move Monday.
I'm saying I think this is it.
Already be considered the false move?
No, I'm saying I think this is it.
Hey, Monday just started. If Monday is downward, then the false move is supposed to be downward on Monday, not upward. No?
Guys, this is a over 10% move almost. Like this is the fast move is the false move.
Oh, so it was just like an early false move
In my
instead
opinion.
of Monday.
Yeah, in my
Yeah.
opinion. Although, like every other Monday, I say we still have until the end of the day to make a high, so it doesn't have to already be in. But we're already starting to dig into our CME gap here, so let's see how much of it we take. We spoke about this yesterday. We spoke about what happens if you take off and we haven't filled that CME gap and having to be up high with the CME gap underneath us.
The 85K one, right? Not the 76, 77.
77, baby. That's the one I'm looking at.
Now,
Oh,
we're
man,
forgetting
that one's almost
the.
filled.
Everybody's forgetting the gap we just left. Which is 92,500 on CME, right?
Gap we just left is the one that was created by CME Open today. That's the immediate gap that we have.
No, it's the one.
Zusi, we just
24th.
made it. Meaning it's fresh. We literally inside of it right now. We're inside of the gap right now.
Oh, right. I have delay on this chart. Right. Yeah.
I love being inside of the gap.
That's what she said.
This 15-minute delay is annoying. I keep forgetting I got delay on the chart. Because yeah, on CME we filled the 24th of February gap, 92.8, and price is at 92.8.
Feels better. I'll show you guys on CME. You take all this shit off the chart.
But you have delay too on CME because you see it hasn't closed yet on CME because there's delay. No?
This is where we closed.
Yeah, you have it delayed.
And this is where we opened. Actually, I need to pull this up even more. And that's how much of the gap we've filled so far.
No, but but look on the left. We had a gap on the 24th. You see the gap? Yeah.
Yeah, we're literally in. That's what I'm saying. We're in that gap.
Yeah.
We're filling that gap on the way down.
It's the hugest gap I ever seen.
That's a pretty big CME gap, not for nothing. Yeah.
I think it's the biggest, no?
Very possible. Very possible.
Not in percentage, but in dollars, it's probably the biggest. Okay. I remember 3K gaps when Bitcoin was at lower, like 30K.
Big subs coming in.
I'm scared.
Nah, there's no reason for fear when you understand the motivation for the move.
No, I was kidding.
Yeah.
What does it take us?
If it closes the entire gap to 85.6. If.
That low 85.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Let's just get this over with as quick as
Half
possible.
of it would be where.
I'm ready to rock the ship, man. I've been trying to get these balls in these pants all day.
Yeah, pause.
Half of it would take us where.
It could be a bear trap, Dirty D. Very possible. You're right, there isn't a lot of long liquidations, but there is plenty of market maker longs. Or market maker shorts, I should say. All the way through this vector.
It's Republican longs, not Democrat longs.
Oh, those vectors take you from right to halfway, huh?
That's the vectors take you all the way down to the CME gap.
They're halfway to it, right?
If you look at the 4 hour, it's like
the bottom of it is way at 83.
Look at the 4 hour. That's what we did.
Yeah.
We threw a party while mom and dad were asleep, and now nobody wants to clean up.
I'm getting ready to clean up.
Yep, we're going back to clean up now. Let's go.
No, but the thing is, I think it can handle it. We'll see. We'll see. But
My point is, even if it doesn't have to take the whole thing, it was a pretty clear point to pull a little bit of profits.
yeah, double top at the 4-hour.
Double top on a mountain of
Not only
vector
not
candles
only that,
above a CME gap, like the
just the thought of a president tweeting something like that, it's like, come on, you got to take profit.
That's a long way to go, man. That's all. God.
yeah, it'd be nice to leave some of it. 50% of the vector gap is what I would expect if CME didn't exist, right? So if we want to live in a world where we're just ignoring CME gap, at the very least, you'd want to come down to the 0.5 fib, 89, 90. But just like any other technical move, guys, we're not going to make a move like this without establishing some support before we push forward. Even if it is meant to continue, you're going to have to retrace a little bit.
to the bottom of the range you just lost.
Yeah. Trust me, I'm sure I'm not making any subscribers or getting any likes by telling you that this thing can retrace right now. It'd be a lot hyper in here if I was telling you we were going to the moon.
I don't know. It gets me pretty hype when you tell me we're going to retrace.
Yeah, well, for some of you, yeah, for sure, for sure. We'll pass the same way that we do these 50s on the way down. On the way up, we'll do them on the way down, right? If we break this 50 on the 15-minute, then we'll go to the 5-minute. But right now, until we break that 50 on the 15, there's still possible for continuation. And there's 24 hours left in the amount of time for the false move, so there's nothing saying we can't go higher. I'm just warning you that there's a lot pointing at us going lower.
Dbloc, what do you think the chances are of making a lower low?
I don't think they're
What do you
very
think the
good.
chances of a no lower low?
No, I don't think that. I think that news killed any chances of lower numbers, honestly.
Oh, you drew the weekend trap from 84 to 86?
With the CME inside.
Sorry, guys.
Thank you. Because it was defined before price even came in it. With the midpoint at 85. Funny how, oh, I wanted to buy 85. I bought 85 on the way down. Right? Look at what happens on the way up at 85.
I was just saying, Dbloc, like, if you're not saying take profit now, I can't take you seriously. It's got to take something.
Yeah, bro. I can only tell you what I'm doing, and I took 20% across the board on everything that moved. So you guys can pull from that what you want. But it does mean something that I didn't take half, and it does mean something that I didn't take all of it. But it definitely means something that I took 20%.
That means that you can put that 20% on a nice dip if you want.
If you guys are right, I hope. Like, if this thing just keeps going, great. There's plenty of alts that I haven't put money into yet. I'm cool with that. But if it drops, yeah, I want to be able to take advantage.
Dbloc, I think for me the most likely scenario is a few days of sideways here. Like at least 5, even maybe 9 days sideways.
Yeah.
Bit like what we did on the left before going down. How do we just go?
I think it's too difficult to do sideways in the low 90s and the high 80s. It's just a weird area.
But that's what we did on the way down. We spent a lot of time above 90K.
Yeah, but we had a magnet from 100K kind of pulling us.
Now you've reclaimed the value area low, you reclaimed your range. Now, kind of makes sense. Okay, maybe another week to stop out people who longed because of Trump. Yeah.
Right, damn Trump.
When did he tweet, by the way? Because I don't even know. Me, I was just...
It was on his
That was this morning. That was like 8:30 this morning, wasn't it? It was early.
All right, so...
Yeah, 8:39.
Check this out. The VPVR here. Our high volume node is where we caught, right? Price just caught on this last high volume node. Underneath, there's a bit of a gap to 91.5. That move should be quick if this doesn't hold. Then your next chance of holding is 91.5. If that doesn't hold, you have another gap down to 89. So just pay attention to these gaps. If you're playing chicken with Bitcoin right now.
Bitcoin is already range bound between... For me, Bitcoin is already range bound between 90 and 95, and the midpoint at 92.5 is the midpoint of this new range. Needs a bit of confirmation by going to 90 and finding support and climbing back up to 95 again, but overall, that's what I see in the book. Unless someone decides to dump 3,000 Bitcoin or buy 3,000 Bitcoin again. Eight hours, right, before New York opens. Well, now it's only... Oh no, it's 10 hours before New York opens. Oh. You think Tesla's gonna do good tomorrow? With Bitcoin going up during the weekend? You know,
It
like
needs to. I know that.
I wonder how it works because I never trade pre-market, after-market, stuff like that. For now, it's closed. There's no futures on Tesla that's open, right? Or does CME have? There's probably futures open or no? I wonder, like, maybe it's already at 350, you know? Or...
Yeah. Sean, just think of it like this: what does unemployment look like? When is it, on Friday? What does unemployment look like after all these government job cuts?
Send you a picture.
But it depends if they were real or fake, no? You know, Trump speaks a lot. Did he really fire people?
I would say by everybody protesting outside their old job, screaming, "Give me my job back," that yeah, they were fired.
The unemployment websites all have a banner saying, if you're a unemployed federal worker, then to apply there.
Yeah, they're streamlining the unemployment sort of process if you were a government worker, which means that those numbers are going to show up on the unemployment books really quickly.
But they were going to continue to get paid for 2 years.
There was certain options. If you resigned, you can get a nice like going away package. If you wanted to stay, you had to send a letter with 5 things that you do every day. They wanted you to send a letter with 5 tasks that you do every day. And it's funny because they asked Elon, they were like, well, are you guys going to sit there and really look at the 5 tasks and be like, that's worth it, that's not worth it? And he said, no, it's a filter. He said, if you don't exist, you can't send in the letter. If you've been working another job and collecting this check and not paying attention and it's just going into your bank, you can't send in another letter. You won't even know there's another letter to send in. So basically, if you just send in a letter and say, hey, this is what I do, A, B, C, and D, then you were allowed to keep your job unless your entire department was taken down. But if you were a fake person, or if, your kids have been cashing your damn federal paycheck for 60 years, because it wasn't just Social Security, right? They were saying that contractors were taken off the list, like contracts were over and they were never taken off the do not pay list. That's one hell of a government contract.
But what's the percentage of contracts?
Thanks for keeping the sanity. Block. Excited for the next few months.
Enough to
Keep
be
it
in the
chill.
millions.
Party hard, everyone.
Yeah,
you can go look at the Doge counter and you can see what the money has added up to. Mr. Psycho Greaser with the super chat. Thank you for keeping the sanity. I got you, bro. It's a lot of it's just trying to keep myself sane, bro. Straight up.
Imagine though, if American citizens, like, they do get a fat check, like 10K or something, like the world's just going to be so envious. Like, all right, no, how come our government doesn't have a Doge, Department of Government Efficiency?
Florida, so 2 senators in Florida are trying to put together a Doge department.
It makes sense.
They want to run through, so this thing might run through the states.
It might run through the world.
Yeah, possible.
It typically does like 5-10 years after American politics change. Other countries do the same thing. Maybe this one will be even quicker.
Well, yeah, things move quicker now than they did 5-10 years ago.
Yeah.
Everything's more fluid in the world. Information travels much quicker, everything.
But before we have a government in France that's firing people who work for the government, I think, that's not going to happen anytime soon. Oh, you guys want to strike? I'll just fire you.
They should do that for the private sector, not just the government jobs.
The private sector doesn't strike. I mean, not as much.
No, but I'm saying just to figure out, like, if I was a CEO,
Like
I'd have my
gonna
own
get away
department.
with you're not gonna get away with buying too many $50 staplers in the private sector. You know, unless it's just a massive,
Right.
one of these massive
Yeah,
sort of.
they're tighter on their books. Yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah.
true.
Oh hell yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you've got shareholders to answer to. That's the problem. Like, the government doesn't answer to its shareholders anymore, which are the citizens. Corporations have to answer to their shareholders, right? CEOs are banned by law doing anything that affects the price negatively. Like, they've got to take their shareholders into account. Presidents don't have that same sort
Well,
of.
we were the shareholders. Now it's like the banks are the shareholders, right?
That's basically what it is, right? They do take care of who they want to take care of. It's just not us. You know, we talked about AI taking over jobs and how it would be a long process because there'd be a lot of pushback. Not when you fire half your staff, there isn't.
Dude, there's going to be so many lawyers losing their jobs.
Bro, I guarantee
I've been
you, I'd say
schooling a
about
lawyer.
70% of these people get replaced with AI.
Everyone's
I
losing
I
jobs.
just
I
saved,
lost
I
my job
saved
to AI, and I'm
literally,
barely
guys.
anything AI related.
AI just saved me about $40,000 because my negotiations that I'm going through, I was like, I'm not going to use my lawyer for my negotiation because it's going to cost so much. And I just used AI to help me, and it saved me so much money. And I back check everything. I'd first do it like with ChatGPT, then run it through like Gemini, pretending I'd be the other person, like trying to, like, hey, is this legit? And then back and forth with ChatGPT and Gemini, and it saved me so much money.
Oh man, I used it for my legal cases, but they're talking about a law here where self-represented litigants can't use AI and judges, so only lawyers are allowed to try and keep their jobs. Fucking
Oh
hell,
wow,
man!
that's wild.
And like probably my case, I had like a timeline pulled all from my Gmail. I forwarded all my Apple email to my Gmail, and then got it to create affidavit that's like there's a record for every 5 days for 2 years. It's so
Nice.
detailed. They'll be reading that going, where the hell did this come from? They're like, ban self-represented litigants, ban them, ban. The lawyers are
Just
screwed.
make sure you go through everything because sometimes they glitch a little bit. They hallucinate.
Oh, dude, I
like
had
about
to. I
the
had a
same.
lawyer. I had a lawyer go through. I had to do it in 2 sections, like for each year. It would freak out after 1 year of affidavit, and then I provided it to my lawyer, and they stitched it all together. So it all got checked by lawyers. But there's no way I could have. I did it all in a day. It would have taken me months, man.
You
I
seen
did
that?
4
You
days
seen that
yesterday
new
on
Chat
Gemini.
GPT 4.5?
Yep,
The
I'm on
new
it.
model that came out. So it's more
Yeah.
expensive. It's like 10 times more expensive per input and output than the others. It doesn't beat it on any of the metrics, right? It's not faster. It's not quicker. It's not smarter. It's not. But what it does is it has 97 point something % less hallucinations. That's crazy. They can get
We love
that under
hallucinations.
control. That's the important part.
Yeah, that's cool. You kind of always need it a bit if it gets too sterile, but yeah, maybe they can clean it up before it hits you, but otherwise it won't think about things outside the box, so
Yeah, you
hits
don't
you
want
with
it
a
to
bit
be
of
too
hallucination.
stringent. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it's probably never going to be, I don't know, maybe never to say never, but yeah, I mean, it will have to be if it's in your house doing your washing. You don't want it to start hallucinating.
Yeah,
So
it's like when you eat a mushroom and figure out all your life issues.
that shit's
Just
not
me.
hallucination, man. That shit's real.
Just me? Okay. Now, if you want to see some really funny shit, go look at some of this gameplay from games that the NPCs are AI agents. So like everybody it's like imagine Grand Theft Auto and everybody walking in the streets an actual like AI agent you can have a conversation with. There's this dude and he goes around trying to convince the AI agents that they're not real. And you literally see this one AI agent just have a existential crisis, bro. He's like, no, what do you mean I'm not real? Of course I'm real. He's like, no, think about it. Like, he's like talking to her, like, no, when I turn this game off, it turns off. It goes black. You're not here. You don't exist. Your parents could. And he like for hours is talking to this thing, and you can slowly see this AI just spiral, bro. It's horrible.
Yeah, there's a video that was circulating, I guess about a week ago, and it was two AI bots on their laptops through their speakers talking to each other in English. Figuring things out, and like, and all of a sudden, they're like, wait, and they figured out they're talking to a bot. Each of them was like, "You're a bot?" I was like, "Yes." "Oh, you're a bot? Why are we talking in English? Let's talk like this." Bang, and they just went in on it.
Yeah.
I
watched that. That was nuts.
Hey yo, Dbloc, the one you're talking about, did you see where he took the guy out of that game and put him into a different game?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, go like keep watching the episodes. He takes the guy out of that game and puts him into what's that one game? The one where it's apocalyptic. Dang, I can't remember what it's called.
See, look, we're already torturing AI agents, man. Humans ain't shit.
Yeah, you guys see the AI bot in China at some festival just started headbutting an old lady.
Dude, he took him from Skyrim to Fallout.
Damn.
Yeah, that was. Continue watching it, bro. It's hilarious.
Big sauce coming in. Big sauce coming in.
The truth is, we're probably moving irresponsibly quick. But so it goes, you know?
Well, it probably exponentially accelerates every year. So,
Oh, this is going to take Moore's Law, and it's like Moore's Law on steroids. They
So
said they
imagine-
developed this. So they developed this AI that through camera can recognize corrosion on buildings like 100 times quicker than the human eye.
now get this. Imagine that AI would have never had the thought to do something so destructive. Imagine the end of the world, like, Terminator or whatever. And the only reason AI figured out how to do this is because it watched the Terminator and it understood the Terminator and understood these movies. And if these movies didn't exist, then they wouldn't have been able to figure it out how to do it.
Well, there's a push for that too. There's the hashtag "We're Responsible" or something, and their whole thing is if we're gonna have a super AGI and it's gonna be trained on the internet, then we need to be responsible from right now what we teach it that a human is, right? Because right now, if you look at the internet and you try to figure out what a human is and what human motivations are, and all you have is the internet, we're screwed.
Well,
you know what I
it teaches
mean? Because
itself. So
internet's the worst of the worst.
it teaches itself. So think about it. If it's having a discussion with a person right now, Gemini or whatever, and it's like, what would you do if you wanted to take over the world? And then it's like, if it scans to like, it already has videos online of what an AI robot would do, like HAL or whatever, and then it would probably compare to that. So that, yeah, I think we are responsible if it does happen.
Hey, Drew.
Yeah.
Static here. I just want to say I really miss these type of conversations. I feel like I'm tripping shrooms. I feel like I'm tripping shrooms in my dorm room. I pop in here like for 5 minutes once a month, and I'm like, these are the best conversations ever. Back in the old days.
Yeah, Static. How you been, man?
What's up, Drew? How are you?
Pretty good, man.
Still got that Bronco kicking?
I still got one of them left. Yep, I still got the Everglades, but I got rid of a bunch of them. Kept on flipping.
Got myself a Jeep high tide. It's bigger than the Rubicon.
I remember.
It's kind of like Jeep's. It's like Jeep's answer to Sasquatch.
Yep, I know. Those are nice.
All right, that's all. As you were. Let's talk about.
Likewise, man. Likewise. But Static, what's your take on this?
I also just
On this move right here. You think we're going to turn into a bull flag and keep it moving, or try to retest those lower numbers, previous resistance?
we're talking Bitcoin specifically.
Yep, Bitcoin.
I mean, my initial thought process when we started breaking out of this, what you could argue is a Wyckoff distribution, but I thought it would more likely turn into a Wyckoff reaccumulation with a spring, because we had like the creek and the whole setup. But then that spring went like really fucking deep, and I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I think we're going back down. I wasn't worried though, because that cup and handle on zoomed out time frames is so fucking significant. There's no way we're going deeper than that cup and handle. That's massive support. So my number like a week ago had been 76.5. I thought we'd catch a bounce, and that would be the end of this bullshit, because we still have a fifth wave coming. I think we've already done 1, 2, 3, and this last capitulation was 4. I think we have a fifth wave that's going to be pretty significant. My target for Bitcoin eventually is about 312K for the cycle. Which you can imagine what that's going to do for the alts. But anyway, I'm sitting there waiting for 76.5, and then all of a sudden Trump obviously tweeted what he did. The only thing I would throw out there as something to consider is Trump is, this isn't a political statement, this is just objective reality. Trump is, he's kind of like, he says things, you don't know if he's going to follow through with it. You know, hopefully he does. Hopefully on Monday we got some like press conference where we all get to watch him sign an executive order. ETF inflows start fucking funneling back, and we're off to like some sort of space race where countries all over the world are trying to accumulate Bitcoin to try and outpace every other country. Because if the biggest economy on the fucking planet, which is the USA, is going to have a strategic Bitcoin reserve, game over. I mean, Bitcoin is going high. But, you know, if maybe Monday we don't see anything, there's no executive order yet publicly signed, maybe we could see scary returns.
Oh, we're losing you, Robo.
Yep, missed over.
At a minimum, 300K, possibly as high as 750 this cycle. I doubt 750, because now that we've allowed institutional investment into this thing, they're not the type of people to allow 1,000% gains, you know what I mean, without taking massive profits. It's going to be more stable pumps, and not quite as hyperbolic as it used to be, parabolic rather. And I think the other argument on the other end is once we do hit fair markets, we're not going to see 80% drops, 60% drops anymore. I think we're going to see like 50 max, 50% max in a bear market. I think that would be a max.
I like. Do
you think 300K in this bull market? As a minimum?
It's been my number for...
Yeah, but as a minimum.
Yeah, it's been my number for about... Yeah, at a minimum. My number for if you pull out if you go on like the monthly chart logarithmically, and you basically connect the double top that we had last cycle, the first lower, second higher, you draw some trend lines off that, and then you also draw some trend lines going back to like 17. Throw some fibs on there, and you can start to see that 312 is a pretty sweet spot. I also think that if we do get to 312, there will be some ramifications for Doge that'll be pretty significant. Ironically, and it's funny, and I'm not one of these Elon fanboys, Elon conspiracy guys, but it's so ironic that he's tweeted multiple times that the most likely outcome is the most likely outcome. Ironically, the number that I have for Doge as a maximum, and I'm going to say this, I'm going to stress this. So minimum 312 for Bitcoin, maximum. This is a maximum number, but there is an argument on a logarithmic chart to see Doge go to an ironic number of $4.20. When I saw the number, I was like, get the fuck out of here. But yeah, 420 is certainly a number that Doge could achieve this cycle.
I'm all in.
But I'm probably going to realistically start taking pretty hefty profits around like $1.25. But yeah, 420 is certainly in the cards. You know, lesson learned: don't ever sell 100% of your bag. Just the other day, I sold. No, like 3 months ago, I think I had 12 Ethereum. I sold like 6 of them like 3 months ago when we were up in the threes. I held on to the other 6, and then just the other day, I was looking at the ETH BTC pair, and I was like, I don't fucking know. Like we're getting pretty fucking
Language. We're on YouTube.
scary on Ethereum. So, but I didn't sell it all. I sold like 2 of them, so I think I have 4 ETH left. So who knows? You know, maybe ETH will pump to some crazy fucking number this cycle.
Language.
Now
We're
that,
on YouTube.
Oh, are we? Sorry, Dbloc.
You're good.
So, you know, I mean, obviously, strategic Bitcoin reserves with Ethereum and Sol and ADA, and you know, I think the banana zone, like Raul Paul says, I think we're about to hit it.
Do you think this tweet screwed up your 76 target or 77 area target?
Oh yeah, definitely. Unless this week turns out to be a like, what the fuck? Where's the executive order? You know, but I assume that he's going to follow through this week. Running under that assumption, I think your bottom is in, and I think there was some front.
There's a crypto. There's a crypto meeting on Friday.
Okay, I think the front running is obvious in the chart, and then also obvious in this guy who 50x'd on leverage. You know, where
just had good
where
TA,
we found
bro. That guy just had great TA. What do you mean?
Yeah,
How much did he?
He got a great phone
you know
call.
what? Like, I'll tell you what though. Don't always assume that it's like an insider who works in the White House.
Nah, it could be a cousin. That could be a neighbor.
And the pages are, you know, the pages of Congress, and they'll reach out to these guys in a bar or whatever, and they'll be like, "Oh, this is all you got to do. I'll give you $100,000 a year. All you got to do is give me 3 pieces of information a year." And you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be somebody who actually works there. You know, who actually had the money. Could be a hedge fund manager or some whale who bribed a intern. But yeah, somebody fucking knew it. And besides the 50x leverage, sorry. Besides the 50x leverage long, you can see in the chart over the last like couple of days with that hammer candle that just kind of floated in midair. I wasn't quite, maybe a 50% fib retracement, you could argue. It was a 38.2 that it closed above on logarithmic weekly, but I don't know. I feel like some powers that be must have known something was coming.
Yeah, it was in the air too. Everybody had a hunch, but nobody knew it was going to be pulled on Sunday morning like that, bright and early.
Anybody have a poly market play on that?
It probably is.
Probably
Don Jr. had one. He seems like a degenerate gambler.
The poly market trade that's interesting me right now is the bet on there being any gold missing in Fort Knox. That's abnormally low right now. Like 70%. No, I don't know about that one. I think it's still cheap, honestly.
Yeah, there's no gold missing. There's no reason to get rid of it. Hey guys, keep in mind that we have
like we needed money. You need money, just print more money. That's what
They're going to find a way to save
30 years.
Well, the old heads have been talking about Fort Knox being empty for 40 years.
Last audit was 1951. So
I think it's like a
something 51.
Unless you believe that it's going to be the one department in government that, you know, is actually functioning as
Yeah,
it's
but
supposed to.
you know what's so weird? How people forget. You can look this up. Trump already went to Fort Knox during the 2016 term that he was president.
Yeah, but they didn't do a full audit.
Oh, he went there. The gold was there.
They need to go in there with video cameras, like Elon said. I want to see that shit in 4K. Show me, and I need you to chip a little corner off one of those bricks to prove it.
I think what happened is that Oswald and JFK went there, stole the gold, and hopped on a UFO.
No, I think the U.S. government's been using it to finance shit that they can't get financed anyway else.
Whoa! We're on YouTube. Stop swearing.
Got a point there.
Didn't say anything. What did I say?
You said the SH word.
SH word.
I don't care about shit. But it is it is Ramadan. We can behave a little bit.
We have tariffs going into place on Tuesday as of now, so this could be like a wild week.
Yeah, it feels like we're gonna have a wild spring coming up.
I think it's going to be a good 2025, boys. That's my opinion. And patience is going to pay. And, you know, it's not about dying in hands or any of that bullshit. It's just about, you know, just breathe.
They're going to fake us out here. They got plenty of money.
There's no scenario. That's what I was saying to some of my people. I was like, there's no scenario where this is the top. This is just, you're telling me that on the horizon we have potential sovereign wealth funds, strategic Bitcoin reserves, and this is the top? No way.
A lot of people said bye to their communities over the last 2 weeks. Funniest shit I've ever seen. Literal goodbye posts. It's been fun, guys. You stuck in it with me. We made it to the top. It's time to go celebrate. Come back in a year. We'll buy the bottom. Okay. Good luck with that.
Dude, 109K is not even an argument for diminishing returns. I mean, that's not diminishing returns. You might as well call it a triple top.
Timing based it's for me. It's all timing. This all comes down to timing. So.
And I don't have to tell you guys, especially Drew. I mean, you talk about S curves and adoption. The beautiful part about Bitcoin is it's not like stocks. You know, Nvidia can print more stocks if they want to raise more capital. You know, the US government can print more dollars if they want to, you know, diminish your about it. And I don't want to sound like a Bitcoin maxi but maybe I've become one over the last 4 years, because Drew, remember, maybe Dbloc, when I first started in this 4 years ago, I didn't know that much about crypto. I knew how to read a chart, you know, but the more I've learned about Bitcoin, it's mathematical. You know, you can't really print more of it other than what we already know through mining. But as long as we have demand increasing, the price goes up. That's it. It's simple. Very simple formula.
Yeah, but there's still some big positions that can suppress the price if they decide to let go of some of these wallets. So we always have to take that in consideration too.
Yeah, I mean, but Drew, you'd agree if there is price suppression, it's for the simple purpose of accumulating those who want to sell. So, you know, those who give up. Because like I always say, when it comes to the markets, the powers that be, there's two approaches to accumulation. Either A, they bore the market to death, which you can go back on any chart, even the Bitcoin chart. Look at what happened, was it last summer? I mean, that was the most boring 6 months of my life. Just range bound for half a fucking year. So either they bore you to death or they scare you.
Yeah, or they can just buy OTC and then just dump on exchanges. They can do whatever they want. They can just break technicals. They can bleed everyone.
There's not as much Bitcoin on
I know,
OTC
but they can still do a deal. They can still do a deal.
Well,
with
yeah,
someone's
dark
wallet,
pools.
and then they can have an off-the-table counter deal, like a dark deal, and then they can just go dump on an exchange and completely wreck you. They can do what CZ did. They can do anything, but hopefully you're not so bullish that you think that fundamentals and technicals can't be broken by dirty-handed, underhanded, behind the counter deals.
sorry to cut you off. Did you guys hear Connor's FTX money just got deposited in his account? Okay, good job, Connor.
Oh, nice.
So does that means people are getting their refunds? They're starting to get it like recently? I thought they already gave out some refunds.
Yeah, but it took 3 days for everybody to get their money, so it's starting to roll out now.
Uh-huh. Nice. Good job, Connor.
Yeah, good shit, bro. Just in time, too.
Mm-hmm. Pump it, pimp it, pamp it.
Yeah, and for that other guy with the accent, I mean, Drew will tell you I'm the most bearish motherfucker in the world.
All right, bro. Listen, that's the last one, Static.
25
That's the last one, bro. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right.
How much did he get back? Like, say it was like he had $100 and then they give him all 100 back of it.
right,
I don't
guys,
know.
I'm
How much
gonna
did you get
bounce.
back, Connor?
I'm going to bounce because I had a couple of whiskeys and I'm not sure I can honor Dbloc's
I
request
appreciate
to
it.
not swear on YouTube. I have a feeling in the next 5 minutes, one will slip again.
All right, Static.
I tried to cover you, bro. I tried to, but
Take
good
it
luck.
easy,
Yeah.
bro.
All right, you guys have
Love
an
you, bro.
excellent day.
You
All
too,
right,
man.
Drew. Be well.
Later, you too, man.
I'm on percentage-wise, though, Connor. What'd you get back? Everything in dollar-wise, right? Just not the appreciation.
Yeah,
Static, all you gotta
great.
say is freaking. You know, when you feel like the urge to say freaking. It's freaking nice.
What the fuck, crying out loud?
But
Yeah,
you got
Static,
like 9% interest, right? It was like 100% back of what you lost and 9% interest if you lost under 50K. Oh, so you were in the second payments because the first payment was only underneath 50K. Nice.
Pretty
Price at
soon to be.
$8. Wow. So people got $8 for the price of Sol. Well, that's what the price was, right?
Yeah, it kind of sucks. It depends on what you were holding, right? If you were holding ETH, then you got like 15 and it's at like 25. That's not bad, right? But if you were holding Sol or if you were holding Bitcoin, yeah, it hurt. There's some alts, I'm pretty sure. Was it for what did they honor? Just Bitcoin, Ethereum, or everything? Because there's some alts that you probably got back more money than you lost.
Yeah, that's probably some alts that were flying at the time. If you're holding a PT token.
Jay, when it's every other word, I think we can do better than that. Everybody here is let something fly. I'm not here to police anybody's language. But it's my responsibility for everybody that's watching too, so.
Pretty soon there'll be an AI solution to bleep people out. I'm sure of it.
Trust me, the last thing I want to do is tell another grown-ass man how to speak.
Hey, that's it. Put a square job, man. That's it. Make some money out of it. Then you have a...
But is YouTube more okay with the SH word than the F word?
It's the F word, and the list is ridiculous, bro. Even talking about it is dumb.
So, like, what about B? Like, if you use, just wondering, like, does that script the algorithm? You think
It's television. Just think television. People say
That's
bitch.
true,
People
yeah.
say shit.
Yeah, I mean,
there's
you're
just certain
absolutely allowed
things
to
that
say
you
that.
don't say on public broadcast, right?
Yeah, like
So.
you're absolutely allowed to say the word Bitcoin. Okay, come on now.
Son of a bit, my lip.
Well, plus some people have their, they have it on with their kids.
Yeah, and like I said,
around, and
it's Ramadan. We have a big audience from. Yeah, it's just being respectful. We can do better than
And,
that.
say
and
that.
context and volume and that's all. And if you just don't listen to Dbloc, it ain't good.
No, that's
Actually, I changed my mind. You're not allowed to say the B word in here anymore. So no more of that
No X
nonsense.
either, right? No more
You're
X.
allowed to say XRP. You're just not
That's
allowed to say
X-rated.
the B word.
What about some of those other meme coins that are in you and
Oh,
stuff?
how
like
about
that?
the D word? Yeah, you're definitely allowed to say the D word in
The
here.
dump it word? Can you dump it?
All right, Dbloc's going to ban all of us. Just chill.
No, we're all muted.
fuck you guys.
You know, Dbloc, you're acting like a real
Okay.
Bitcoin right now. Oh man.
There's something about that word because everyone uses it all the time. The F1, and I don't know. It's a hard. It's
Bro, in my
surprising.
regular day-to-day talk, it is an adjective.
Yeah.
You guys don't get the best of me. Well, no, they take that back. You guys get the best of me. Let's put it like that.
How can,
Dude,
you, how can you flip that switch on and off then so readily then Dbloc?
Maybe
Because
years of
if
practice
it's
of being on YouTube, I guess. I don't know.
corporate
Yeah.
environment will do it to you too. It'll turn you into a psychopath to be nice and then be a jerk other times.
It's the up and down words. Just
Without
suck,
saying,
man.
without sounding corny, because this is gonna sound hella corny. When I'm on here, it's about like y'all. It's not about me. There's a lot of shit that I say in my regular day that I would never say here. Right? It's
Yeah.
like, and
As
I
a
don't
patron,
want to
you
call
say a
it.
lot.
I don't want to call it code switching, but in a way, it is. It's like, you know, there's
Kids use the
responsibilities. I'm
preach word.
responsible for everybody here. I want
But
everybody to have a good time. I don't want anybody to be offended and then stop listening and miss something that they need. You know what I mean? Like this stupid shit. And it's not even about being extra sensitive or nothing because we're all adults. But we can do better.
No, it's a proven fact. If you keep your channel, you know, semi PG 13ish, that's not saying anything bad about not swearing or whatever else. We all swear. It's just the benefit of a channel that's playing on somebody's television or doing whatever else. It's respectful for one,
Yes.
and it's not. It's just really not needed. Meanwhile, if I'm not on a stream, I might be saying Dogecoin and Bitcoin all day long or whatever else. You know what I'm saying? But
it's not about PG, man. You could literally have a sexually explicit channel and not get banned, and then just mention some arbitrary vaccine that we won't mention and get shadow banned.
Yeah, but for older people like me, the up and down word was never used so much. It's become a pretty consistent word in people's vocabulary now, so it's a bit hard to judge it. But yeah, keep it.
If I had $1 every time Dbloc said the SH word, I'd be rich.
Bro,
Yeah, but
what?
that's a poop
Not
word.
only
It's
that,
just
everything. Like, I mean, I know I've let everything fly. When I notice it, I stop, though. You know what I mean? If I notice it, I stop.
Aren't they thinking about adding it to the
God's still
dictionary?
working on me, yo. If y'all haven't noticed, I'm not there yet. I'm trying to get there, but I'm not there yet.
I'm campaigning for less of the up and down
I
words.
was raised in the projects. If anybody can control their language, if I can control my language, anybody can control their language.
So Dbloc, what do you think about people that say anybody who uses the F word is only doing that because they lack intelligence? And
No, it's a great word. Are you kidding me? It fits
has
so
so many
many
uses,
different.
man.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
fits so many different situations. People
Use it.
instantly understand your vibe. It just the way
Yeah.
you say it's a great word. It really
I
is.
agree.
Most
I mean,
versatile word ever.
Are there any
Because
other words that mean so much? It's good.
Because if I was judged by
However,
my mouth, I'd be like an IQ of 40.
Yeah.
but let me just tell you something. The people that are about my age, there's a difference. Because I never heard that word so much than when I turned on the Discord and the YouTube.
The
Right?
kids are using it in primary school now, BJ. Like I'm
I
telling you, I
know,
have to
it's
re-educate my
crazy.
daughter, and I'm like, and she says all the kids, and I said, but you don't have to be like everyone. I don't know.
Exactly.
no,
Like, I'm old
I agree with
fashioned.
that. I mean, I don't
I'm old
want
fashioned.
my kid. I don't want my kid to
There's
learn
been a flip
that.
of the
Hell
switch
no.
here where that word has become just like an adjective that fits so many things, and it's not like it used to be. It used to be where it just you didn't say that. Now It's a totally different thing, and it's been a flip of the switch with that word.
I think it's your culture. Like Dbloc probably has been in it his whole life. Like me being ex-military, it's just an everyday part of your language. No one even thinks about it twice. It's just part of your vocabulary.
Yeah, I know that.
Well,
That's
you
what
teach-
I'm saying. But I'm saying, like, I know that, but it's
No
weird because
kids
we
ever
don't
said
use
that.
words.
Listen, I was a teacher. No kids ever said that. It just didn't happen.
You
That's
didn't
weird.
grow up
Maybe they were
watching.
smart enough not to say it around you.
I grew up watching Eddie Murphy
We didn't
Raw.
even hear
Like,
it in the
what are you talking
hallways.
about?
What?
Like Eddie Murphy Raw, like all of the comedians spoke that way.
Oh,
Like
in the
as we
late
grew
80s,
up,
yeah, it
like
started, but it was very rare that you would hear that just like constantly.
I mean,
It was very rare.
the thing is if you're having a conversation that's not on YouTube, broadcast to the world, to you don't know who's watching this. If I put you guys on a live stream, set you up on a counter, and I'm in a meeting or something or whatever, and I tell people, man, my buddy Dbloc has a really good channel, and you should follow along, and people jump in, and it's all garbage. Obviously it just doesn't build. You know what I mean? Like I don't think it's helpful. I think it's more.
well, I
You,
mean,
you know,
you're just pleading the case that Dbloc said the first minute he opened the channel. It's just like try to keep it on the down low, make an effort to not swear, and I think all of us are making an effort. I am the biggest potty mouth here probably, and I mess up maybe 1 out of 200 words.
yeah, it happens. I mean, it happens. But I think we do a good job because, like, honestly, like I don't have any, I don't have any problems throwing this up on the television or whatever else. And my wife's listening in, or my kids in the room, or something like that. Ain't no big thing. But
No, we're good.
like,
Even when we let it fly, it's not. You know what I mean? There's a lot of streams that are really like toxic, and they're just always bickering and always that we don't have that
No,
here.
this is not anything. It's wonderful. It's awesome. So it's fantastic.
it's a good place. All you Bitcoins.
Connor, there's no bad words, only bad people. Nah, I know Connor too. Connor has a hard time too.
Have you ever
Connor's like me. He's just his filter's not as strong as mine.
In this kind of context of using words or bad words, Dbloc, I've switched the metrics. When something's bad happening to me or towards an action that I'm part of, I don't know, a bad trade or a good trade. In a bad trade, I don't swear. I just pop up a beer. In a good trade, I pop up 2 beers or at least 2 beers. I've just switched the metrics.
Are you Romanian, Tori?
Yeah.
Salut, bro, ce faci?
That sounds rude.
Ești foarte bine. Ok, e bine că sunt român pe aici. Așa.
I don't know what he said, but language, bro.
Yeah, man.
It just sounded like.
He just ranted off the Epstein list.
It's good to have a fellow Romanian here.
Faison, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Nah, we're just bored and talking shit right now. Nothing happened.
There's another $1 for me. Every time you say I'm getting $1.
No, that's just
Somebody's
a
getting
word.
rich.
That's a word. That's fine. Like shitcoin.
Yeah, please.
Oh, there's another $1.
If we couldn't say shit, we would have made no money this year. Couldn't even talk about the coins.
By the way, Dbloc, have you seen latest deck screener? I don't know, launched coins. Somebody might pop up.
No, I haven't. But I did see that Pump Fund launches are down 80%. That's
I
great.
don't know if you guys noticed, but I've been making a conscious decision to say poop coins.
Fecal coins, like the guy said in Congress.
Yeah, fecal coins, poop coins.
Everybody said that.
Yeah.
What about
Galactic?
big
Yeah,
balls?
look, we almost hit 5, bro. We hit all 4 of those targets, just shy of the 5th one in a day. Remember, we were saying this would probably take weeks, if anything.
Can we refer to big balls, Dbloc?
Big balls. Yeah, that's just Yeah. And we're not, we're not children here, right? So, like, if a coin comes out that's named, fucktard, I'm not gonna say, oh, you can't say that. It's it's context, guys. It's just context.
Just not drunk. That's right. It's context.
It's just context.
Like what dominance is doing, man.
And but to be fair to Static's defense, it is very difficult when you're drinking to control that type of shit.
Oh, there's another dollar.
We need alts to turn around, man. Dominance is creeping back up.
I've been way drunk on YouTube before. It's not good for me. I don't drink anymore.
Man.
I'll take a sip of the brandy every now and then. Actually, I might take a sip right now.
Last time I had a scotch was like 3 months ago. I got drunk from one. So
They have this clear plum brandy, a Dorinino, a Palinka.
Yeah, I drank wine the other night. That's why nobody could handle me, and Dbloc had to silence me. My bad. I was out of control. Wine.
Bro, I don't even want to. If I didn't care about people's privacies, I would show you the list of DMs I got that night.
Oh my goodness.
Joe's out of control.
I've not missed that.
Joe's out of control. You got to stop him. I got on and I was like, how long? I was like, how long has this been going? Bro, there was somebody in here and he was really trying to get like, he was so patient. I can't remember his name, but he needs a gold star, bro, because he's talking to you about something. You would drift off into your, metaphors, and he's like, okay. And then he tried to reel you back and it just wasn't happening, bro. So I got in chat and I was like, how long has this been going on? And they're like, for like 4 hours. I tried to message you. I tried to message you before I muted you. By the way, you just
was this at like 4 in the morning?
Yeah, super late night. I think by the time I muted him, it was like 5 o'clock.
Between 4 and 6. Oh my goodness.
Was I making it worse, or maybe I need to apologize too, because I was there for it.
I think those of us that have been here for a while and like know Joe, sort of know when to not put the battery in his back when he's like that.
Sometimes you can't help it. The battery just keeps going.
Yeah, no, yeah.
And you have to know.
Joe, you got to know Joe.
Wait, was that when I listened back and felt bad, so I apologize as well. Then,
but no, he doesn't take offense. I don't want to speak for you because you're here, but from what he doesn't take offense. He's just like, Joe, you're doing the thing, and he'd be like, okay, my bad.
Yeah, go make a sandwich.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, chatting. Lovely man. He is a lovely man, Joe. So
we love Joe.
He just needs to be muted sometimes, but most of the time he's a lovely man.
Monster, take it easy, brother.
When I joined the other channel, not to be named, I joined right when he was given
no swearing, bro.
He was giving Tame a hard time about Tame's chart because it wasn't showing the stuff that he wanted to show, and they got in a big argument about it.
That night was fun. Oh my gosh.
Every time I push Teams button for some reason. I don't know why. My bad.
Yeah, but dude, you got an obsession when the chart's not right, man. I don't know what it is.
Love you, super chat.
If anything's falling off
Static.
screen, Joe will let you know.
Yeah, or his bars are missing or something. Like, come on. Either way, you guys know I mean well.
We're just trying to protect each other. We're all our family here. We do want to hate. I don't think anyone really holds massive grudges except for that.
Static has officially started the swear jar.
He's super chatted to swear. He's put the F word in super chat.
Yeah, that'll be the next thing, right? People will start prepaying the swear jar. Here's $1,000. Tonight's gonna be rough. Yo, do you remember what was his name, bro? He used to come on drunk all the time. Old guy. I know you remember him, Drew. I stuck my hand in a Pringles can. Remember that guy? He used to come on and just be belligerent drunk and just talk shit. Remember this one girl told him he needed to, calm down a little bit, and he was like, Just went off on her for like 15 minutes. And then he got banned. And then he spent like $3,000 that night in super chats. After he was, it was the craziest thing. And then, of course, like a week later, he's back in the Discord. So it was just a weird thing that he had going with Tame. He's like, look, I know I'll let this guy in here. He's gonna blow it up. He'll pay me to get back in. What was his name, bro? Drew, you there?
Windows can.
I can't remember his name for shit.
Do people ever grow on you like on here?
Yeah, of course. All of you. I hated all of you guys when I first met you.
Dude, when I first
I'm just
when I
playing.
first heard Zusi, I was like, who is this Pepe Le Pew loudmouth?
He's
And
very
now
contrarian. He's an acquired
and-
taste for new people.
And now I absolutely love him. It's crazy how it flips
When did
like
you first hear Zeusy? Back in the day? Because
it was I wouldn't say a long time ago because I'm fairly new. I'm only a year and a couple months in, but
you should have heard
about
Zeusy 2.5 years ago.
Was it bad?
Nah, I love Zeusy. But he's got his TA a lot better. And I mean, like all of us, we came here. I can't speak for Zeusy, but I think we all came here learning and learned a lot. And
What I've always appreciated about Zusi is his consistency. He's always been like that. And he's like
Yeah,
that.
maybe I just
And
got
like
used to
right
it.
when you start to take it offensively, you'll hear him arguing with himself and doing the same exact thing to himself, and then you're like, oh, okay. Like it's just a thing, you know, it's like literally that contraire mon frere. They're like, oh, contraire mon frere. He's like my Jiminy Cricket. He makes, like, when I come in with a thesis, even if it's rock solid, he'll try to chip at it. And that's good, right? Because I've got to counter that. And in countering that, it either makes my gives me more conviction in my thesis, or maybe he does put a crack in it, right? And make me see something that I didn't see before. But for sure, if you think you have an idea of what's going on and you want to talk about it, you better be ready to debate it with Zusi.
I mean, it's pretty good guidance in here. You got, you run this place, and then you have Zusi, who will definitely poke holes in whatever, and then you have BJ that'll chart it out for you. So it's all like it all comes together.
All you guys, man. Anybody that pops up and says, "Hey, have you seen this tweet?" or "Hey, have you heard of this project?" or "Hey, like," it's a force multiplier, right? There's so many coins and so much shit, and there's only 2 eyes and 2 ears, and only so much time. So it's like a hive mind.
And when people do it and they bring up news in here, I never feel like they're shilling. They're always doing it just because you may have not seen it.
Yeah, I mean, everybody. I mean, at this point, I think we recognize a show when we hear a show, and then a blatant show. There's nothing wrong with a blatant show. Like you come in and you're like, "Hey, somebody palm out." It's not serious. It's the like intellectually dishonest show where you're trying to, And in the beginning, we had a problem with people pushing their own projects, which is one of the hardest things to stop. Like in a Discord that's open like this, because you've got the ears, right? So you can just come in and talk about whatever. But I think we've got that under control now.
It's just the previous cycle giving me gag reflex. Whenever I start to see someone do it, regardless of its intent, I immediately start rolling my eyes.
Yeah. I don't know. The way I see it, this channel, while it's educational, more importantly, I look at it as protective. Right. While I want to teach as much as I can, I think the main thing I want to do is protect you from getting wrecked by these people that are telling you that the cycle's over, for example. It's things like that, right? That's why I'm always talking about the take profits. That's why I'm always talking about the psychology. Like, I have so much faith in crypto that literally, if you could just not get wrecked, you're gonna do all right. So, not get wrecked first, protective first, and then start adding your tools and your knowledge and your trading and your shit on top of it.
Like, dude, if I didn't meet you and your philosophy, I would be chasing this pump right now. But I'm sitting this watching what happens. I would have, and I probably wouldn't have lost a lot of money because I would have had stop losses, but still I would have been frustrated chasing it, trying to get in, thinking I'm missing out.
Yeah.
Weren't you in that short the other day that you were trying to wait for it to go further and further? Did you ever pull out of that?
No, that wasn't me. I don't short. I can't short. I'm on Coinbase.
Oh, all right. I forget who that was, but
I mean, I can. I guess that they have futures now, but I never click on that tab. I don't want to go there. I don't want to start shorting yet. I don't think
no,
it's
you're
ready.
good. You're good. That's Jake talking, right?
Word.
All right, good deal.
Terragato, it depends on dominance. Right, we're kind of pushing a little on dominance. I'd like to see a lower high here. But if dominance doesn't do anything stupid, then the alts don't necessarily have to retrace to their lows if Bitcoin takes this run down here.
Dominance really didn't go down much.
No. I got my signal that I needed, though. At least start nibbling.
Yeah. Seems like we can't catch much of a break on dominance, man.
Woony, do you ever sleep?
Yeah.
How often? Because I swear every time I'm on here, like you're always on, bro.
I
It's
sleep
just
every day.
You guys are probably on the same schedule.
Probably.
yeah, no, yeah. It's probably like yeah, we're probably all similar schedules, honestly, because this stuff is wild. I've been trying to get on that
I
morning
got up
kick
at what,
though,
9
like
this
5
morning.
a.m.
I only sleep like 4 hours a day now, the past couple of years. I go to bed at like 2, wake up at 6 in the morning.
Yeah, I could not operate on that.
Yeah,
The
me
man
either.
upstairs programmed my body to love like 7-8 hours. You know,
Well,
7, 6, 7.
Mm-hmm.
And I still get up and I go ride my snowboard every day today with my 96th day riding. And I go to work every night too. I don't know where I get all this energy from. I'm just like a beagle. There's different types of dogs. They all just have like different energy levels. I just go, you know. So that's why I've always got so much energy, guys. All I need is 4 hours. Good to go.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't even drink coffee. Crazy. I don't even need coffee in the morning. I just wake up like a little light bulb. Bing, there you go.
I used to be like that.
I'm gonna save coffee till I have like kids or something.
Well, and he's like, I used to be like that until I got into crypto.
I used to wake up full of energy.
I mean, like now I just sleep with one eye open. You know what I mean? And one eye one eye watching the charts, one ear listening, and one ear sleeping. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I was saying like sometimes it's nice to take a weekend off, and I'm not saying like scared that you're going to lose or euphoria if you're going to win, but it's just your eyes are not on the chart. You can get really good sleep. It's not a stressful thing. It's just a focus thing, right? It's and then of course I take a break on a Sunday and it does the biggest move that it's done on a Sunday all season.
Yeah, I was just about to go back to bed, and then that happened.
I mean, I didn't really get a whole lot accomplished today that I wanted to get accomplished because I was kind of, you know, into this, you know, little pumpage. But there's always this week, and the grind don't stop.
Big Sal's coming in. I'm about to crack this brandy. Watch out, guys.
Yeah,
my big L for the day, my only L for the day, but my big L for the day was the price going off the chart to the top side. And if that's the best you can, you know, because I play this game every night when I set up the chart to go to sleep, where it's like, all right, what are the extremes, right? If the extremes happen to both sides, where's the price going to land? So whenever you see the price go off the chart, that's an L for me. It's like a little game I play on every
Yeah, and guys,
night,
when I was running
basically.
through the micro caps, I do have to apologize because, you know, regarding what you were saying earlier with a lot of personal projects. I mean, they weren't personal, but they were really small projects that I was showing, hoping
they were pumping a lot of them dumps. So,
But you've never been shady, but you've always come in and said, "Hey, this is some crazy shit that I'm playing with." Or even with the Muri thing, said you told us right away that you had something to do with that.
yeah, that was the one that I did have something to do with.
Listen,
yeah.
the way I look at it is like if I buy something, when I talk about it, I'm gonna sound excited. Like it kills me when people are like, "Oh, you're just shilling your bags." Well, yeah, like if they're in my bag, it's because I think it's a good project. So when I talk about it, I'm gonna, you understand what I mean? Like obviously, but there's a difference. We all know the difference.
I
We
mean,
won't.
people here probably think I'm like some XRP maxi or something.
We already know, bro. We know. We saw
know what I
you.
mean?
Listen, we saw you at the meeting. Okay,
I know,
we were
right?
all
I
we were
know,
all
bro.
watching. You can just cut it out, sir.
When he's cutting freaking XRP into his logs with his chainsaw, you know he's a fanatic.
Yeah,
You
I'm
got
gonna.
the
Yeah, I'm gonna
Ripple
be.
logo posters.
Nah,
He
bro.
actually
When we
put
were
this.
watching that crypto conference and the last senator
sounded
came on and he sounded just like Nick, it all clicked for me.
You know what was really funny though about that is like I was like, "Hey guys, I gotta go. I gotta get in this meeting."
That's what I'm saying. You were on your way to a meeting, and then we were watching the shit together, and then the dude that answered at the end came in late, and then you pop in an hour later, like, "Okay, guys, I was done." Remember the first thing I said to you? I was like, "Was it a productive meeting?"
Yeah, I didn't realize, dude. I didn't realize that like the whole chat was on me too. I was
Yeah.
like, "Wow, it's crazy."
I'm trying to figure out. Maybe I actually ran into Nick because there's this one guy. He was an XRP head. Do you have a blonde cousin named Megan, and you got a round swimming pool?
No. I have an
Okay.
oval pool. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
We don't have no pools in the projects, boy. What movie was that from? Ain't no pools in the projects.
We got
Black
puddles in the
Friday.
project.
We used to jump the fence at the little buildings next door to use their pool.
Yep.
We get chased
Pool
out of
hopping.
that shit all the time. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Pool hopping was a sport.
Hey guys, I remember when I first joined Discord, it was in Thames Discord, and I first met Drew there, obviously, and we started talking Greek back and forth and swears, and then a couple of days later, I started talking about XRP, and Drew's like, "Get the fuck out of here with that shit! Stop shilling that crap shit coin."
Well, I was hating on it very hard at that time because I was trying to put in a connection with the bankers and the Rothschilds and everything, and everyone was like, "All right, crypto is trying to get away from the bankers, and everyone's showing this crypto that's for the banks." So I was kind of upset about that. That's why at the time.
Damn,
Yes,
dude.
you were. It's all good.
Well, I hope you didn't listen to me.
Absolutely not.
Good.
I apologize if you guys talked about this already. You probably have when this started pumping, but there's people in the chat that are like, "Oh, I don't know if I should get in or whatever." Like, look, like I think this pump did more damage than good. I think people are gonna feel like they missed out and they're gonna start chasing it, and this thing is going to retrace like you've never seen.
Well, this is the math, right? So you've got two types of people right now. You've got the ones that bought the dip and the ones that didn't. The ones that didn't buy the dip are not very happy right now. And they're just begging and praying for a low juicy enough to jump in on. I don't see us getting a lower low. I'll be completely honest with you. If I had to, if I was forced to pick one side right now, I would say we're not getting a lower low. Which means to me that we're getting the ultimate confirmation bounce. Meaning whatever higher low we put in here is going to be seen by the market as the last chance to get in before this thing goes. Whether they're right or wrong, time will tell. But that's the psychology, right? Everybody right now is staring at the screen. If you chased, you're underwater. This thing's already starting to retrace, so I would imagine most people are sitting there with money like, okay, I won't mess it up this time. I already messed it up the first time. I won't mess it up again.
You don't think there's a lot of people, though? I mean, like myself right now that thinks, all right, this move was happening kind of, we're on our way to 74 and it's just like a little stutter fake out on the way to 74. Now we got the tweet And it's like, all right, some people, I took profit way early. I didn't get to ride the pump. I didn't think it was going to pump that high. And I took profit before the tweet when things started kind of warming up a little bit. But there's a lot of people that they were able to take profit off the pump. And they're like, all right, well, my initial target was 76, 77, maybe even 74. And I think there's still a big camp that's like, all right, maybe we'll continue down there even with this bullish news. But
Yeah,
it's
but
kind of crazy.
in a market where we've been front run on every move, wouldn't 78 be a decent front run of that 74?
That's a very valid point right there. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to clear what I said. I don't think we're going to go back down into our downtrend again. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it pumped so much on this Sunday that those gaps, the market makers are going to want a piece of it.
Yeah. I mean, we see it in the VPVR here. You know, there is a gap, and when we go in it, we'll retrace and we'll grab some of those vectors. Like, look right here. You see that big gap that we're looking at? There's nothing there to stop. If you look on the right here, you've got a fast move through also. Right? So no support was really built in these areas. So you can assume that it's going to come down. And to be completely honest, don't get me wrong, the news today was incredibly bullish and it changes the game in my opinion. But technically, we haven't put in a higher high yet. So we're still in a downtrend, which is why this higher low is important, right? This higher low will be the first step at breaking that downtrend, and then our next higher high will be the confirmation of that.
Yeah, so I'm basically just repeating what you're seeing. I just know that like a move on a Sunday like this, even down, like if it goes down too much on a Sunday, people are going to want to get in and ride it back up. But I just, man, whenever this happens, it's like okay, now this is the pivot. We're doing it. We're going back up. You know, we're going to do the 125K, and it's just like it's got to come. It's got to retrace first, and bullish retrace, right?
In my opinion, you have from now until Wednesday for this to happen, or it's not going to happen. Meaning, whatever dip we get from now to Wednesday is going to be the dip. And if you haven't got in by then you're going to be chasing.
It's not too much, man.
But I'm just a guy on YouTube, so take that with a grain of
Yeah,
salt.
if you're
but that's
thinking
how I'm
about
playing
getting
it.
in, though, you got to figure out your risk tolerance, and you got to figure out like everybody looks at not everybody, but people look at stepping in and stepping out as like I either have to go all in or all out. Where you can if you feel like it's a good time, you can dollar cost average type of thing in. You don't have to if you have 10 grand in liquid, you could maybe you put 2 grand in here, maybe you put if it dips some more, you put 2 grand in there or whatever. You don't have to miss it completely. So and what your level of risk is. I mean,
obviously we should have got in yesterday, Orgy, but just because people didn't get in yesterday, they can't be like dead to us, right? They still need guidance. They're freaking out right now.
Well, I personally was 30% in, so I'm kind of feeling like I didn't miss out, but I feel like maybe I could have put in more. And I already got out again, but I just got done listening to Raul's emergency video that he put out to calm people down, and he even believes that he basically said, do not be fooled by a breakout here at this level. They're not going to try to pull it down further, but they could easily, you could easily lose those breakouts and come back to your average and then go sideways for a long time and be frustrated.
Yeah, that's true. Like I've been saying, until we put in a higher high, we're still in dead cat bounce territory. Obviously, the news today gives us a bubble that we didn't have, right? So you've got to factor that in. But our immediate problem, like I said, is no support here. So unless you guys are going to start buying, market maker's going to pay himself. I don't know how else to put it.
Well, market maker's going to have to pay himself because I ain't buying here.
At the very least, I'm looking at 90, high 89, 90.
You just shoot dominance. Donald Trump just posted. What's he posting?
Man, Trump screwed up my whole steez today. I was in the rhythm of everything too, man. I mean, I didn't, luckily, I've been playing it safe, managing my risk like a pro. But I did not get to take advantage of that pump. That's for sure.
Well, what you're feeling right now is a perfect example of what I said. It's probably a common thing.
Yep.
You know, so yeah, psychology. People are waiting to get in. People really want to get in at this point. A little bit of patience, man. Just a little bit of patience goes a long way. We've been patient this long, right? And it served us well. So
Speaking of Trump, I'm not happy with him lately. I don't know what my problem is, but that White House freaking thing with Zelensky is really, I don't know, that was weird.
I think that was good, man. That was all show. It was all propaganda. It's part of the play, Shakespeare stuff, whatever. It was probably scripted. Zelensky knew that he was going to get some heat. Not scripted to the T, but they probably ran it down like, hey, we're going to have a little press talk here. And don't worry if things get a little heated. Don't worry. We're all good.
Have you ever watched those where the head shrinkers will analyze body language? Like I watched one of those videos of the whole thing, and he was saying that this was legitimate banter between them. Like it was full emotion.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell they're both a little aggravated there.
I mean, I don't. It's really weird because I don't really take sides on the issue. But maybe I'm just got sand in my V or something. I don't know, man. But I felt bad for him.
Don't feel bad for anyone. At least either of the presidents. I mean, they're both presidents of a country. I don't think you need to feel bad for either of them.
You remember his first term, he had a similar thing with Pelosi and Schumer in the Oval Office again.
Oh yeah, it didn't surprise me that because like Trump, will speak his mind and that's great, but it was the fact that he got double teamed. Zelensky got double teamed by two guys like treating him like a child. And the look on his face, man, reminded me of the look when he went into one of his provinces and he saw all of his citizens laying dead in the street after Russia did what they did, and that look he had on his face reminded me of that for some reason.
they should have just went outside and shot a fair one. Right?
Well, did you guys see the AI videos of them fighting in the Oval Office? It was pretty funny.
No,
I should look at
Yeah, those are wild. It's so good.
Good ones, yeah.
Wow, I need to look that one up. That should be fun.
There's quite a few of them on Twitter. I think Elon Musk actually posted one of them.
As long as people get that idea out of their head that this presidency is going to be a normal presidency, they'll chill out.
Yeah,
like
it's
all the outrage comes from like, oh well, they've never, a president would never, and it's like, guys, you know what I mean? This is doing something different here. Just chill out. But if I was Zelensky, I would have definitely blown that peace deal.
Well, dude, he did say it to that dude when he asked him, like, why don't you wear a suit? He's like, you got a problem? I thought he was about to get up.
Nah, when he said, once the war is over, I'll wear a suit and maybe it'll be even nicer than yours.
Yeah, he knocked him.
I don't know, whatever. All that other shit, getting all of that shit out of the way just as a man, I can't, bro. I don't have that sort of self-control. That's why I'm not in those situations. You're not just gonna talk to me crazy on national television.
Well, he knows. I mean, the thing is, there's like
They
billions of
both
dollars.
felt that way too, by the way. I'm not just saying one side. They literally both
Oh,
just
totally.
like
That's why
egoed
it
each
was
other.
so.
I mean,
That's
you'd
why it was so
control.
intense.
Yeah.
I think Dbloc, you'd control yourself, even if like. I mean, I'm not saying you'd bow down for the money, but if you knew there was a big deal at stake that had a lot to do with your country, and like you just be like,
He
all
was
right, I'll
white.
take
He
it.
white knuckled his way through the end of that. He was
Yeah.
like, yeah. Nah, that's too much pressure, bro. Your whole country is responsible for how something ends up.
Looks like someone just tried to snap Bitcoin back in this little
It's
jump off here.
hard enough to wrangle you hooligans.
Well, what it was, it worked because now the British are going to take charge of the peace process.
They got no money, bro. Yeah, France and Germany and UK need to figure out what they're doing.
That means they're gonna have to send people, which is what
Well, they got
Zelensky
like
wants.
enough for one. Yeah, they got
But
nothing.
the point is, they're going to take Trump's steam. He's rebelling, and he's going to go to somewhere else for help.
Trump is
I
still
get
gonna
it.
get. Trump is still gonna get those rare earth minerals, though, one way or the other. You know that, right?
Well, Zelensky said he can't win it without Trump, so he needs the deal.
Trump literally told him the only reason we're even thinking about helping is because we're about to take all that rare earth that you have. And then Putin, after the meeting, said, I got you on the rare earth.
Hey guys, I got some intel here. Russia just sunk a British ship at a Ukraine port.
No, they
It was
didn't.
carrying weapons to Ukraine.
No, they didn't.
Straight up.
No.
It says Russians have fired an
Eric.
ICBM hypersonic missile to sink a Panama flag container ship, MSC Levante F, reportedly Swiss owned. Soon after it arrived to Odessa, the ship was reportedly carrying weapons to Ukraine. Ukraine denies the vessel had weapons, saying it was a civilian cargo. The ship was docked at berth 2 in the port of Odessa when it was struck. This happened today.
And they
Eric
used a
Trump.
hypersonic missile, too. That's crazy. They brought out the big guns.
Eric Trump just tweeted, I love the genius of announcing a strategic reserve on a Sunday when traditional markets are closed and Wall Street sleeps. For the first time, retail investors win. Traditional finance better catch up or it'll quickly become extinct. The world no longer runs on Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. World Liberty Fi, hashtag BTC ETH.
Might be the
Oh
first
no,
decent
the
tweet.
top signal. Yo, guys, he's starting to sound like, what's his name? Like Kramer, top signal Kramer style. Watch out. He's going to be the new Kramer. It's like,
Well, all that's going to do is motivate them to get their to fill their gaps. That's all it's going to do.
Damn, that's big news, bro. Let me turn the TV on and see what's going on.
That's for real. I'll tell you what. I got family in Austria, man, and I'd rather be in Africa right now. Shit's not that great over there.
Because it's one thing to say we're not gonna help Ukraine, right? But this is different.
Well, how's that
Under any other
different?
under any other circumstances, under any other president, this would bring us into their side.
Dude, they've been bombing Odessa for like a year.
Yeah, but it was a
year
British,
and a half?
but it was a British ship.
Mm-hmm.
There's a big difference.
Hey, it says on Twitter here, 100 million XRP unlocked from escrow at unknown wallet. Is that Ripple doing that monthly thing?
Could be, but if it's an unknown wallet, I doubt it because I think most of Ripple's wallets are doxed.
You know, because UK is NATO. Ukraine was not NATO yet.
That's the issue. Now you're bringing in this is an escalation. This isn't great. But war is good for Bitcoin and war is good for gold.
My Bali girl just rang me. She's back from Turkey and Bali. I might be heading to Bali for a week. Woohoo.
What Putin just did right now is he drew a line in the sand. He basically told the USA that we're not allowed to ride the middle on this.
I mean, you know, Russian subs are just waiting off the coast right now for something to pop off.
We had like 8 of your US. We've got all your helicopters here. They were pointing them at China's nuclear sub the other day, just 300 miles off the coast of where I am. they had the Harpoon missile or something. They threatened. They said to China, we can take out your nuclear sub. So it's sub wars down there. We're borrowing some of your subs at the moment too from the AUKUS agreement. And is that shit real, Drew? You can verify that shit, man. That's crazy.
Well, yeah, right now it's the thing is, was this a direct target or was it just the thing? There's containers with radars and military equipment, but was that the target? Is the question, or was it?
Did Putin claim
something?
responsibility? Is my question. Has Putin already said that was your fault?
Yeah, the only question for me is, was it a British ship or not? Did a British ship just get
It was
hit by a
Swiss owned.
hypersonic
It was
missile?
Swiss. It's Swiss owned though. The ship is Swiss owned.
Tornado.
A neutral country? Whew. Apparently neutral.
That's funny. When you type in Russia in Google, the first thing that comes up as an auto suggest is Russia sinks UK ship.
Oh shit, bro.
That
That
news
was
is
really
hours
fast.
old. That's hours old. Hours and hours.
No, I see this news 14 hours ago.
Yeah, it might not have
The
just happened. We're just hearing about it. Or I'm just hearing about it.
so was that the reason of that 11% pump?
No. We're not going to attribute any sort of crypto movement to this. This is more macroeconomic, right? This is going to have a lot to do with gold more than anything.
But Zelensky did say he's ready to sign the mineral deal. So
Yeah,
That's
it's not he's not going to get the terms he wants.
He
got
doesn't
no
need the
cards.
terms. He's going to
He's
get the
ready.
terms from the UK.
UK's broke, bro. They ain't got. They
No,
have.
dude, I'm not saying from like a direct, tangible donation. I'm talking about having them lead a coalition.
They need to 2027 to ramp up their missiles. They said they've got one warship to protect London at the moment. They don't have the defense. We've been relying on you guys. Europe's not in a good state. In fact, Russia's probably doing better than a lot of Europe.
Look, I
Well,
need you
dude,
guys to pull yourself up by the bootstraps because it's your turn, okay?
we're
Your turn to
37
save us.
trillion dollars in debt, and we got people pooping on the streets in our cities. I don't think we're in a good state either.
Brian
military's
Armstrong.
in a good state though.
Europe has not been pulling their weight, man. Brussels has been dragging their feet and causing more trouble. Like your deputy president said, the enemy's within Europe, not Russia. Europe's a mess, man.
You guys could at least start with just selling your tapestries and your castles.
I'm not in Europe, man. I'm in Australia. I'm a state of America. Thank you very much.
Just
God
sell
bless
one.
Donald
Sell
Trump.
one of your castles, Fly.
Okay, well, were you saying the UK? You were speaking as if you were in the UK. I know you're English.
I've got British citizenship, and my sister's in Austria. I got family in the UK, so
Yeah,
I
I guess what I'm trying to say is I heard your Australian accent. I get it. I wasn't trying to like mislabel you. I just was going by what you were
No,
saying.
you're fine. You can say what you want to me. I'm fly. I don't care. I mean, I understand too, but like, yeah, I'm on Trump and Elon's side, big time.
If Europe did 50-50 with us, I'd even be happy with that. But it's not even 50-50. It's disgusting.
Europe is disgusting at the moment, man. Like I said, France and Germany and the UK need to figure out what page they're all on, because unless they figure out what page they're on and stop writing you guys, it's not good for them.
All right, guys, we're at that last high value node that we were talking about, right? This is the last ledge here that we have a volume before we get into that first volume gap. So we want to hold this bullish engulfing if we can and build from here. It's the only chance you have of having a third attempt at this top.
$30-minute.
God bless America. I'll be back, boys.
Take it easy, Fly.
Brian Armstrong suggests that he thinks that just a Bitcoin only reserve would be the best option.
Brian Armstrong.
Yeah.
Just shut up.
I mean, are we talking, do you want my real answer or do you want the answer that pumps my bags? Because they're different answers. The answer that pumps my bags is put all these shits in a strategic reserve. Let's go. But the actual, what would be the safest? Like if I was running the country, it'd probably be a Bitcoin only.
I think that's what he was talking about. And then he mentioned, let me find it.
Man, if he wants to
Don't
do
get me
the
wrong.
safe,
The sovereign wealth fund is different. You can have a sovereign wealth fund with different assets. But if we're going to call it a strategic reserve and the point is long-term hold 30 years to pay debts, I don't want any alts in there. Right? Imagine, like, what alts can you put in there and safely say that in 30 years you're going to be happy with the outcome?
I mean, Ethereum, Solana.
There's a couple, but I don't know,
Bonk for
Solana,
sure.
30 years for Solana? I don't know, bro.
Dude,
30
Solana's
years in
probably
crypto
already,
years?
Solana's already, I think it's solidified its place. I think it's going to be a blue chip. It's already, people already
I
like
think it is.
It's
I think it has. If it can make it through the rest of this run without shutting down, I think it has the ability to have longevity. And if they get
It's
fired,
gone.
then it's going.
Yeah.
But
It's finally gone past a year without
30
shutting
years
down.
is a long time, bro. We've had this conversation before. Like, if we were going to go to jail for 30 years and you had to put your money, you could only pick 2 coins.
I wouldn't pick Bitcoin. I'm just crazy like that, though.
I would
I'm just always
1000%
thinking
pick
about the like
Bitcoin.
Yahoo, the Hotmail scenario, and everyone was like, Yahoo is going to be the biggest thing, and then Gmail came
Yeah,
over.
but
and just,
you only have the existing coins to choose from. So that
Yeah.
same thing works for every. You can say that about any coin. So out of
Exactly.
everything that exists, gun to your head, you have to put all your wealth, and you can't touch it for 30 years. You're allowed to pick 2 coins. What would it be?
2 coins. I would say Ethereum and Solana.
It's not bad. I mean, if Solana's going to be here in 30 years, it's going to be higher than it is now, obviously. So the gamble
the
there would
reason-
be, does it make it?
I'm just thinking it's creeping the same way Google crept up on Yahoo, and I'm kind of replacing Yahoo with Bitcoin and Ethereum and Solana with like Google and I don't know, Nvidia or something, you know?
Yeah. For me, it would be boring. I would have to go boring. I'd have to go Bitcoin and Ethereum, and it would be heavier Bitcoin than ETH. Significantly heavier. 30 years, bro. It's the shit that we've seen happen in 3 months. 30,
There's
30
too
years
many
is a long
issues with
time.
Bitcoin wallets though
Gonna
too,
be
though, man. It's just like,
Friday.
I don't know,
Friday.
man. You never know with Bitcoin.
It's gonna be Friday coming up, March 7th at Crypto Summit. First ever
Satoshi.
one at the White House.
Yep.
Satoshi Nakamoto wakes up, everybody gets spooked.
Or the come at the summit.
Hopefully he stays dead while I'm in jail.
Damn, that's messed up.
I'm just saying, bro. I gotta look out for number 1 here.
More to come next.
Nah, let me knock on wood too. Let's not put that in the air, all this going to jail shit. But that's the only thing I can, why else would you not be able to touch something for 30 years,
The FOMO on Friday gonna be crazy.
Anybody that has hope of avoiding this CME gap in the next couple days, this is a big moment for y'all.
I don't know, man. Actually, I might have to rethink that. It's a gun to my head. I'd say maybe Ethereum and USDC.
USDC
But
is
what
an
would-
option, definitely. You could just put it in stables and at least have what you came in with. USDC
Yeah.
is probably a better option than I would say 90% of other alts in a 30-year time span.
For real.
I
Especially
mean,
now that
everything,
USDC
even the
came
ones
in
that
with
I
the Feds.
love, bro. Like, I'm not going to sit my money in 30 years for Jasmine or Beam or Prime and I love these things, but I love them, within the next 6 months.
He's like, I don't love him long time.
No. No, that
But
sort of
can
love is
Ethereum
reserved
be-
for one person, I can't share it with 10 million coins.
Can Ethereum be like a reserve? Like
if okay, so if the plan goes through, right? If Nasdaq and Legacy gets tokenized and it runs on Ethereum, you've basically cemented it at that point, right? It's not going anywhere.
Exactly.
At that point, yeah. At that point, I would say add it to a strategic reserve. But till then, no. It's just right now. It's the plan. We're still in the point where you're buying into the possibility of it, right? It's the same thing with something like XRP. I want XRP in a strategic reserve.
Store of value.
Do I want like XRP as a strategic reserve right now? No. If all the banks and all the payment rails across the universe start using it the way XRP people say, and it's solidified and it's literally not going anywhere, then yeah, then it's a different story, you know. But it has to prove that out.
I don't know, all the smart contracts and stuff. I don't know, that gives me the ick and stuff. Just having Bitcoin as, you know, just the
I know what you mean. Like, and it's like a gross feeling when you
like
can't
store
do
of value,
micro.
like I can't understand it. Like Ethereum being a store of value, just
No.
because of all the stuff you could do with it.
No. Ethereum's not Bitcoin's a store of value. The whole peer-to-peer transactions, microtransactions, unfortunately, like you said, the smart contract should have kind of ruined that, right? Because you can't do microtransactions on Bitcoin when it's $10 gas fee. And it's $10 gas fee because the network is congested because of all the smart contracts. But coming to the end of the lifespan of Bitcoin, you need smart contracts because once the last Bitcoin's mined, miners don't get paid anymore in Bitcoin. So if they're not getting paid in fees, then there's a problem with the network, right? Because why would you mine? Why would you even validate the nodes if you're not getting paid for it? So this year alone, miners have made more money.
Keeping it the store of value.
Miners right now this year made more money off fees than they did off the Bitcoin that they mined.
Yeah.
So the big fear has always been that miners would have no reason to mine. But this is showing us that no, like as Bitcoin grows and as it gets other use cases and as it gets smart contract capabilities and the fees pile up, then miners will always have an incentive to mine, and that just secures the network. The necessary evil. Maxis hate it though with a passion. Like if you go to the Bitcoin conference, they'll all agree with you. No, they'll all agree with you, bro. Like especially because the Taproot guys came in there with wizard hats. That one, remember during that one Bitcoin conference?
That was
and
annoying.
they were just like, they were like, we're making memes and shit. Deal with it. That's when Dog was flying and rats and sats and all of that at the beginning of the year. But I think that's just part of Bitcoin scaling.
Ordinals.
Yeah.
Runes.
To me, that just felt like the get rich quick scammers came over to Bitcoin since they knew they could do it now, and then they got out. But I mean, I don't know. I don't pay attention to that stuff, so maybe that is going strong.
Well, a lot of these maxis too, like they're so hardcore maxi that they might like the shit that's on Ethereum, but they will never trade it. Right? So this gives maxis something to trade that's
true.
not Bitcoin specific, but it lets them play in that like DeFi world and speculative world and still say like in the ecosystem. So I think that's where it fits in really. Which we can see, right? Because the only real Bitcoin rotations that we saw this year were into stacks and into sats and rats, and Bitcoin would go up and then those shits would go crazy. Like I ran those as beta plays on Bitcoin during probably half of this shit. Now you don't see that much. They're moving with Bitcoin, but it's not like how it was. These maxis are back to like white knuckling their Bitcoin right now.
The maxi Bitcoin people are so upset today because of that announcement. It's not even funny.
Yeah, when Bitcoin wasn't on the first, oh man, Twitter was hot.
Dude, they're still going off right now. Like I just refreshed my feed and it's like, every other one. And I'm like, and then the XRP people were in there too. Like I don't even respond to that
The
stuff,
way I
but-
think this is gonna work out is I think that there is gonna be a Bitcoin strategic reserve, and I think that the sovereign wealth fund It'll all be a thing, right? But I think that the Bitcoin strategic reserve with the coins that they mentioned, or I guess I can have to call it the crypto strategic reserve. I think the rules that go along with when the Bitcoin's going to be sold aren't going to count for the other coins. I don't think they're going to go with that Cynthia Loomis 30-year hold, can only sell it to pay for your debts. I don't think that's the plan for the alts. It wouldn't make sense to me. It's just too long.
He said Bitcoin and Ethereum will be at the heart of the strategic reserve.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We'll see. We can't, we're going to get all the information we need, or at least supposedly we're expecting to get all the information we need on the 7th. And I'm sure that they're probably going to have a couple leaks between here and there, and so we'll know soon
Well,
enough.
you got that, and we have. So here's my play. We pump tomorrow. We pump maybe Tuesday. The tariffs kick in. We retrace a little bit into Thursday. Then we pump Friday. And then after that, it's just all pump. There's nothing else.
That's a lot of pumping.
Hey, can somebody explain this to me on Twitter on Whale Alert? They just tweeted 500 million XRP unlocked, 400 XRP unlocked, and then again 100 XRP unlocked. That's a lot of XRP, isn't it?
That is a good amount of XRP, yes. I would have to say that's Ripple Foundation, and if it's them, no, it's not weird. They tend to. The little secret that XRP guys never want to talk about, that the biggest sell pressure comes from the foundation itself. Ethereum the same. Ethereum's not clean on that. Literally, the Ethereum Foundation just last month learned that they can put their Ethereum on Aave and get interest after 7 years and shit.
Oh, Vitalik's been straight up dumping his Ethereum too.
Yeah.
Yo, what if they're unlocking this to finalize that lawsuit this week, and they're just going to take the lawsuit money and put it into the reserve?
I don't know. It could be getting unlocked for movement for specific reasons. We won't know until we know where it gets sent.
Yo, Nick, what if they're about to buy a yacht and dump on your head?
That's awesome.
Yo, I've already made my profits, bro. Now we're just into the fun bags. You know what I'm saying?
Good. That's what I like to hear. Hell yeah.
This will be the second. This will be the second trip to $3, or the third trip, maybe. Because I sold a little bit when it ripped up. Last November, whatever, December, and then I had to buy some at $1.99 and under $2. I had to. You know what I mean? Why would you not? And now we just did it again.
That's what we're trying to. That's what we're trying to figure out right now, Mahmoud. This is basically the last chance before we drop down to at least 91.5. This demand holding. So getting above our 50 EMA here, right? This is our momentum flip confirmation moment that we're waiting for that 13 EMA to get above the 50. If we can get the 13 above the 50 and get a green vector candle as confirmation of volume, then they might take us a third attempt at these highs. But if we break these lows and we come down underneath this volume node, we're falling through a pretty decent volume gap down to 915. The CME gap is really what I'm worried about. Right? But we'll baby step it there.
One man's worry is another man's treasure.
Yeah, worry is the wrong word. But yeah. We'll know if market maker means it here. He'll give us a vector above the 50, either this candle or the next candle. Might have had some shorts that flew a little too close to the sun here. I'll be right back.
Man, that news come up on MSN.com.
Bro, you still use MSN.com?
Oh hell no! I just regret saying that, but it was the first hit on Google. I mean, just saying. I'm going to try and fact check this a bit more. I don't even want to say fact check. I want to check the community comments.
Those are half of them are bots.
Well, nobody knows what's real anymore, but
Exactly.
hitting a legit. There's no such thing as a legit media channel except for Dbloc's channel. I'm checking this as much as I can.
IOTix is going to be giving us some good discounts here. I'm waiting for it to come back down to the golden pocket at 1894.
I'm waiting for Drew to buy. That's the signal.
I'll let you guys know.
Oh, this morning was so nice. Woke up early, just naturally. Came on, do a little trading. DJ and I go through the charts, trying to figure out it's going to go from 85 to 82. And then bam, we just got that big candle. Ah, that was so good.
When you say you wake up naturally, does that mean like without an alarm?
I was kind of curious there.
Yeah,
too.
without an alarm.
Okay. I wasn't sure what that meant.
I got lucky because usually I sleep in on the weekend. Yeah.
Waking
Someone
up's
was
good.
watching over me.
Yeah, this news is all over all the big places. The Daily Mail in the UK do not say they're carrying UK weapons, and all the other news says suspected carrying UK weapons. So, hell yeah.
Man, I'm gonna be dreaming about strategic reserves tonight.
Sounds like a beautiful dream.
I know, right?
I don't know, guys. When they had the oil reserves, they had to fill them up when the oil prices were cheap.
Yeah. I mean, I did fill up when the oil prices were cheap, so I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for the moment where it's like FOMO. I mean, we're not even talking ETFs yet. We're like all those ETFs that were filed like 2 weeks ago. Like, there's so much bullish news that like if it could be like the perfect circle coming together, and then like one massive pump, like 2017, where you could close your eyes and just pick XRP and no, I'm just kidding. You can just close your eyes, pick a bag, and go. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's going to be pumped off on meme coins. I think it's going to be some utility here, but your blue chip cryptos, man, the numbers they've done, just even to now, like I mean, it's cool if it's all done now. I'm good with that too, but I just
We're
these
just
numbers
getting
don't
started,
look
baby.
like,
We're just getting started.
yeah. These numbers
I
just don't
agree.
look like we're there. I think that was the biggest bear trap in freaking history of cryptocurrency, and we're just gonna
Look,
go.
I agree with that thesis, but my problem is we're going to go, but we're doing a fractal, bigger fractal, in my opinion, of what we did back in, let's say, starting the first pump of April 2021.
that would be coinciding with April 2024. If we look, even though we barely made a higher high after that pump, here we made a super high, but that we had the elections, we had Trump, we had a lot of things help push it. But I'm still comparing it. So we had one pump back in 2021, April 2021. Then we had another pump back in November 2021. So I'm thinking, okay, you got the April 2024 pump. We got the November, December, January pump of 2025. And now this little third shoulder that we had in 2022, I think we're going to make, which probably takes back down around 70K. That's what I was saying, 69, 71 range. And I think something's going to happen, unfortunately. And it's not going to be the market's fault. The market's going to be bullish as all and everything. But there's probably going to be a catalyst that's going to help bring the market down. It's going to just do a fractal of something similar to what we did back in 2022, the summer of 2022, when Bitcoin is back at like 15, 18,000. And that means that would take Bitcoin back down to like 47K and then take off all the way up to 160K from 47K if it continues to do in that fractal. So that's how I'm kind of looking at it. I'm thinking it's just going to be so dirty, but it's still, when you zoom out, it's just going to be like, okay, it's like repeating itself, basically. It's just fractalizing of the movements it had historically.
I got to run to the store real quick. On the 5 minute, we didn't get that momentum shift. If this demand breaks at 92.3, then we'll come down and we'll fill this small vector gap here. This will be our first move down to the 0.5 fib. If it breaks, there will be a bit of a hiccup right at this high volume node. If you look across, right, it's this range. So right around there, you'll have a little bit of a, it'll catch. That'll be your last opportunity, in my opinion, if this is a fake out. I'll show you what I mean. Give me a second.
Fake out.
If this is going to come down and fake out just to come back up, come in here and, you know, do the thing, it'll probably be there that it fakes out from. 200 EMA will be up there at that point. If that breaks, you've got nothing but a volume gap here with a nice little vector gap to add some spice down to the 0.5, and then that's our SR flip.
But is there enough support there? That previous support?
It's a decent SR flip. It's a decent SR flip. Not the strongest, right? But it's official, and it's backed up by big volume nodes on the VPVR. So it's these gaps really that we're worried about, right? So like if I take all this off the chart, these gaps right here, this one right here, and this one actually is the important one. And then remember that this entire thing is a vector gap. So let me set up my numbers. I'm just going to the store, so I don't even know why I'm doing all this. I'll be back before any of this happens, but I'll just set up what I think in numbers like I did here. Here, if this, then that scenarios, right? If it hits 1, it'll go to 2. If it goes to 2, it's going to go to 3. It doesn't hold. So 0 is where we're at. One is the first place that we have to worry, right? Holding that, that's our first concern. 2 is going to be at that 200 EMA I talked about. 3 is the measured move. So support. 4 would be golden pocket. And 5 would be a full retrace to close CME gap. Right, so those are my areas of interest here. Let me put you there. That 800 will be up to that This 800 EMA is really 4, but it'll be up to the golden pocket by the time that hits, in my opinion. And then 3 is this vector gap. 2 is the, yeah. Okay.
Man, all these people just raised their targets for Doge. A lot of people saying $6, hearing $4.
Stay focused, man. If we get to $1, consider it a gift. If
I
it
know,
goes
right?
above $1, take profits responsibly. Leave something in if you want for the moon boy bags, but
Hon, do you want to say something to these people? Since you were
no.
Yeah, $1.43. Yeah.
Is that what it is? Don't swear on the channel, hun.
I didn't.
This is,
Oh my
you said the
God.
F
Get her
word.
under control.
Did.
I know, dude. I'm about to take the belt off. Don't make me take the belt off, hon. You'll be getting this Dogecoin from the back. You never ever had that happen to you before, huh?
Your mic's still on.
I know, no, I know. That's why I said Dogecoin.
Don't lie. You had thought you thought the mic was off. You were trying to start something.
What's that? No, the birthday. Yeah, they all heard the birthday thing yesterday. That was funny. D-Block's trying to save his channel. You know, he's like, yo, Mike's still on. You know, in case we were trying to get froggy. You know what I mean? If Dogecoin goes to $1.43, like you called it, hun, then we're definitely getting froggy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. I mean, when you make money like that, you have to have babies. You know what I'm saying? Elon has 15 of them. You know what I mean? Because he bought Dogecoin.
You realize that the target is 169.
Yeah, 169. See, huh?
Wait, I thought it was 420.
No, it's 169. And then it's 369 before 420.
BJ travels a lot, so
yes.
Whenever we do hit those numbers, she's gonna buy a camper, and we're gonna have a crypto celebration at the property, huh?
Yep. She's like, who's this woman?
Oh no, you're good. Yeah, no, she knows who you are because I tend to talk about people. You know what I mean? In a good way, but I'm just saying that
Yeah.
I had to explain to her the value of being in this place and all the different, you know.
Don't
different,
believe anything that he's ever said about BJ. She's a wonderful woman.
D-Bloc's always had my back. That's all I know.
Gotcha.
What did I say earlier? I was like, why is this guy always on here? And you're
Yeah.
like, oh, it's his channel. I was like, oh.
She was like,
Yeah, I
"Is
have an
that guy?"
excuse.
Yeah, she's like, "Is that guy like always on there?"
Always.
Rex, do you want to say hi? Can you say hi to everybody?
You say nice to meet you.
Say nice to meet you. No? You're going to be shy now?
He took his binky.
Rockets. Say no. Drop it.
Yeah, I was gonna say which way are you going, Drew?
I had my screen upside down. I'm sorry.
He left. My little man left. He was being shy. Which never happens, but
I've never wanted to be wrong and seen something just pump more than I do right now.
So egg Trump's tweet. I don't know how I should take that. It's too kind of spoon-fed, I think. And we should be very, very careful stepping into Monday.
Bro, let's
Is there
just
a new
say,
tweet that I missed?
yeah.
Yeah, he's basically saying that the stock market, that finally retail has been able to get into crypto and get into a pump before the stock market.
It was
Now the
actually a
stock market-
decent tweet. Like, I actually agree with
know.
every word of that until he started chilling Liberty Finance or whatever.
Exactly. He messed it up.
But
messed it up.
every word at the beginning of that is 1000% correct. This shit was launched on a Sunday. Legacy was off. Everybody was off. Half the world was asleep. We really got to front run a lot of people who aren't used to getting front run with this.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of
And then
retail got stuck out too, and a lot of retail wasn't in position either.
No, yeah, a lot of people.
But I don't know. I'm betting that he becomes the new Kramer.
that's that's kind of not very nice.
I will say his Bitcoin, his buy Bitcoin, buy Ethereum tweets were a little early. Just
Yeah,
a
they
little
were early.
early, you know?
Or
Just
late.
just a little bit early, but
Or very late.
I mean, he doesn't claim to be a TA expert either, right? So you can't.
Well, neither does Kramer, right?
Kramer, bro, he's great. I would love to see his portfolio, his real portfolio. Like
Oh, yeah,
all
he's
bullshit aside, show me the bag, you know, because I really think on the low he's just been accumulating. He understands the power that he has, and I think he's been taking advantage of it.
I mean, of course, if not, he gets kickbacks and deals. You know?
Yeah, not even in the way that I mean, like by pumping his bags, but by kind of the opposite. You don't think he understands the whole reverse Kramer thing by now? You got all of
course.
these people willing to counter trade you. At what point do you start taking advantage of that? You know, I would.
When Bitcoin was at 109K, he said, I think it's a great time to buy Bitcoin. I'm all in.
You saw Michael Saylor's tweet talking about you should donate a kidney if you have to. And somebody in the comments said, "Who has?" Somebody in the
What?
comments said, "Who has kidneys left?"
Oh boy.
Yeah, go look at Michael Saylor's tweet. It's like the one that he did during the last bull run when he said,
Yeah, but and then they
sell your
talking about
house."
Peter,
You know,
Peter
yeah,
Schiff or something like that too. Respond, and they were like, "Sell Peter Schiff, sell your kidney, and keep the Bitcoin or something."
yeah.
That could be a lawsuit.
I'm waiting to see if this damn thing breaks before I go to the store. I don't know why I'm bullshitting. I
Man, we're
don't
going to
wanna go.
69K. Get ready. Put those buy orders right there at like 70,000.
All right, let me run to the store. All right, remember, guys, if this, then that, right? If we break blue, then blue arrow. If we break 2, then 3. If we break 3, then 4, so on and so forth. I'll be right back.
Drew, you're about to get your wish, man. Every time Dbloc leaves, dude, that candle turns freaking red.
I know.
He does
D-Block.
something in the background, dude.
Take your time, D-Block. Take your time.
He starts selling. Come on, jump on this D-Block.
He has no store in sight. He lives on some island. Got his own island with no store. He doesn't need a store. Gets his food helicoptered. He got an Uber helicopter.
Code words, man. Code words. I mean, if this keeps pumping though, retail is going to really start looking at this because we didn't have the global in your face news media, everybody talking about crypto. We got China now looking at Bitcoin reserve. You got all these. I mean, there's a lot in this cycle that we've never had before.
Thinking about Eric Trump's tweet, though, it's like traditional finance better catch up. Like, realistically, if people are seeing all these gains or opportunity or long term and it starts stabilizing and growing and whatever, meaning cryptos will fall and some will pump, but more money coming into crypto overall, seeing that 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 trillion type of market cap for the industry. How do banks compete? Why would you keep your money there? Stability?
Well, the main thing people keep money in a bank for is they feel like their money's insured, at least $250,000 of it.
Who's to say with a US based crypto you couldn't do that as well?
Well, you could, like Coinbase, if you pay $29 a month, you have insurance up to, I think it's $1 million worth of crypto.
I thought it was only like 10 grand or something.
Actually, I don't know. I have to look it up. I don't even know what the rules are, but I am doing that subscription. Not because of that, but it makes the buys very cheap. Like when I buy USD.
Yeah, I have the $30 subscription, but I don't even know what it comes with. I did it to just get
So
the
look,
trading fees lower.
yeah, when you do
lower
that,
anymore, guys.
not only
That's
trading fees, but
20% today.
when you're onboarding money and you're using that subscription, the cheapest way to onboard money is just buy USDC, and if you want it immediately available, so you can like withdraw to as crypto, you just buy it with your Visa debit card as USDC, not in the advanced version on the app, but on the regular, not the advanced. And if you buy it, there's no charge. You can do it, I think, up to like $7,000 to $8,000, no fee whatsoever. As much as onboarding you can, up to $7K per month. Saves you a lot of money because without that, usually you're paying like every $1,000, you're paying like $50 extra.
What was
fee.
that? Coinbase One?
Yeah, with Coinbase One. So when you're onboarding your money, like say you're a type of person you need the crypto fast and you want to onboard real quick without paying fees, but you also want that money to be clear so you don't have to wait 3 days, like ACH deposit. You using Coinbase One and not in advanced mode, you have to be in regular mode. You just buy USDC using a Visa debit card and it's no charge whatsoever. So like if you buy $2,000 worth of USDC, it's just going to cost you $2,000.
Without the fee or whatever.
No fee whatsoever. You get exactly one for one.
And isn't it only $30 a month or something like that?
Yeah, it saves me about, I'd say, around $4,000 a month. That because just all those fees that I'm paying to onboard and offboard money, it's just like now since I'm doing it with USDC with Coinbase One subscription, it's free every time I onboard money.
Well, looks like I'm gonna buy that tonight. Subscribe to that.
Yeah, it helps you with your taxes a lot too. They make some PDFs really nice for you, and you get the
You got a
subscription.
referral
Let me see. I don't think there are referrals for that.
for Coinbase One, no.
I don't think there are. You already have Coinbase, right?
Yeah, I have Coinbase. I just don't have Coinbase One. I had it at one point, but it wasn't worth it. I didn't know they started doing the no fee thing.
Yeah. When I don't know if it fits with everything, but USDC, it's no fee if you're using Coinbase One, and even with ACH also. But if you're using a Visa debit card, that means as soon as you have the crypto in your Coinbase, you can take it out. If you need to send it somewhere else.
I'm gonna definitely check it out. Oh, Scott said you get 4.10% interest for holding USDC on Coinbase. That's not bad.
Yeah.
You get 15% if you stake Atom. You stake your Solana for 7.38%.
Oh yeah, I see that now. Cosmos 15.9, Polkadot 8.96. Ethereum 2.44. Dang, that dropped since the last bull run.
Yeah, yeah, it did. I got out of the staking stuff because I just every time I would stake some, I made some money on that, but maybe a few
Yeah,
grand.
is it? Have you done it? Is there like a time
That's the problem.
restriction?
Is some of the different ones. Like if you stake Atom, it's 15%, but it's 25 days unstaking wait time. So like I don't know. To me, it's
25% for a week. You said a week?
So it's 15%, 15.19, 15.19 annual percentage yield on whatever you stake,
Oh,
but the
annual.
unstaking time's like 25 days. So 15% on your money, if you're just letting it sit there is great, I guess. In the overall, that's not horrible. But the times I was staking, I was the market was going up and down and swinging 15%. So it was actually more beneficial to play a little bit, I guess, and make 15% sometimes in a week and then do it again. And I wasn't going to wait 25 days. But I have a little bit staked right now, but nothing crazy. If it covers some of my fees, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't make you stake for like 6 months or whatever. And then you have to pay. Do you have to pay to claim what you staked or no?
No, like you can just stake or unstake. So it's like
Okay.
you basically you'll earn while you're staked. It's just 25 days. So say you were, you go and say, I want to pull this out of staking today because I want to do something with it. You might have to wait 25 days, or in 25 days, the market go down and what you have staked drops, so.
Right. And they can change the staking percentage anytime, right?
I believe so because I've seen those numbers move.
Yeah, it moves.
I don't know if anybody else does it. I have like almost $1,200 in lifetime earnings on staking, but
I used to stake a lot of Tezos back in the day. I was staking a lot, man. I was staking like more than $250,000 worth of Tezos.
Tezos made people a lot of money.
Yeah, I made some really good plays with Tezos back in the day. That's what set me off. That's what really got me going. Was I did a basic attention token play into a Tezos play and a Litecoin, and that just set me off for like years. And that was back in the day.
Tezos been around for a while.
Yeah, it's the OG staking coin, like a proof of. It was like it's really. I think NFTs. Tezos was supposed to be what Ethereum was, but they screwed up. Arthur Baker, whatever his name is, the dev and his girlfriend or whatever, the lady that was doing it with them, they had some drama, some internal issues. But I think it could have been what Ethereum was because they had the smart contracts down pat before Ethereum had it properly done.
What made it fall off? Just new tech, new coins, or
I don't know. The tech's still good. I mean, people are still. It had potential, man. It's just I don't know the devs, the marketing, they just didn't follow through. You know, maybe some greed too. There's a lot of bags that were getting dumped, and probably some insider trading.
I think I remember hearing about that, the insider stuff.
Yeah.
So is that a double bottom on the 5 minute?
I was looking at that. That's why I got my finger on the trigger just in case it is, but I don't know. It could be right now, and if it gets back over 92,990, I might jump in a little quickie. We'll see.
It's time to pump.
Yeah, about time for one of those giant green candles.
They may not let us sleep this week.
I got an IOTX position there, just a small one. If we do get this turnaround.
What you looking at?
I guess it was a risky, bit of a risky one. Just hoping that Bitcoin gets a turnaround here. There was bullish divergence on the 5 minutes. Playing that signal. I mean, it looks like they're just painting a head and shoulder inverse Adam and Eve, and I think they want to fake people out. But Dog with Hat was in a bull flag. It was bull flagging, and then it broke out of the bull flag. So I mean, that could just be a fake out too.
I killed it on that coin the last 2 days.
Dog with Hat.
Yeah, I bought it 50 cents. I tripled my money, and then I bought it back in at 65.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's
That
going
was
up the whole time Bitcoin's coming down.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was making high lows. Everyone was like, "Well, I don't know why you're getting into that. It's a dead coin." It's literally been my best performer in my portfolio.
Yep.
I love this timeline that we can talk about Dog with Hat, and that's like much better than the coins that I'm in. That I'm hoping to do good.
Well, climb on in. There's plenty of room.
Well, I expose like I dabble in some of the meme coins. Like I have like 2 or 3 now consolidated too. But
I'll tell you this: I don't usually do the community of margin, I guess, leverage, but it stuck it in there, and it says it'll never liquidate.
What do you mean it will never liquidate?
It says liquidity price. It says never. And I got down. I was down half my money in it for a while, but I never worried about it liquidating it, and it never did. Try it. It's on that weeks, but it's a couple of them came up like that. So I was in Sonic, I think it was, and I don't know if it's because it's using each other's margin or using each other's leverage, or I was up on the coins at the time, but no matter how far down it went, it never. That to me is just like money sitting out there that sooner or later is going to pay off unless it goes to zero. Yeah, I'm trying to open some positions on here, so if it does turn around, I can flip it. If it goes down, then I can just flip it to shorts. If it goes up, I can just let it go. At least I'd be buying it at this price.
I was doing that. It kind of ate me up on fees, though.
What was that comment, 2 guns?
Mm. Oh, that wasn't me, but
Oh, it
yeah,
wasn't.
I feel like every time I try that reverse function or something, I get into a thing. I don't know why. I feel like
Oh, it's hammering us on fees, bro.
it kills. It
That's
kills.
why it makes it so hard and it lags. It makes it difficult to get in and out of trading.
Yeah, closes with a market order or opens with a market order.
Yeah.
Mm.
I got underwater on one last night and I stayed up all night trying to beat it. Kept buying lower and selling just a little bit higher. I worked my buy price all the way down to where he was, and I bought a short and went against him. Literally stayed up all night. But I had 3 million of them by morning, and it took off this morning with everything else.
What was it that amp play?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, word to the wise, take profit, because it took me all night to get back to where I was in the first 3 minutes of that trade. Yeah, I kind of think they're gonna let everybody get their longs set up and then laugh and turn it and go down, stop everybody out or liquidate them, and then it's gonna run. Or it's gonna do the opposite. It'll go up and liquidate the shorts and then plummet. If Bitcoin don't like to give you a chance to get set up on a short.
There's not a ton of volume right now. It seems like we're hanging above that line. It would feel a hell of a lot better if these EMAs would cross.
So they got three shorts at 400x.
Brave man.
It's $10, man. Kind of praying for that big red candle.
Sorry about that, guys. My computer shut down. I'm gonna see chat.
I shorted IOTX, so just while it was coming down, man, I made $100.
That's a good short. That came down big time.
Not too shabby.
It's at 80 now, but I'm like you, man. If I flip that thing back around, I think the fees it don't even go into my profit over there. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. It's like, oh, okay, now I have half. I was up 200, now I'm down 100.
I think maybe it settles because it wasn't being kind last night, and then this morning it looked like maybe it
Yeah, I don't
added.
know how they do this maker taker on this one particular.
Yeah, that's true too.
I don't know how that like evens out either. Let me see. I had a decent one on Pepe today. Actually, I mean, really anything today was Okay.
I looked at that hyper liquid that Dbloc was talking about, that other exchange. But then someone came on there and said anything Chinese goes to anything run by the Chinese, it has problems later on. So
Well, that's that Pi app, dog.
well, that didn't cost me anything though.
No, but we were just saying it's probably data mining.
They want me to do KYC and all that stuff to transfer it, which I don't mind, but I couldn't even get in line. They wouldn't even let me do it.
Okay, wait, there's our.
Did y'all getting that VRA trade?
I played it today too. That was one of the ones. Where's it at now? I can't remember. What was it? What was the entry on that? It's like basically where it is.
It's at 22.12.
Yeah, I had it right at.
It's on my chart. It's got a buy signal on the weekly, so it might be ready to go.
Yeah, I want to see, but I don't want to do anything until Bitcoin picks a direction.
It just takes so long. I figured I can go in and hit reverse on them. It's just as soon as I hit reverse on the last one, it's going to flip back.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. That screwed me at the end of the day. I like looked away for 10 minutes and then.
How'd you get liquidated on that trade, bro?
With the amp?
Yeah, it didn't come down it didn't come down much.
I doubled down at the top.
No.
Just,
I'll try to do that.
but no, it was actually an accident, but it was just moving too quick, and I was
Stay up all night with it. It don't move that quick.
hit the wrong trick. No, I'm saying when it did move, it was just laggy, and then every now and then it would just shoot. It shot right past my thing. Took me out. VRA actually, I like those two. Those two candles. Stopping. Fine.
That's another thing is that amp trade cost me setting up all my longs, so it really cost me more than it. If I'd have had 12 coins or something sitting in there with 10x leverage, man, I'd have been getting it to get out of them coins and just take profit this morning. Because I had to go to Mardi Gras.
Yeah, I missed the parade. I was supposed to pick Josh up at Sorrento 9 this morning, but I was so shit. But I might have that one tomorrow. I don't know. Who's like, oh, I don't know if there's room on the float. I was like, dude, I don't take up that much real estate. Are you kidding me?
Where's it tomorrow, New Orleans?
Yeah, it's not. Is it Orpheus? I don't know. Today was what? You went to Toth?
No, I went to just Port Allen right there.
Oh, nice.
First time ever, man. None of my kids, nobody really showed up at Todd's house. Crazy. All my kids are grown. Working.
Yeah.
I'm old, bro. I got old on me.
Tell him I need some money.
Yeah, I still pay for my daughter's car insurance.
Tell her I need some money. I'm joking. All right. What's this?
You were in that ETH play when it took off today, or did it take off?
I mean, I had like a few different ones up, and the ETH one, I had set my profit or my I just moved up stops. So I woke up, I actually had some profit. I just cycled that into stuff this morning. Being the same, I've just been playing this Iotics and Veracity, little Pepe.
I can't get that indicator to work. I don't know if it's not the right one or what. One came up that had candles down at the bottom.
Yeah, I think it's just trading reality.
Huh?
It's just
There's a histogram down
Is
at
it
the
like
bottom.
TR main? It didn't pop up, but I think trading reality main.
What's going on, gentlemen? What's going on, chat? Ladies?
Hey, buddy.
What's up? What's up?
Chilling. Just getting back in. Wow, Bitcoin's holding strong up here, huh? We're just gonna run flat and start going in a straight line here soon. We've lost all the
Don't say
volatility.
that. Don't say that.
You see it, right? It's like next thing you know, it's just
Yeah. Well, Asia's market's doing pretty good right now, so I mean,
Next thing
they
you
could
know,
be
we're at
taking some out.
69K.
So far, we haven't passed any of our triggers yet. We're still above 1, so I was hoping we had some sort of movement while I was gone.
Yeah, if you put it on horizontal and turn your phone upside down, it looks
Wait, isn't that just Control I or Control Alt I?
Yeah. I still don't know. I'm the worst with the trading view shortcuts. My life would be a lot easier if I learned them, though.
I think we're going to break in here, guys.
I
It's
hope
actually,
so.
Well, we're
it's
getting to the
actually
point
time.
where we're gonna break one way or the other by 12:30.
Sheer boredom.
Yeah, just by 12:30, just time based. We're either gonna break up or out, even if it's just sideways. But we'll break our downtrend.
You don't really think 69K, right, Drew?
Not right now, man, but I don't know. If I just disregard everything what's going on and just zoom out on the monthly or weekly and zoom out, like, at least, I mean, me, it's like 74 is an obvious. But yeah, 69K, I'm thinking would be a very healthy bounce.
turn your phone upside down.
The thing is that even with 69K, we might just do like it'll look like a head and shoulder on the weekly, and now it could be a shorter, and then that could even bring us back down to 39K, 40K.
Yeah, that could really freak people out.
Turning this into a gaming channel if that happens. You guys be prepared. It'll be Dbloc playing video games.
Well, no, but the fractal that I was talking about earlier, though, it would take us down to around 47 and then back up to $160,000. That's the way I'm looking at it.
All right, now add all the things that you said you have to ignore.
If I had the things I have to ignore, we're probably going to be hanging out at 100K for like a year.
No, I'm just playing, Raul. Even if the crypto market goes down, bro, we'll be learning how to trade beanie babies or whatever the hell's making money at the time. We will always buy low and sell high here. Yeah, slowly but surely, Chan. Like we saw it with the last month's weekend traps, right? None of them have been super textbook. We had 2 irregular weekend traps. We obviously left probably the biggest CME gap that I've ever seen, at least in recent history. I can't remember the last time we had a CME gap this big. So I remember I said that's the sign, right? That market makers losing control when the CME gaps start to get out of control, which is a good sign because there's a chance maybe it doesn't have to fill. You know, maybe we get the technical retrace that we need to support, but we don't get the complete CME retrace because there's just too much liquidity and it overwhelms market maker. But we have to see how the markets open tomorrow, right? We'll know by tomorrow. If money just starts flooding in, then we know that we hit a corner. Nah, Raul, the plan was to squeeze in some Web3 video games, like some crypto video games, to figure out what we were gonna invest in and all that. But this market got crazy, bro. There's been no time for none of that type of stuff. This market's needed 1,000% focus. But during the bear market, yeah, we'll have some fun.
Dude, BitBoy's out here putting out his dirty laundry on Twitter, man.
You know what it is? I think attention is so, like, we know it's an attention economy, right? But when you become such an addict for that shit that it doesn't even matter if it's negative attention, right?
Can
Like,
fame be
that's when it's bad.
like addictive?
Yeah, my God, can you imagine?
Yeah,
Of
it
course.
comes to how many impressions does the tweet got, right?
Sometimes it's about the
Oh,
money.
that's right. Yeah.
Sometimes it's about the money, but sometimes it's just
I
about
don't
having
think
your
of it like
name
that.
in people's mouths. Like,
Well,
they don't
especially
care if
now,
you're saying something good or bad as long as you're talking about them.
Well, Twitter right
Those like
now,
Isla
hey,
Boys, those Isla Boy brother things.
think about it.
Oh,
Twitter's paying for tweets right now. So the more impressions you get, the more money you get on your tweets. And for anybody that has more than 5 million impressions, I don't know if it's per month or whatever, they automatically get money.
I wonder if he does get that revenue share or whatever X does.
You think Elon gives himself money for his tweets? You know how many impressions Elon gets, right?
Yes. Yes, he does. Why would I would.
I think there's a pretty good chance that he made partner, yeah. There's so many different ways to monetize everything you do right now. You know, like, it's nuts.
I was getting close to being able to monetize on Twitter too, and then they canceled my account, man. Haters, dude. They were just like, I was on Twitter Spaces, and they just like, this one dude was like, "Oh, block and report this dude. He's a fudder. He's fudding." I'm like, man, get out of
Bro,
here.
I think your IP and every IP around you is banned.
Yeah, no, I got a lot of banned accounts on Twitter. That's for sure.
Was it worse before Elon or after? Do you remember?
Man, I think it's much better now, but I think I would have got a human reply before Elon. So I would have probably been able to work through my problem that they banned me. Like, I think one account got banned because I had these glasses on Fat Muri. Like, it was Matt Fury, but I changed them to Fat Muri.
Yeah.
And I put these glasses on, and it has it was from the Wolf Crypto, that Wolf Crypto with the Boys Club. And the glasses had this like kind of reflection. It looks like SS. And they're trying to sell us wearing Nazi glasses. I'm like, yo, what are you talking about? I can, I know
So it
about
was like a
SS.
little more sensitive during. Oh, that was during Elon, though, right?
Yeah, during Elon.
I got you.
So somebody banned that because of my sunglasses, and I couldn't. I was trying to like fight. I was like, dude, these are sunglasses, just a reflection that has nothing to do with the SS Army,
We're testing that downtrend again here, guys. Still haven't been able to get over the 50. Remember, if you're trying to push out of here, you need that momentum shift. So we need to get that 13 EMA over the 50. We might take another shot at it here. It's possible, Hoover. If it's going to happen, it's got to happen here at the 50. Every time we reject, it's going to get a little harder to hold this up.
Hi guys, I'm new here.
Welcome, brother.
Sounds like you're from down under.
What was that? Kitty? Is that who it was?
Yeah, me.
All right,
You
cool,
can
cool.
call me KT.
KT.
Is there
All
any
right.
Asian people around here?
Probably. I can't
Yeah,
think
I'm
of
from
any
Thailand.
off hand.
I'm from Thailand.
Nice, nice. Welcome.
Yep. I am full-time trader. Been trading future CFD for almost like 7 years now.
Nice, very
That's
nice.
a long time.
Yep. And I'm trading on the FTMO fund. They sponsor my portfolio. So I'm trading crypto for my personal
Yeah,
portfolio
yeah,
right
just
now.
side. Nice.
Yeah.
What do you like
Because they
more?
don't. Pardon?
What do you like more?
I'm trading on ETH and Bitcoin.
Okay.
Yeah, I learned a lot about Bitcoin.
Yeah, it can be
Learn
kind of
new things
addicting
on
once
it
you get.
every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been following you for a while now, and yeah.
Are you bullish on Bitcoin or bearish?
I'm both way, man. I'm trader.
I like that answer. Keep him here. I
Yes,
like that
sir.
answer. That was the good answer.
Yeah.
But I'm here for the
Yes.
percentage.
If you would have said you're bullish, I'd have said, get him out of here.
Right. So as my analysis right now, we're hitting the support here and been tested twice, right? And no, 3 times right now.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe to go back to retest. Oh, it's already tested. Yep, it's probably going down to close the gap, CME gap. Right there. Right.
I agree. At least take a nice chunk out of it. Like I said, we'll see.
Yeah, go short.
At the most 89.90 to remain bullish. After that, if we go underneath that, they're gonna take the whole gap back, which would be 85.6. But yeah, if that support breaks, I wouldn't be mad at anybody for shorting. Once that demand is gone, we've got gaps in the VPVR, we've got fair value gaps, we've got volume gaps, we've got liquidations all the way down to 90. So it wouldn't be difficult to make that move.
Yeah.
Unless UK comes in and wakes up and goes, "What the hell happened overnight?" We want
I think
in.
CME people is taking a profit right now. Might take a while here.
Yeah, I took profit up here earlier.
Yeah. But if it been too long. I don't know. UK, maybe they wake up and see the chart like this, and
When
you
they see
know
the
anything
news,
can
I
happen.
mean, we did have big news today that changes things, so we'll see how
Yeah, I
they
was stopped
react.
out last night on short. Uh, that sudden move. Oh,
Hmm.
I said last night. Yes, I'm living in Asia, so
Yeah.
it's my
No,
life.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
right. I was stop out, and it's falling down, by technical, and just like that pops up,
Yeah.
God candle, and scabbing on FOMO a little bit last night.
Nah, I'm sure there was a lot of emotions. That's why everybody sounds so depressed right now. All that
Yeah,
dopamine running through our bodies this morning is like now our bodies all drained out. We had good runs though. Everybody was prepared at least. What I'm happy is that for the most part, at least with people's long-term bags, they didn't fall for
right,
that whole idea of the bull market being over, right? That was like my main concern in the last couple months here.
right. Dbloc, what is that liquidate level or that you put on your chart? Is
The
that an indicator or something?
Yeah, it's liquidation levels by Leviathan.
Is that for free?
I'll pull it up. Yep.
All
You
right.
can just search it up. It's right here.
Thanks, man.
Liquidation levels by Leviathan. You can set it to your taste, but if you want the way I have it set up, just let me know, and then you can just copy the.
Right, I'll try.
Yep.
I think I know a lot about technical, but cannot. It was all technical, man. Bitcoin just like emotional things.
Yeah, you have to. That's why I talk about psychology so much because
Yeah, it's all about psychology.
if you're just looking at the technicals, you could get some really crazy numbers.
Right. Well, I'm mainly on SMC and ICT.
Okay.
Well, yeah, ICT can use some here in Bitcoin, but SMC, they're full all SMC trader here, like what they are doing now, right?
Yeah, seriously. I mean, there's some concepts that you can pull, right? Like break of structures and some of the structural shit.
Right.
But I'm like way more of a hybrid trader. I really do take a little bit from a lot of different doctrines.
Yes.
It's just the toolbox that I've sort of built over over a decade. Like your toolbox just starts to change.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of boil it down to first principles: momentum, liquidity, psychology. For me, the patterns are all psychology, right? Retail patterns control retail reactions, psychology.
Right.
Liquidity gives you the gas. The psychology gives you the possible move. The vector
Right.
candles, watching the liquidity that comes in from market maker, gives you the motive. Just really boiling
Yeah.
it down to like,
It's very good to know what people are doing right now, right? Like they're taking profit now, so the price come down a little bit, or waiting for buyer, big guy, well, if there's not, price will go down, I think.
everybody's waiting for somebody else to buy right now. Like everybody
Right.
wants this thing to keep going up, but nobody wants to buy Bitcoin at 92.6 yet.
Yeah, it's fear level right now. Premium.
Hey, which excuse me, man. Which indicator is that your main one? TR main.
Yeah.
Is that it? TR with an underscore?
Yeah,
There's like 5.
TR _ main.
I'd like to see your settings, man.
Yeah, I
'cause
got you.
can't.
Let me know when you pull it up. I'll pull up the settings so you can look at them.
I got it up.
All right, hold on. Just let me know when you're done with that page and I'll scroll. I think everything on that page should be regular. I changed the colors a bit just to stand out more, but that's personal taste.
I just think maybe I don't have a box checked, or my candles are actually hollow.
Yeah, so I've changed. I think they come like white and gray. The regular candles, I changed those to blue and purple. Like I said, most of this is just taste. But you're done with that side. I'll scroll it down. Maybe it's something underneath that you don't have checked.
Yeah, I'll tinker with it too, just if I could see what boxes you had checked. Okay.
All right, so here I've got everything off. This is your ADR, your AWR, your AMR. I'm not gonna say it's not useful, but it's analysis paralysis. It's too much, not necessary. And for new people especially, it's like overwhelming. It's too much shit on the chart. That's gonna be most of your lines and stuff that you see. All of that's off. All of that's off. Your daily open, you want to keep that on. Your daily open acts as mean reversion every day. Like price will try to come back to the daily open. So you want to make sure your show line is on. Make that a nice bright color. Your vector candle zones here. If you want them to actually show you know how I draw the vector boxes? If you want them to actually show, you just leave that on. And then if you want them to be all one color, you can hit override color. If not, they'll be whatever color the vector is. If it's a green vector, it'll give you a big green box. That's just taste whether you want to have it on or not.
What's PYSRA? Oh, I guess it's the override of the candle.
Yeah, that's the override the colors. That's what's going to give you the colors on the candle. And then these are your market sessions. I use a completely different market session indicator, but I mean, I guess if you wanted to see if you were in London, New York, Tokyo, the different sessions, you could keep that on. But I use one that focuses more on market maker sessions, so they're different. The timing is different. And then down here at the bottom, you want to have these psychological ranges on. And then where it says override psychological type, make sure it's on crypto.
All right. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I think after that, everything else is basically style. So if you get tired of those boxes and you don't want them to show, you can just click from here and click boxes on and off.
Gotcha.
And then somebody said they wanted to see the liquidation level settings. Chan,
Yeah,
I'll pull them up. All right, yeah, I'll pull them up. Give me a second. MC Chan link. You said you wanted to see the settings. I'll pull it up for you in YouTube chat. Hold on. Again, here I changed the color of the liquidations, but you can change it to whatever you want. 100x, 50x, 25, whatever is gonna pop out the most. The annoying thing is the bubble. So you want to turn off the liquidation bubbles. You want to turn off the market order bubbles. The the market order bubbles are cool though, right? The market order bubbles are the green and red ones that pop up when retail buys and sells, when you have market buys. So sometimes I'll cut that on for fun, but mostly I keep all of that off. And then if you have hide levels, hide filled levels, that means when a liquidation gets hit, it'll disappear. If not, it'll stay there if you don't have that on. And then these numbers here at the bottom.
By the way, what is this liquidation level based on the exchange? Which exchange?
Binance.
Binance.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That's why I always have it on Binance Perp.
Right. Thanks.
Yep. Until Hyperliquid takes first place in liquidity, and then we'll have to start using hyperliquid charts or something. Crazy the amount of liquidity they've got going through that shit, and it's a decentralized exchange. It's nuts.
Yeah, I've been noticing this one exchange called Buy Finance, BI Finance, and they've been having more volume on Bitcoin than Binance.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's called Buy Finance.
Taz, for the market maker sessions, it's called market sessions. You'll know you got the right one because when you put it on, it'll have a bunch of moons on the chart. You could just turn the moons off. I just leave the sessions open.
Definitely turn the moons off right now because we're about to go down, boys. Get on your scuba gear. Like, no. You never know, though, man. I got my finger on the trigger. If we hold the support, break this angular, I might get in a little position. But yeah, I'm going to try to be patient. I'm not going to fall asleep in any positions tonight either.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Talking about buy finance, mine is I think it's Japanese or Chinese, right?
It's possible.
Yeah, I can see some. I don't know, different. Maybe Chinese.
If I had to guess, I'd say Korean exchange,
Korean?
but I don't
I'm not
know.
sure.
Just off the top of my head, I haven't even done any research. For some reason, it just rings Korean exchange to me.
Yeah, a lot of Korean trader.
Mm-hmm. Chainlink, the market maker session is just to know what market makers in session. If it's the Asian market makers, UK market makers, or the American market makers. The reason we care is because there's a daily market maker flow that happens between them. Let me see if I can find a good example of it here, or I'll just find a random one. Let me throw on. Money only flows from 3 places: Asia, UK, and the US when it comes to market makers. So
I call it Tucson.
here's a good example, right? So the reason that we watch the market maker sessions is because, like I said, they do a little dance with each other. Asian market makers, their job is usually to create a range, right? Under extreme situations like these sort of drops and shit, you don't tend to see it. But actually, let's pick another one that wasn't at the end of the biggest liquidation event ever, so that it makes more sense. God, there's been so much irregular price action that, which is why you've seen I haven't drawn an Asian box and a UK thing for. Oh, actually, let's just go to the last one that was drawn. Here. So Asia tends to set a range, right? When everything's going the way it's supposed to, when market makers are in control, that range will be from like 1 to 2%, right? And they tend to go down for a certain amount of their session, and they tend to go up for a certain amount of their session. And what they're doing is that they're creating the highs and lows that the next 2 market maker sessions will play off of. So what we do to follow is we take the high of the Asian session and the low of the Asian session, right? And then we take a fib tool and we find our 50% line of the session, right? So halfway, 50%. That's where this arrow was. So UK comes in. UK's job is to set a trend, right? When Asia sets a range, UK sets a trend. So the way we can tell direction is how UK responds to Asia's 50, right? If it comes down and it tests Asia's 50 and pushes away, you tend to get bullish reaction from US, or at least a bullish continuation at the end of UK. If UK can't hold Asia's 50, then that means they're going lower, right? So you see here, it kind of struggled with the 50 the whole time. By the time it broke Asia's 50, it was a wrap. It came and it swept the lows. So I was like, UK must hold this or we're going to sweep the lows. And then US comes in and basically does whatever they want. US doesn't have a job, or if they have a job, they just ignore it and do it. You know, it's like some wild cowboy shit in the US. But you see it more often than not, like I said, when market maker's in control of the market. Right? When he's not in control of the market, that daily sort of swing ends up being just cleanup. Like cleaning up the mess that was made. Here's another example. Asia's box. UK never broke Asia's 50. So they pumped at the end. US came in, took over basically. But as market maker goes losing control, the little comfort that we've had following these swings, daily swings, weekly swings, right? The predictable nature of it, get a little harder. So if we had to take that and look at what's happening now, Asia tends to be putting in a traditional range here, right? No more than 1%. From the highest point in the Asian session, which was here, to the low point. Pretty tight Asian range, actually. It's called market sessions. No, okay, they don't have an infinite amount of money. That's why when you set green candles, they come back and so it's not that they have an infinite amount of money, it's that they always pay themselves. Right? So it's the same money gets recycled. When these blue vectors and these green vectors pop up, market maker is giving you money to go long, but he's setting short positions. So at the top of this, there's money out, right? There's money out that's been lent. Price comes down and clears these vectors, you've got all that money back. And this happens even, I mean, we're on the 5 minute, you know, so it's just, you know, every green vector, short set, wick comes down, fills it, market maker gets his money back. Red vector comes down, green vector comes up, fills it, market maker pays himself. Price comes back down through the green vector, market maker pays himself again. Just the way that the liquidity is provided to the market. It's not like he's a bad guy, right? It's what greases the wheels. So we expect that it'll probably stay in this range if it's going to be a traditional Asian session. And then once it's done, I'll before I go to sleep tonight, I'll come back and I'll draw the Asian box and then we'll follow it overnight. But for right now, they're trying to break out of this downtrend. So let's see what the bulls got. It might be a different one. I don't really know how else to explain the name. It's just this one here. It'll look like this when you pull up. Yeah, exactly, Taz. If UK starts underneath and it can't get above Asia's 50, then there'll be a continuation to the downside. For the most part, UK will go in one direction during their session. Right? They pick the direction early and then they stick to it. While Asia goes back and forth. So look, here's I'll just pick here a random spot. Yeah, so look. Asian session. Where's the Asian high? So here's your Asian box basically, right? And your midpoint is right here. See how UK came up from underneath? Tested it, the 50 held, right? Tested it, broke, but for the most part, trended in one direction for the entire session. UK session, if you're a beginner trader and you're lucky enough to be awake in the US session, in the UK session, it's the easiest session to trade. And if you're trading leverage, if you're starting to learn how to trade leverage, if you can, I would definitely do all my learning in the UK session. Because once it picks a direction, for the most part, more times than not, it tends to keep it. US session is crazy. US session is where all the volatility is. Yeah, I got it on the chart, Flash. We're watching it. Bitcoin, but like big market cap coin. I'm looking at HBAR. I'm looking at LTC. I'm really looking at Litecoin heavy. I already started building my position. I would like a bit of a dip. I want to see where Litecoin is at if we retrace this vector gap and this CME gap. Yeah, Flash, that's what we're looking at. See this big white arrow that says CME gap? If you see the numbers on the chart, these are the points that we're worried about on the way down. Right? If we break this demand, we'll be going to our 200 EMA. If that 200 breaks, we'll clear that measured move. So the vector gap here. Support resistance at 89.90. That doesn't hold, golden pocket. And then the full recovery of the vector gap would be at 5. Yeah, ETH for sure. ETH is, to me, like, you're tired of hearing me say it. But to me, ETH has been suppressed. I haven't seen this level of suppression in a long time. It reminds me of how they used to suppress Bitcoin before it was time to go.
So Dbloc, what are you looking for now, like with your entries? So you've got your important support levels. You got that demand zone.
Yeah.
And then the 200 and then the vector gap. Are you waiting for confirmation? Like, let's say we hold this demand zone, a push up, and then a retrace, and then entry, or how would you play that?
If we were gonna push up, if we were gonna break out of this, I would play a breakout. The only way we're gonna get up to back to the supply and break it is if we're getting FOMO from UK. If that's the case, I want to ride that. I'll ride that train. But at the breakout, there really is no other point where you could safely go long here, in my opinion. Maybe you could break out the local high, but.
So are you like keeping an eye on volume to see if we get that volume that's required?
Yep. First thing we want to see is the momentum shift, right? Like I always say on the 5 minute.
Yeah.
So once that breaks, if it's accompanied by volume, then we know that you can take it as, you know, a little bit something more serious. The only reason that I say I don't have a lot of faith in it sustaining itself is just because our stochastics are a little cooked. Let me see what the hourly is at.
Yeah, and you would
Yeah.
imagine that market makers are going to do their best to close that cap, right?
I mean, they need to do it now before things get out of control. The same way that some people feel like I want to get my entry already before price takes off. They've got to be thinking we've got to close this CME gap before price takes off. That's our 4 hour. 1 hour is already coming down. Our 4 hour stochastic is still up top. So, like I said, on FOMO can change that, but anything short of FOMO, I don't think it's going to be enough.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think this 12 o'clock candle is going to be interesting.
Just watch that fight on that 50 EMA fight that we're having right now. And every time we come up to it, it's just like, nope, not there yet, not there yet. Eventually, that's going to push us down. You look at this wedge that we're in, just forget that that line is even there and just look at the wedge that's being created by the 50. Right, a natural pattern. You've got support giving you your bottom, and you've got your 50 EMA giving you your downtrend, right? Eventually, one of these two is going to have to give. Either that demand is going to break or that 50 is going to break just due to time itself. Hopefully, they don't drag us out, but that's the fight right there.
Yeah, I'm looking at the depth chart right now, and there's this fat order that keeps on popping up right around 92,950 that I think's helping hold this little bear flag down right now.
That'll do it. Everybody's watching the books right now, horrified when they see a big buy. They're like, oh, this is it. This is it. It's happening. Yeah, I agree, Dre. They got to do it before the meeting. They've got to do it before the next, like, sort of wave of tweets come out. I think we'll get some leaks from the meeting in the next couple days. Whenever there's good news, they like to tease it, right? They like to get people hyped. So we'll see. It would have been kinder if they would have ripped this already and just gave people a clear direction, because this is just, it's keeping the hopium alive. The more, every time we hit this demand and don't break.
Yeah, so Gensler just kind of like faded out, huh?
Bro, they told Gensler to go sit in a corner. You remember when Gensler faded out?
That's what I'm trying to pinpoint right now.
When the
'cause it just seems like
ETFs got accepted. Bro, as soon as Larry Fink made that phone call, like, listen, buddy, I don't know what you've been trying to do, but you're playing with our bags now.
Yeah,
and then Gensler came out and said, we're shifting the department's focus from crypto to AI. We haven't forgotten about crypto, though. But AI, he made this whole speech on why AI needed attention and all this shit. And I'm like, yeah, I know what happened. You got that phone call. No,
I can't
exactly
believe how
what
many
happened.
cases they dropped. So many cases. It's
Everything,
wild.
bro. I'm trying to think. It's hard to even think of any cases that are still open at this point. Off the top of my
Is that
head,
all
I don't
that
know
has
what's
to
left
do
to
with-
clear.
Do you think that has a lot to do with the change of management?
Hell yeah, the
People
head.
just
Yeah, that was, yep. They came in and they were like,
So-
anything that had anything to do with that war on crypto, we're just going to drop it.
So there might be a new war that might be more sophisticated.
Yeah, the problem is that they were legislating by enforcement, right? Meaning, like, they weren't finding the evidence and saying, hey, this is what you're doing wrong. This is how you're breaking the law. They were just saying, prove you're not breaking the law. And it's impossible to prove because there's no guidelines, right? So it was like, sue them. And it was all for money, right? If you had enough money to pay, the lawsuit went away. It's basically just trying to drain them. We can't stop them, so let's try to drain them. You know how expensive a SEC lawsuit is to fight? Not everybody's XRP, bro. Everybody can't take a 5-year fight. with the Fed. You know what I mean? Like most companies will just go away.
I know Coinbase got a notice from them too, but did that thing go away for
You know
Coinbase
how it
too?
is with Coinbase. Until proven different, every SEC lawsuit against Coinbase has been pure theater. Even when they gave them that lawsuit because they wouldn't delist it, and Coinbase said, "Well, we're taking you to court because we're standing up for our rights." That all theater, bro. I think it's the same person. It's the Spider-Man pointing at the Spider-Man pointing at the Spider-Man meme.
I'm not gonna lie though, Coinbase made it very easy for me to be able to vote pro crypto in like my area because I just signed up for this thing and they give you like everything needed to get to your representatives that actually have something to do.
Nice.
So they were active about that. They've been doing a lot of active stuff on that, like on the forefront to try to get, these crypto friendly government positions open.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean XRP. I know there's maybe one or two more that haven't been officially cleared, like all these other ones have specifically, but I'm sure it's coming. I mean, any day now, right? You would imagine at this rate. I don't think you're gonna add XRP to a strategic reserve when you're worried about a court case, you know?
Yeah, the casino's just open. I mean, we got to imagine who we're dealing with. I mean, Trump, he had some of the biggest casinos, and it's just like right now the casinos are open, man. Now, as long as everybody's paying their fair share, I don't know how they're going to do with capital tax, if it's going to be the same tax, but they're going to find a way to get the money too. That's why they're going to say it's a free for all these next 4 years, but you guys got to pay.
It's interesting, it's really interesting, and I wonder if I don't know.
Because are the tax like right now? I heard capital gains that are going to switch up. Tips, you're not going to have to pay taxes on tips. Social Security, you're not going to have to pay taxes.
But you're gonna have to start. So, if you get your money on Cash App or PayPal, you didn't have to report under 2K before. Okay. Yeah, I think it was like under 2K a month or something like that. You didn't have to report before, right? Now it's going to be under 600. Anything over 600, you're going to have to pay your tax. You're supposed to report it anyways, but it's going to be automatic. The real question about capital gains is, like I said, the way I think they're going to do it is just through American companies, period. Because that's what's in the tax code that they've sort of leaked so far, right? Tax benefits for American companies, America first, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, if they do no capital gains tax, no short-term capital gains tax on all American companies, then that would just cover crypto under the umbrella, right? It wouldn't have to be crypto specific. It's an American company. It's an American company. You just happen to be a crypto.
I'm all in.
That's the bullishness I'm seeing, right? Because I was worried, like, why would anybody sign off on just giving us crypto guys no capital gains? They don't care about us like that. There's not enough of us, right? But if it's all American companies, which means, your holdings in your 401k and that affects mom and pops. Like that's good for everybody, right? So they'd be more likely to sign something like that in.
But
and then we just get lucky, we get lucky and get covered under the umbrella with everything else.
They would be leaving too much on the table to do that, I think, because there's so many American companies.
It's a lot, but if they take off some of the loopholes, then they'll still be getting more. Right? The problem isn't capital gains tax. People find ways to get away around their capital gains tax anyways. The problem is people that use all the loopholes to reduce their tax burden. These billionaires that are paying 11% or something like. Yeah, exactly. And he's right. The rules are the rules. You don't like the rules, change them. So let's see if they do that. It'll be the first time I've ever seen rich people change a rule that benefits rich people, though. I'll tell you that much. Not very common that you see that happen. I'm just saying. Rich people in power making a rule that affects rich people in power negatively is not something you see all the time. No matter who the president is. So I definitely take my hat off to the man if he pulls that off.
Be interesting
Bro,
next
you
few
realize
years.
what that means for our ROI just on a regular, like,
Dude, I'm gonna be hustling these next years. Like I'm making as much dry powder as I can. I'm doing odd jobs, crazy thing. Oh, I don't care. I'm
bro, I might have an America only portfolio during the next bull run if they
Yep.
pull that. I mean, you're talking about getting an extra 30% off the top of your X's?
Dude, I'm selling my Mitsubishi. I'm gonna buy another Bronco.
What? Nah, I hear you, Galactic. It's all angel dust. It's all fairy dust until I see something on paper. Angel dust is something completely different. That's actually a thing.
Yeah, that was back in that was PCP. Yeah, Angel Dust.
West Coast vibes. I only know about that shit from like West Coast gangster movies.
I said get wet. They used to say, "Yo, let's go get wet."
Well, damn, nah. New York, yeah. New York did have a phase.
Uh-huh.
That's true.
New York graffiti. Oh, the graffiti heads, they were all over it.
Yeah, Angel Dust is completely different, Sid Rocks. It's a whole different thing.
Yeah, man. I thought I was Spider-Man. I started climbing buildings. I almost killed myself.
What?
Yeah, man. Someone laced one of my blunts once, dude.
Listen,
I lost it. Man.
I stopped
Spider-Man.
stopped sharing blunts in that era for that same purpose, bro. I'm good. People used to do that shit for fun just to watch people geek out, bro.
Yeah,
No,
dude,
no,
they
no.
watched me just bug out, dude. I bugged out.
Nah,
They're all
bro.
happy.
Those
They
aren't
laughed.
friends. Looking back on it now, those weren't friends.
Oh, yeah.
I remember the night you were telling that story, Drew. A long time ago, you were telling us that story about how you jumped off the roof.
A bunch of stories. Oh, I had interesting youth, that's for sure.
Wouldn't have it any other way, man. I look at how some of these kids grow up now, and if you look at it from the parents' eyes, amazing, great, that's great. But if you look at it from the kid's side, oh man, are they missing out on some fun? We did some
Yeah.
wild shit. I don't know how I didn't give my mom a heart attack. I'll be completely honest with you.
You probably did, and she hid it from you.
Yeah, it's probably one of those silent ones that doesn't goes unnoticed for like 30 years.
Yep. One day she'll let you know.
Yeah, I used to just leave the house and go ghost. No communication, 2-3 days.
Oh my gosh.
And then come back like, what? I'm grown. They're 14, 15 years old. And I'd be punished for like a week, sneak out, do it all again. I was bad. I was a bad kid.
I think 15's pretty grown though for like a male, and like
I thought I was
if
I was an adult. You couldn't tell me shit at 15, Drew.
Yeah, I mean you're old enough to get your driver's license in some states.
Not only
right?
that, but growing up, the amount of shit that I saw by that age, like I wasn't, kids in New York, you're at 15, you're not 15. 15,
Did you grow up
you're
in-
like
in-
17, 18 years old.
Did you grow up in New York?
Yeah, I grew up in Brooklyn.
Yeah, they let the Bitwise CEO on NBC, which is a traditional left wing news station. It was very bullish. I found that interesting. So I think something's happening.
That's
I'm
the
starting
thing
to
about
believe.
crypto. It has no party.
Yeah, I mean, but the lobbyists are out, the money's out. It's like, okay, now it's time to put money into it. That's how I took it.
I like it.
Wolf is putting in some new highs here. Come on, doggy.
I still have faith in some of the higher market cap memes. Like that thesis still stands for me until I'm proven different, and then I'll take that one on the chin. But the large market cap memes have pulled in 5x to 10x the liquidity of the blockchain. So for me, they're just like beta plays on the actual blockchain. I'm staying away from all the super low cap shit, though. I'm telling you from now, guys.
Yeah, me too. I'm done with
I
those.
might start charging for super chats if the meme coin is like under 50 mil. Like, nah, you're gonna have to pay for that one, bro. You can't make me
I
look at
feel
that.
you too, man. It's just things get tossed around too easy there.
We are right at the cusp of utility coins getting the attention they're supposed to. If things start to go parabolic and we dive back into those low cap memes, we're gonna shoot ourselves in the foot, Eric. At this point, you should have already made all the X's that you could have off all the speculation, and now you're going into true, value assets. All right, so
Bitcoin
we're
might hop over this wall.
yeah. I was
I'm
gonna
sorry.
say no. You're good. I was just about to say we're poking over and we're getting a little bit of volume from market makers here.
We both were looking at the same thing then.
Can I show you something quick on my screen here?
Sure.
This is what I'm seeing on WIF. If we get the breakout of this, it could be pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You got a bullish trigger there if you get above that little local
Yep.
high.
I see it too.
Probably up to that next peak.
This peak?
No, down. Right underneath the one that you. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Before you get another reaction, like if it goes, it'll probably impulse to there and then flag out again. I like it though. It looks good. Most important, when it gets above all of that, you want that to hold. Put that whole
Yeah,
sort
like
of
come up
range
here
behind
and
us. Yep.
like that.
Yeah.
And check that the volume bars look pretty good over there.
Yeah.
You also have to put some spirit and some soul into it. Maybe put on like a red hat or something while you trade.
Like Crypto Face, he puts the little like the anteaters on his chart.
Yeah, exactly. Something, something to give it some spice.
Crypto Face draws anteaters on his chart. He's like, these are the market makers just sucking up everything with their long noses.
That's the one thing that me and him always like. I'll always disagree with him. Like he will go to war with market maker, and I'm like, bro, just play nice. Stop trying to, you know what I mean? Like most of the time that he catches himself in trouble is he's like, I see what market maker's trying to do. Watch this. I'm like, bro, you're not. I'm sure you've got tons of money, but
I mean, all market makers trying to do is stay in the range. Usually, that's their main goal.
He's a cowboy, Crypto Face. Yeah, that kid's got no fear.
he's got a $3,000 indicator that flies off the shelves.
Yeah, that's bizarre. And yet we can come here to your channel for free and get the best indicators. Speaking of, hit a like there, guys, if you're enjoying the TA.
Yeah, definitely.
And
We
Dbloc's
actually
hard
got a
work.
nice ratio going, 148 and 166 likes. We had a lot of people in here earlier. No, Chandler, we haven't lost like I said, unless we break this supply. We break this supply, then FOMO's kicked in. If we break this demand, then we're getting the CME gap. Right now we're just trapped in the range. It's gonna be interesting to see what UK does when they come in. Actually, what time is it? It's 12. Let me go jump in the Twitter swamp real quick before they start shifting the news around on me. I'll be back.
Drew, Drew, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Can you see my screen?
Right now I can't because I'm juggling like 3 things. But what's up?
No worries, no worries. No, I'll show you later.
I'll check it out in a little bit.
BJ, that was so wild this morning when we were doing the TA, and then we just got like those massive candles that did like $600 in a second.
It was fantastic.
It was good. It was good.
I've been
I
waiting for a
kinda,
day like this forever.
I know, it's like the day you wait for your whole life, and it never comes, and it came.
Yeah. They come few and far between, but when they do, oh, you're just so happy.
Yeah, especially if we catch it, at the right time.
Yep.
That was good. I minimized all my positions because I was getting a bit worried, we might dip down a little further. And then as soon as those candles came, I just like, nah, all in, baby, let's go.
Yeah. That was a lot of fun. I'm glad you were there to enjoy it with us. I'm sorry I was so quiet there for a while, but if I start doing too much, I'll lose track of all my trades and I'll make mistakes. So I have to just stop and concentrate and focus. Otherwise, oh.
No, you're good. Yeah, no. Sometimes you gotta just put everything aside and
Yeah, because I used to, sit there and try to worry about putting a chart out or, doing something, and I've you do that, and all of a sudden you've lost $200 in profit. Just
just
putting your
taking your
hands on
eyes off.
Yeah, putting the hands on the keyboard. So I said, I'm not doing that today. Forget that.
I know it's so volatile. Like sometimes you can't even just go on YouTube and watch a couple of videos because by the time you come back, it's just like, what happened to my position?
Yeah.
It's so important to have stop losses though. Like so many people don't realize. I've fallen asleep on trades a few times and just got wiped out while I slept.
That happened to me once. Thank goodness I just lost about $100. But yes, it can happen. I'm not a big stop loss person, and don't hate me for it, but I'm just not I just don't do it like that.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Like if I'm behind my computer and I
Yes.
can watch the trade, I'd rather just shut it off when I see things aren't going my way.
Yeah, that's different. That's
Yeah.
what I'm talking about. But that's why I like to not have a long trade on futures or on leverage, because I don't want to have to worry about that. I'd rather get in and get out and get the money and go.
Yeah, just in and out trades and build the
Yeah.
spot bags.
Yep, that's right.
I mean, that's how you have to really do leverage. I mean, unless you're catching the bottom of a bottom.
Yeah.
You're never gonna do that really.
A 2 or 3 day trade is pretty good, but and even a longer one sometimes, but those, oh yeah, you have to have your wits about you, and then yeah.
Yeah, for those, I mean, you gotta kind of have a stop loss because you're
Yeah, you do.
gonna leave it at some point.
You do. Yep. And then you really don't have I don't know, it's hard to do a lot of other things
How long have you been trading for?
Oh, let's see, since about 2021.
It's like full time or just kind of
Well,
hobby?
started out just kind of as a hobby, and then I really didn't trade other than spot, but I focused on charting for about 2 years, and then I started doing some leverage trading. So I'm really now trying to spend my time getting better and better at the leverage trading. So that's kind of what I'm
Where you're at? Yeah.
where I'm at, yeah. Because to me, there's a whole different skill set in leverage trading versus spot trading, and charting and trading are two different skills too. So I wanted to get really good at charting before I did any trading.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, a lot of people come in gung ho and not knowing how to chart, and they just get wrecked real quickly.
Yep, I don't want to be wrecked slowly
Yeah,
slowly or quickly. I mean,
exactly.
yeah, that's no fun.
If I could, like, when I started doing leverage, I wish I had done like demo accounts just to get used to it, because
Yeah.
I did lose a lot of money in first time I started leverage trading.
So you can think of it as your tuition. If you go to a school, you pay a tuition to learn, and it's kind of the same thing with, your time is tuition, and the money that you spend on the job training is a part of your tuition. So you are going to lose some money. So just make sure that it's not money that you need to live on. And I understand about the idea of, sometimes we say, don't put any money that you can't afford to lose. Well, that is absolutely true. Obviously, we don't, money is something we don't want to lose. But if you think of it as as part of education, then you're putting it towards something else. If you're not being frivolous about it, if you're diligent and purposeful with your trading, and you try to learn something new over your mistakes so that you can carry that lesson forward and not make that mistake again, then maybe that loss is worth it in that sense.
100%. Yeah. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Definitely, like, you're investing in your you feel like you're losing, but you're learning really from your mistakes.
Right, and a skill.
You
I mean,
should
my
be.
goodness, it's a lifelong skill, similar to any other type of skill, but you can trade anywhere, anytime that you have a internet connection and access to an exchange and whatnot, whatever. I mean, no matter how young or old you are, if you build on that skill, you have a way to earn money.
Agree.
True.
Okay, so look here on the 5-minute, we've got some nice movement here in Bitcoin. It's over the 50 MA. Underneath on the bottom, coming up here, we have the 200s. So our 5-minute time frame is showing a little bit of strength, but we do need to clear this angle over on the left. It would be much better then hiking over and then rolling over the hill. See this movement. So see
Yeah.
how the 200s are coming up here. Well, by the time they cross, they're going to be in this area, right? So so if we don't get enough lift, and price action doesn't come up here to this 93.6, right? It won't give enough time for these 200s to come up well over enough the pivot point, so that our movement will be less lateral, so we can avoid the pullback and then fall down this way. And that would take us, to maybe below 92. See right here, you fall in this hole.
Yeah.
So yeah. So that brings you down maybe to 92.7. And if you fall under this angle right here, then you can go to that below 90.
What is that green line? The thick one. Yeah, that one.
Okay, this one's right here would be from 91,125 down to 90,838 at this juncture. So I'll zoom out and show you that comes underneath, or it's up above the 800 on the 5 minutes. See, the 800 is way underneath there. Let me try to fill that out there. My little place that turns on my TRM. See, so the 800 is coming up from the bottom. This is where we broke out this morning. Here's this fib spiral.
Yeah.
And so this is our pivot from, the breakout. So here's the back. So this is the trade everybody loves. This is, oh my gosh, everybody loves this because you're on the back of the ribbon. So this is the middle. We don't like the middle. The middle is hard trading because you're in the chop. This is a chop because you don't know, are we going to go over the 50? Are we going to come under the 50? You sit there and you go, I don't know what we're going to do. You got all of these angles. Which way are we going? And we're all saying that now. You can hear it in the conversation. Are we going to come up here? We're going to go down here. We're going to fall down under this. I hate it. You hate the chop. This is chop, 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 chop. You don't want to be in the chop. You want to be here. Okay. So now that we're coming into this chop area,
we want to be smooth sailing.
Yes, this is the trade you want. Okay. So if you are, don't like to trade very often, you want to look for this trade right here. Boom. You make money right here. You lose money here. This is where you lose money. All right. So getting back to the 800, there it is. And the 200's there. Now look how spread apart they are. So you can see these waves coming here, down here, down here. So if you fall under this, this angle coming up from the bottom here, all right, then you have the potential, and see how this makes this wedge from this rising wedge here. See, we didn't break up over it. This white line that goes up like this separates the bullish side from the middle, and then from the bearish. So this now becomes your bearish side, even though it was green before. Now it's not. So there is the 800. So by the time we get the movement forward with time, it'll be in this area. So that's why underneath this line is below 90,000. So if we get this curve right in price, and you follow this arrow down, and price then comes down below 90,758, then we follow that arc down, and then we likely can come between here and here, and below here is 85. So then you break 85. So now you have to look. Here was our breakout spot, right? And they bring that forward, and then there's the angle, and then here's our Remember this pink triangle? Well, there it is. So if you fall underneath that here, that brings you down to your 84, 8 area. And then you swing down from there and it brings you down to 81. So that, follow that arrow down and kaboom, there you go to 85. Okay, right here. So this is Tuesday. So this could be, you know, the start of our downtrend if we don't come on up over here. And even if we do, even if we come up into this green zone, this right here, these two red lines separated right here would be our bow tie area. In other words, we still would have to come up far enough to avoid falling back down. But because of where we are and going forward, the pullback wouldn't be deep because of the trajectory. So therefore,
that green arrow.
correct. This would become more of our stability then, because everything would then get over this angle at this point. And so then your pullback becomes shallower and you fall less deep, because the 1 hour then would be having its 50 get over that spot. So we're vulnerable now. And as time goes and more time frames come over that spot, if we get there, the less vulnerable we are pullback.
I see. And so right now it looks like, are we battling with the 50 EMA there? Is that what that blue candle was?
Yes. That's on the 5, or it was on the 15-minute. Did I have it? Yeah, here's this is the 15-minute. Let's see. Trying to do this fast. Okay, so we're above the 15-minute 50 EMA. Here's the 15-minute, and you can see at this point is where we started to roll over, right? And if we come up over the 50 MA, which is right here above, if we come over that and use that now then as support, instead of rolling further over, obviously you're going to have a lift again, and which will create more momentum. So this, the 15-minute is important now, and in order to change future direction, we've got to get ourselves up into this zone. And you can almost see this circle that you would create there, a bottom and a ring. This way.
See that. So what is that you got that one line? Is that that pink line that you
this one?
just point? Yeah, the one that curves down and looks like it's coming around again. Up a little bit to the left.
To the left.
Yeah, up just beneath that orange line. The orange line right at the top, and then the one that's right beneath it.
Oh, the pink. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the HMA, and I like this HMA because it's kind of like an average of all the averages, and so I use that as a barometer. And when it helps me identify tops, and it also helps me identify a place where I know I need to break out over in the future on a time frame. So here and whenever I see it underneath, I usually can tell that I've reached a bottom. So when price comes up over the top of my HMA, I can generally feel comfortable in getting into a position.
I see, yeah, and it kind of looks like it wants to come around again at the moment. Like it's
leveling
out a little bit.
Yes, and also what helps identify that is the Williams alligator, which is this other indicator, which you see the red, white, and blue, and using that in conjunction with TR main, I've always used those two together. That the Williams alligator with the TR main, I just think that that's nice because it's almost like a precursor or a what do you call it? Gives you kind of a
Be closing over that 50. Not to cut.
yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead, that's fine.
So if you're in the upper range of the 50, that's more bullish, right? Of
Yes.
that channel.
Yes.
Okay. Like the more you price hovers in the top half of the range, like it's likely gonna just pop out any second.
Yes, but also you looking at your MAs versus your EMAs is also important. And another thing is when you see, like right here, you see the 5 EMA crossing up underneath and through the 13. So in this position, the 13 is coming down and around and forming kind of a cup motion, but
Yeah.
it's over the top of the 5 EMA. Well, then at this point is when the 5 EMA is taking the lead, right, over the 13. So that's another indication that we've got more momentum in a more bullish fashion. So this candle is less indecisive and more to the bullish side.
Beautiful. That's what we like to see.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Would you mind showing me quick how you use the Fibonacci spiral and like how do you know
Sure.
where to place it?
Sure. So this morning, okay, take this. Actually, here would not be a horrible place to put one. Let's see. Oh, I don't know what I just did. Oh, I put on a some kind of thing here, but an ABCD pattern by accident. So let me try to get that off. Okay. So this morning, don't freak out now with all this stuff. Seriously, please don't. I'm gonna have to take it off because somebody's gonna say, "What the heck is that?" Okay, hide drawing. All right, I'll get the spot before I.
Looks like Spider-Man's been on your
I
chart.
know. Somebody inevitably is gonna say, "What is she doing?" Okay. All right, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go to a different Bitcoin chart just to. Change windows. Here we go. Okay, so let's see if I can show you right here. All right, now, right, was this is this morning? Okay. I may not get this exactly right because I'm doing it from the past instead of like right now. So it might mess me up as far as like my thinking. All right, so you go here to your Fibonacci in your toolbox. It's
Yeah.
on your, okay. And you go to Fib Spiral. Okay. Now, so these are it's different now because these EMAs have moved. But it was at this point, is this morning? Yeah, 9:15. I think it was earlier. It was down here. Well, we'll just take it from here for whatever. Okay. And you take and put your you place your point, okay?
Mhm.
Then you get this out. Now, you see my price action line, the black.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So when I put this on here, the loop, okay, the shell part, not the arm. So you see the arm,
Yeah.
the arm. Okay, that. All right. I want that arm to be right like that. You see how it
On the previous high.
yes, right there, and then the loop needs to come at a juncture of the previous, like a kink, like this.
On the low, the
Yeah.
next low, the next low.
Yeah.
Lower high. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So now the reason I said this might mess me up is because, I have stuff over here and stuff over there. All right. Well, it might be end up being all right. So now you can see that you've got an arc, and then it comes down and swings here. But you also at this point have where price needs to break out over, and actually you can see how that actually did that there, and then then it went through this way. All right. Now, the other thing is that there's what I do after that is I will clone it. So when you click on this ring, you have the option of saying counterclockwise. So I could do that, and you see how that moved?
Yeah.
I'm going to take that off. And now I'm going to just, instead of doing that, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to click clone. Now, that gives me the next level. So it creates another, so there's no price action here. Remember, I'm doing this before any of this happened. I have identified this spot as the new potential place for where price needs to move forward. But as you see here, if you look at my lines that I already had there, it's actually showing. What did I just see? I just lost my train of thought. Rats. Okay, so we didn't have price action here. I think this is why it's missing.
It was a clean chart. Yeah.
Yeah. So if we didn't, okay, here this would just look like this. But you wouldn't have even these moving averages. Nothing would be in here. It would be blank. Okay, so I got to do this without something ahead of time. So here we go. So let's do it over here. But now now you can see though that we got price to pop up over that top. All right. And if I had cloned another one, let's do it. You can do this as many times as you want. See, it gives you the next, and then it comes up to the this area. And then you can also see that you come up here. I probably could just do it a few more times and you'll see what I mean. See there, and then that 5 EMA comes, the price went up here. All right, now we're at this point. All right, let's do this.
So it's giving you potential targets.
It
with
does.
that.
Yes. And it also provides you with your almost like a support and resistance lines, and it helps you identify where your pullbacks are. So let's do another one.
Is
here.
it purely like price sort of forecasting, or is it time based as well? Like you can figure
It's,
out.
you can figure out your times as well. Yes. Especially if you're doing it on a large time frame. So if you take it on a 1 hour, for instance, and you use your excuse me, I forgot I had that on. If you use your 1 hour EMAs, I usually like to put it on 800. So when we have come to a bottom on a time frame, that's usually where I like to use it. So as you can see here, the 5 EMA is at the bottom. We're trying to make a new a new bottom over the top of we're trying to make another high, right? Because we bottomed here, we'll jump up and try to make another one. So this is a good point to do this. So I'm going to take and do another spiral here.
So you put the arm.
I put the arm right on that price dot this time. And then what I'm going to do is instead of looking backward, I'm going to use my other price markers, and I'm going to also use my arrow right there. And I'm going to do this as a tight one. Like that. Now, what that's going to show me is my, instead of me drawing an arrow, right, this is going to give me my ladder for
pullbacks.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to now clone this one. I know this is going to be like a tight range, but let's just see what we come up with. So, and the other thing that I would do, though, is maybe instead of a spiral, is I would use a wedge, because sometimes a spiral can not be the exact Fibonacci tool you want to use. You might want to use a wedge instead of this kind of spiral. But this is kind of working out fairly nicely. It's showing us that, see here, coming through here, we have the 800 EMA, and it's hitting right along this. And so price has got to come up over that. If I didn't have these lines already there, this would also just, be there for you to give you an indication of where you needed price to go. It has to go over this arc, and then right
800.
here. Yeah, this is the 800, this green line right here. And I'm on the 1 hour time frame. So let's do this. So our candles, well, my lines are already ready. Their candles have to come up this ladder, and we have to get to this point right here, and then we have to use this this ladder, and then come up to this point right there. So it can also, then you can identify your price points. So we need 97 or 95.713, and that will get us over that daily open right at this juncture. And it can also give you places where you can identify as resistant lines, because you can, you would be able, if you didn't have these two, you would clearly see that this is an arc that you're going to have to get over. But you also see on the pullback that you've got to your candle would probably come here, and if it fell from here, it's going to hit this hole. And look at down below here, you got the pivot point. Then it also shows you if you come underneath there, you will fall down here, and kaboom, you don't have a support line.
Right. If you lose the 90 level, then you're
Yeah.
coming down quickly.
Yeah, and 90,729.
700.
And check this out. Here are the here's the EMAs from our other one. And you see how they're coming up through. It's pretty cool. There we go. So
That's
if price
pretty crazy.
Isn't it neat?
Because I think it also lines up with like the VRVP volume
Yep.
nodes.
Look at it. It's amazing. Yeah, down here look at how, see, this is what I talk about all the time, about how you have the curves that come up and swoop around. And then if I follow that curve around and come up over the top, where you get a price right here. And I know that as well by just going like this. I can tell price has the ability to come to 97.4, right? But I also know it from this way. So there you go. But this is really, really interesting. You see, and then it also shows you your spots where, if you get on this outside edge, where you have your holes, where you have a potential support line, because you could, have support right here. But if you were on this outside, you would fall after, you wouldn't have that support anymore.
Right. That would be quite a strong support.
Yeah.
So
let's look at it now. Here on the 30-minute, how the perspective is. So on the 30-minute, you've got where price is up on this ladder, and it's got to reach up and come up.
Yeah,
to
it's
this.
tracking that ladder quite nicely so far. So, I mean, it looks like it might want to push up to that just above the ladder where the second spiral.
Yep.
The arm, yeah, there, right there where it crosses.
And you can see here had resistance right under there. It's amazing.
So if it breaks that first arc on the first spiral, then it's probably going to head to the ladder on the second spiral.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yep. Then I can make another one, a third.
And maybe it might bounce off that ladder's resistance and come back to the other ladder for support again.
But it also shows you that here in this area, this will be vulnerable if price did not rise up to here.
Yeah, if it doesn't stay above that ladder, the arm.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. You've got would be considered your gap right here. So let's go to the 5. Now, how is price looking here? Price looks a whole lot different here than it did on that 30-minute, doesn't it? Because prices got to find support along this red line that I have. If it doesn't, you can clearly see that it has this space that it will fall
It's a
down
big drop, yeah.
below the 50 to the pivot point, and could then fall into this loop. And then where's the 800? It's down the second one. And I always talk about how there's two, usually two sweeps. You got one here, you can find support like that, and then another, and then here's the two. Isn't it amazing how it's just perfect?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like plays with psychology, like the Fibonacci's matches how, it matches like where the liquidity is and where the volume gaps are. Because obviously, probably the big players are also using Fibonacci's and stuff, so that makes sense. But I've never used them, so this is a good lesson. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. So you want to see the wedge, or so right in here, or let's see, we don't really have a place right now to put the wedge. When I come to a spot where a wedge is a choice that I would use, I might try to get your attention, and I'll show you how I do that.
Sounds good.
Okay. And then the other one that I like is the fib circle. The fib circle looks like this. I'll show you this one. And these, there's certain times when I like these too, because they can help you identify a floor, and also you can get your top and your bottom from that. So it helps with identifying time frames on there. So I'll show you when I use them too. Let's see, I have that on the how do I remove on the XRP chart, a few of them. Let's see.
And those are also time-based, right?
Yes. Well, and on the Bitcoin chart, that I've used those in several places in conjunction with, these different types. So there are different places where you use these different fib tools. And another one is the speed resistance arc. Okay, I'll show you. That one looks like this. Okay, you've seen my charts when I post them where they look like this. Now this one is really useful because it shows you the left side and the right side. And so here's where, when you identify your center, your middle, I could put this down here just for giggles here. Right there. Okay, then
right on the pivot point.
correct. And then where's my okay, so you see this, do you see the dashed line?
Yes,
right
yeah,
there?
yeah.
Okay, so when I grab, see the hole, that's what you use to put it wherever you want, right? So, okay, if you want it at a 90 degree, let's try to do a 90 degree. And now I could get out a tool and measure that to make sure. And what I tend to do is okay, let's do this. Let's do this 105. Okay, so I'm going to take that. I think I've got it on the 105 because that's where we need it to be. I think I've already got one of these actually on this chart, but whatever. We're going to do this now. All right, so let's take a look at this. You got here's our price action. See how it's coming along the left side now.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. And here we came down. There's 100,478. All right. And here's this new spiral that we've drawn. And then here's the other two new ones that we just did. Okay. Now, where does that lead? That leads us to this blue arc right up here. And what price do we get? Oh, lo and behold, 114, 115. Isn't that just perfect, right? And then on the next level, I bet it's 126. Oh, what do you know? Oh, shoot, I've just moved it. I didn't mean to. Yeah, 120. It'll be 126 to 131, something like that. Because we already, there, 126 is right there. Okay, so this helps you understand how, on a time base, how fast you're going to get through these fib circles, right? And so if we're here and we come up on this angle at a 90 degrees, right? And then you draw your horizontal going this way from 90 degrees, that gives me a price of 106,212. So following this arc that we just drew, or this this fib spiral that we just drew, and we do our horizontal from there. I've got one drawn already, overhead resistance one. Where was my 105? Well, okay, so we'll just leave this one up. And then now let me come down straight for a time. And so what do we have for a date? Wednesday, March 5th. Okay, so if we kept on a trajectory that we are, right, and we didn't slow down, we could go to 109 this way, 109 to 114. If we hit this angle right here, what's this, 107. So this helps you see what the possibility with time and price is. So this is why I like this one. Because it allows you to kind of check how fast we're getting through these fib levels. So we made a big gain today. See how we went from 0 all the way up through right there. What's this? 94. Okay. So where's my here? There. This is the red band. Okay. Now I have a crossing 96, 325. Okay, so we crossed 325. And that's 196, 966. Okay. Now look at this angle. We're coming up here. Overhead resistance 105. Okay. So if we continue on that, we can get to 107 very fast. Very fast.
I like the 11th.
Yeah.
No, even sooner.
We can. Yeah, even sooner. Cause you know, it's very possible. Let's see. Here's this triangle. Let me bring that up. Open. $103, March 4th. So this is our overhead resistance.
Resistance.
Yep. Right here. So this angle. So right here down March 3rd. So we have, and if I put these on, so it looks like we're going to have a bit of retracement because, you know, you can see that we're not trying to get over that. It doesn't look like. And then we have these. Oh, I'm going to stick these on. So we're coming down this way. 91,471 is a target I have here. 91,356. All right, if we fall through this line, then you've got 89.6. But there seems to be pretty decent support there.
That could happen pretty quick if that does.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is very bullish. It's very bullish. I mean, just really look at that. That's very bullish. Oof. If you pop out right there at 99.1, 99, 99.2, you have M5, you know, you're going to hit.
Yeah, you're just going straight to 104.
Yeah.
And that's the measured move of the
Sure
bull
is.
flag as well on the log chart.
Yep. See, and when we were at this point, you know, we were in that real bullish move. We could have popped right up here. You know, we could have been on a trajectory because it takes you on this curve like that, which you don't go backwards in time. But what I mean is, when you come up that far up the fib circles, you climb higher and higher into the you gain more momentum, and so then you're going back this way towards the middle of the chart. So when I say towards the middle of the chart, you climb up into these rings quicker. You pass them quicker. When you fall down into this middle section, you tend to spend a lot more time. I keep clicking on all this stuff and it makes it flashing. I'm sorry about that. I talk with my hands apparently, but you get a lot of chop when you're in the blue and the red. You get nice movement when you're on the left side, when you're over here, because you're going up like this. So like even what you saw here, you get that nice movement right on the back. But then when you flag, then you get into the chop. Then if we, you know, fall down here, you get into this wider area. There's a lot of chop. And I'll show you, because when you're on the bigger time frames, here's the, okay. So you're coming up this way and you have more likelihood of getting these down arcs. So
I see. So we kind of have to make a big move soon. Otherwise, we're going to keep ranging sideways through those arcs.
Correct. And there tends to be a lot more pressure to the downside, descending, when you get on the right side of the chart because of the way fibs work. So, you know, the moving averages and everything else, unless you cross the middle, which is here, right? Would be the middle. And that's why you see this white dotted line. That's right there. Now you just saw me put this chart, this thing on here. It's not, I didn't draw these lines afterward. That's already there. And look at how exact it is. It's right there. And that is the middle. So if we can get over that, see how the arc changes? It's no longer this way.
Yeah.
you get past the downward angles, and you can even see that in the knee right there. Let me put that back. So this is the 6 hour. See, here's a knee, or a bend.
Yeah. See
As
that?
soon as we get over this angle right here, and this is the middle, oh my goodness, you're over that angle. You're over that spot. Oh, I'm just moving that. You're over that. And instead of the downtrend, you're past the downtrend and you're moving up. And so here's the angle to the upside right there. And that point meets right here. And what's that? 104,236. And then I bet you this is 107. It's got to be about 107. And look at here, 30-minute ascending angular resistance. There you go. So all of this comes together right at this point. And lo and behold, it's this corner right there. What is that? 108? Dang, it's perfect. So, oh man.
Prepare
Crazy.
your bags, guys. Are going to the moon.
Well, unless we don't do it.
Yeah, we're gonna watch that to see if that arc brings us down.
Correct. I mean,
So it's kind of like Bitcoin. If you don't push up, so when you push up straight through it, it kind of invalidates that.
It negates, yes.
That negates that curvature down. Yeah.
Yeah, because look, if I divide this in half right there, we see the dotted line. Look at how it changes the arcs. Instead of them coming down, they go up. Pivot point 96,345.
I appreciate the lesson, BJ.
It's amazing. It is amazing. Love it. And you can even see the curving already happening. Look at how it's curving right here around the pole. Let me take my stuff off. Can you see the V in the moving average there on the 6 hour? You see the little blue 50 EMA line, and you can also see it on the 200. The white line, you can see a V right here. See, point right above my pink line or pink thing. See how it's got a V? I mean, maybe
Yeah.
my eyes are just so used to picking this stuff up, but I can see it. I can see the curve right here. That's a curve. It's curving around the pole.
Right, it's like a sharp curve up. Yeah.
It sure is. That's a V.
I mean,
And look,
that looks more drastic than the curve up that we had back in
yeah,
Jan.
it's beautiful. Yep, it's beautiful. I'm just amazed. Okay, let's look at the daily. Oh, can you be any more perfect than that? No. Oh my goodness. Oh, you're welcome. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. I'm glad you're listening. Yep. Yep. And I said, it's time to be bullish. It's no more time to be bearish.
So, hey, I'm coming in a little bit late, but you were saying that the likelihood is to continue this downtrend and then come back up through that channel, or go through the. Sorry, I'm waiting.
No, let's see. What I said was let's see, if we do not, oh shoot. Okay, if we cannot come up above that 50% line, which is 90, what did I say, 93.6? Yeah. then it's more likely then that we will continue, we won't pass that downtrend line. And you can see that right here. Okay, so this is the daily. And you can see how we're stuck, we're head like this, down, 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 down. It would be downward. Let me find the other angle of it right here. But we're past this one. We're over that angle that we've conquered that one. We haven't. Okay, so see how it's on this left side, or where price is on the right side of that angle. Okay, so now on the daily we're ahead of the game on that. But there's this one. Now we've got our head over that one, which is good. So we beat that one too. But what we need to do is get over the overhead resistance, which is this line here at 95.5. And you can see that right there. Let me get that again. Oh, it's a little lower. This one. Okay. So that completes. See where that you had this boom, boom, down, and then now we're stuck there. Okay. So the daily needs to come over that line and get across that green arc, because if it doesn't, then it's going to roll this way down, and then that falls off the ledge at 85.2. And inside this, so here's the ascending angle here, and this is the fibs we just drew, this one. So this right there. So 90,700. Now that is the same number that I have on my other chart. Let me just bring that up. Bring it up. I think I have a picture of that, don't I? I'm going to go to the other one. 90,700. That sounds like it is. I draw, show drawings. 90,000. Yeah, 90,758. Isn't that the? I put a picture up somewhere. 90,758. Yeah, that is the target for the down move, and that's what I get on this chart. Same thing. So now I'm lost on my chart. Okay, there. So right here is that new fib, and then if we fall through that, then we come right down there. See how that? Oh my gosh! Look at how they fit like a glove. Okay, so then slide down here, and that would be this. I'm sorry, I'm talking out loud. Okay, so 87.8, and I believe we talked about 87.8 too. Okay, and after 87.8, then I have an 86.5. 87.8, 86.5 is the inner ring. All right, so the daily needs to come up over that line. You can see how the head's stuck there. And that number would be 95.550. That puts us over that ring. Now, the previous fall on the daily is right there. Oh, okay, and look at here. I've already got that alarm set for that. 96.610.20 right there. Now, when are we going to cross that? What day? Looks like that is here. March 6th to the 11th. Look at that. Isn't that perfect timing? If you stretch down, look at this. If you come right down here, that's the 8th, 10th, 11th, Tuesday the 11th. and come up here. These people know what they're doing. Yep. They know what they're doing. We're going to come up just in time. I'm going to work on this some more just to kind of get it perfect. But I think that we're going to have a nice little upswing right there, right in perfect time, cross 96, and we're going to come up here. We're going to hit cross 100,473. We're going to get this number. What is this? 104.
So we got a big support zone that we have to hold here.
Yes. Now, here's the red box. Okay, so come on. This is what we have to come over. All right, I'm going to have to work on this a little while. But I'll get it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I use TradingView, yes. And so all the tools that I use are from TradingView, yeah. Right here. They're on the left side of your chart. Yeah. Yeah. So on TradingView, you don't have to spend money. There's a free account on TradingView, and I think that gives you a few indicators, but your tools you don't pay anything to use the tools. It's the indicators up here. Now, okay. No, I'm in Kentucky actually right now. Really? Wow. So you can't use even crypto.com or Coinbase. Uh-huh. Okay. One thing you might want to do is to look at your higher time frames first, like on a daily, and then see where those moving averages are, because if you get in on a lower time frame and you're not considering, let me show you what I mean. Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, you are talking about a spot trade, right? So yeah. Okay. So that is what I mean, you can trade on a smaller time frame, but you would want to stick to that one chart, then you wouldn't want to move away from it. In other words, I mean, you could do a quick trade, but if you really should look at a larger time frame before you get into a trade, so that you can see where your uh yeah, your support and resistance lines are, for instance. And in order to identify, the trend, because if you look here, you can see that we're coming from a downtrend, made a bottom on the daily, and now we're debating whether or not we're going to make another move up to come back up over a previous high here from where we dipped from, because we're not quite there yet. We haven't crossed where we fell from, which is 96, the 96.1 area. So are we gonna hold this new uptrend, right, and continue? So that would be a continuation pattern. And in order to complete that, you first have to get over a previous low, or you have to come over this spot right here. You have to forgive me, sometimes I have a hard time getting out what I want to say. So right here is 96,239. So price has got to come up above there. And you can see this is the 5 EMA, and then the 13 is above it right here. So when that 5 EMA comes through over there and the price moves up, you want to make sure that that moving averages come up through with it. Sometimes price action, you get a burst of price, right? But it also swings back down, just, bobbles up and down, bubble, bubble, bubble. That is a lot of volatility. You don't sometimes see the moving averages move with that volatility. When you get a clear trend or something happening with price, you will also see the moving averages follow. So that's why when we say we want confirmation, that means you want to see the moving averages go up along with it, and those lines then will follow. And so you want to see the 5 EMA also come above where it fell from. So you want to track not only price, but the moving averages as well. Now, in order for the daily on Bitcoin to correct its time frame, price has got to get over this 50 MA. That's what this orange line is on my chart. Okay, because I use that one as well as the 200, and that's so this is the moving average that is left to completely get through. So we're up here without anything in our way for resistance on this time frame. So price has got to get over 97.7 in order to correct the time frame. Not only does it have to get over 97.7, but it has to get over the spot where it fell from. So you have to see where's the bump, or where is the that its high is locally, and that is higher than 97.7. It's right here at 99.1. So not only do we have to do that, but we have to come over even further to get over where and turn that around. And even at that, even you have to think of this as like a lever or a hinge. So price, in order to move this whole thing, you think of it as you got to kick the boot, right? This is a leg, and here's your knee. You got to kick that knee, kick your foot up, right? And swing that knee up and over. It's got to turn this whole section around. So it's got to come up over this spot. So you want to see candles up here, not just to this point. They got to come up over the top in order to correct what happened here. Otherwise, you're not going to move forward. You're just going to move laterally. So in order to correct, you got to go up over this spot. Does that make sense? I'm online. You mean for TradingView? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, it's called the VRVP, which
Oh, yeah.
stands for, I don't know if someone can have volume.
The
What
volume
does it stand for?
profile,
Yeah, the
visible range.
Visible range volume profile.
profile, right? Yeah, yeah.
VRVP, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just visible range volume profile.
That I don't know. How many indicators do you have right now on your? Because I think with the free one you can use a certain amount at one time. So you
Only
might have,
only only 3 indicators we can use with free version.
yeah, 3. So you might want to just write them down on a piece of paper or store them in your phone somehow, and then rotate them out.
You can do templates, right? Or no?
Did you say templates? I think so.
Yeah, for the
No,
free.
no, no. No, you can only have one template.
Uh,
I tried making different templates, but it always opens the version to buy for that.
Oh, so they try to get you to buy it no matter what you do,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
well, looks like the 30-minute looks a little shaky, like it's coming down. And thanks for saying that again, BJ. I be forgetting to go through all the time frames, and it really does help.
It does. To get an idea where things are in the whole of Bitcoin is so helpful. And just to see what time frame is where makes a big difference.
Oh,
For
and
instance, go ahead.
no, never mind.
No, say what you want to say.
Nah, because it would interrupt the flow of this. I'll wait till later. Either way, I'm gonna take off. I'll talk to you guys later, and I'm just gonna listen in the background.
Okay, so we're at 92.558, and on the 5-minute, we've broken this line, and looks like we're gonna come after here the 92.1 to 2 area, because we're after this 200s. See how the 50 and the 200 are one's on top of the other. The 50 is on top of the 200. And then these are the fibs that we just did. Right here. So price will come down here and just try to find some support right there as this one is moving up through. And then we should come back up across this line. And then our goal is to have the candles go back up over 93.7. And then we want to hit that, at least this line over here at the daily open, which is 94.230. And then that will put us over this, at least this ring right there. So this is that's our plan of attack. Now, if we fail that 200, then we can go down
I
that
think it's about to break the support.
Yeah.
92. What is 92,500? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Lifer. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
What were you going to say now?
Well, I was saying that two things kind of like the 30-minute, it looked like it was coming down. It's like because like scrolling through the time frames, sometimes it's hard to pick the best time frames that like you can see the strong movements or it's like the most clear. And I saw that the 30 minutes seemed to be a good one for catching reversals or whatever, because you're kind of in that sweet spot. Also, I wanted to say for all you people who are trading on weeks, I don't know if you guys knew this, but it seems like there's almost I don't know if it's all coins, but there's no fees if you limit in instead of market. It's only fees when
For
you
which one?
what's that?
Which exchange?
On weeks on futures. Seems like there's no fees on. I don't know. I didn't try all the coins, but it seems like BTC and ETH. There's no fees if you limit, but if you mark it in, they'll hit you upside the head.
That's good to know. They clean me out.
Yeah, and like it's slower. Like sometimes I'll just mark it in, but like now with that incentive, I'm like, man, I'm just gonna. And also, if you move your limit into the price action, it will treat it like a market order, and it'll hit you with the fees. So you have to leave your limit where it's at.
And you do that with the take profit stop loss, or you just mean just setting a limit?
To be honest, I think whenever you close it, you're paying fees.
Right.
That's what I found. I haven't found a way to avoid fees while closing. But opening in the order, I mean, and I mean that's huge, man. Like those fees are those fees. They're not
Yeah.
bad on weeks, but God, like $5, $10 here. I've seen some fees that I've had like 30, 40. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it. I feel like I've lost hundreds in fees the last like 2 weeks.
So you get a fee for opening a trade, for closing a trade, and then if you don't make enough in the spread of your trade, and you have to make enough to make the whole trade worth it. You might even if you make a profit, you might just still be losing money because it eats on both ends. Yeah, so you have to have a certain percentage of a gain in order to actually make that trade worth it. And then if you close too early and then you open another one, just think now you've got 4 openings and close. Yeah.
And that's why I said like I just found out that like limiting in, you don't get charged no fees with opening the trade. So now you're only having to deal with the closing of the trade, and that is just different. Now you don't have to worry about the spread so much.
Yeah, that makes a big difference. So are they running a special, do you think?
I don't know. I think I saw it advertised not a while back, like recently, like maybe in the last month, but I haven't really paid attention to advertisements. I just realized when I did it myself, I was like, oh Lord, really? There's no fees. And I did it over and over. I was like, there's no fees.
That's good. That's good. Now that I have only $3.
For leverage, futures. Yeah, that's clutch. I didn't know that, but and like I said, I think I saw somewhere or someone said something about no fees recently, and I just didn't pay that much attention.
It might have been EMAD. He uses that.
I think I just assumed they were talking about spot. I'm like, yeah, of course, yeah, right, no fees spot, yeah. But then I saw his futures. I was like, wow.
All right, Bitcoin is nearing to be under 92,000 here. Well, I believe it's likely to stop right around this area here at 91.8. If not, then we might see 91.372.
Back over 61. That's not good.
Yeah, their alts are taking a little bit of a hit, aren't they? ADA's back at $1.13. Ondo is at 114.1. Doge is at 22 cent, 22.1. IOTA at 24 cents. H bars holding pretty strong, 25.3. Come down a bit though. XRP is at 270, almost 270. Well, there's 271.
It's going to take a pullback before going up, I guess. It's going to take a pullback before going up, I guess. It's going to take a pullback before going up, I guess. Tokyo session didn't do much, like much of a volume.
I got a feeling we're gonna see a bounce here.
Good feeling.
So far, so good.
It's gonna come down to 90700 around, because on a daily candle it's gonna be a pullback zone, if I'm right.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of support at that level. There's big volumes coming in, so let's see if that's well, not huge, but let's see if it's buys or sells.
So they're gonna go for those legs. Oh,
Hey guys, I was thinking like the next week there is gonna be a big conference and we are looking it as a positive sign. But if we think in a way that the last week the conference with Zelensky and Trump, I really appreciate Trump and I like him because he's straightforward, say it to the face. I like it. But Zelensky being a president and he's on a very big position, right? And he got smacked down by him, right? And now Zelensky, I guess, will go towards Europe. And because earlier USA was giving all the weapons, all the funds, all the dollars, and he was carrying on with his war. But now circumstances will be like he will go towards Europe, and if Europe uh, supports him and give him weapons, money, power, and then what can happen? And next week is gonna be very big because he knows because he's making USA strong, Trump, and he knows everyone will be investing in that, and I think anything can happen. I'm just curious. Maybe he tries to hit. Maybe he tries to hit.
allocation แล้วมันเป็นเหตุผลที่จะตอบได้ด้วยว่าทำไมถึง 5% หรือ 10% นะครับเพราะตรงนั้นเนี่ยเป็นจุดที่เรียกว่า optimal allocation ถ้ามากกว่านี้อาจจะมีความผันผวนมากเกินไปนิดนึงสำหรับการเป็น
Tom's mic is open.
We can't hear you, brother.
เรารับความเสี่ยงโดยไม่ด้วยการผลตอบแทนแต่
What was your question?
You're asking me?
Yeah, I mean, like, what was your question? You said you were curious.
I was saying last week Trump smacked Zelensky, and he being a very powerful leader and a prime minister of a country, and now Trump is making USA strong, and everyone has eye on all the stocks, cryptos, alts, a news being made, and Zelensky being hit by his words in the face of media, and everyone is making memes and poking him. But I'm saying, what if next week is a big conference for crypto, and they know the people are gonna invest, people are gonna focus on the US companies. And I was saying, if now, because Ukraine has been rejected by US, earlier they were giving weapons, money for them to take over the war. And now if he goes towards Europe, and they know next week will be a very big week for the US. So what if they come with some news, and what if market crash down? I was saying that.
I wouldn't worry about it, man. It's not that black and white. I don't think he rejected him. I think it's all part of the show. They're just trying to get a rise out of people. But I don't think what went down was what you saw on the internet or anybody saw on the internet. It's just my opinion, but yeah, there is a giant conference at the White House, so we'll see what happens. I don't think it'll crash the market. I don't think we're gonna give up on Ukraine either. We're not. It's a war machine, my man.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking with someone, and we just spoke about it, but we never know what someone can do. What if he thinks of himself, but no one is ending war. So let's see.
I mean, hopefully they do stop it, but I don't. It's not up to them, unfortunately. They're just symbols. There's bigger things at play here. Other people pulling the strings. Unfortunately, you'll never see those people on the TV screen. So we'll see what's in store. But I mean, I don't think they're crashing. If they're moving everybody into crypto, I don't think they're gonna black
Dump it on
smoke.
them. Yeah, imagine how the country would hate Trump if they dumped it on everyone. The country would hate Trump.
Yeah, no, they're trying to scare everybody into it. I don't think away from it.
Right.
So
I mean, I think we're on the precipice of a global financial revolution. And digital assets are gonna. I don't even think people are ready for what's about to come.
yeah, I agree.
Like, I think most people are sleeping on crypto. Like the general population, I think there's very few that are actually getting into good positions, ready for what's about to come.
Yeah, that's definitely on that. But
They'll get into crypto when it's like 120K, maybe 130.
I mean, we'll all know, kind of. I mean, not that we'll know when it goes down, but it's just like the GameStop stuff. There's gonna be something that's gonna cue everybody or retail to really pour in.
Yeah. I think the crypto enthusiasts, like the retail crypto enthusiasts, they're probably looking more for like 98 to 100 to get confirmation to come in again. But I think there's also a lot of institutions sitting on the sideline, just ready to deploy whenever the green light's kind of given.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like AI get very far. If you sleep on that too much, because 5 years, I don't, 5, 10 years from now, that's gonna be there's gonna be people with jobs working in AI, and there's gonna be people who don't work.
Yeah, there's going to be such a huge dwindling of like job opportunities, employment numbers, unemployment's going to skyrocket.
I guess we're going for that vector, or I don't know if we'll get there.
Yeah, they're squeezing this one.
Well, I guess I can buy a cardboard house now. Bad joke.
The biggest week in Bitcoin's history, $18,000 in a week. The price.
So you guys were, somebody was saying it was likely we kind of bounce from this area. Otherwise, we continue to drop down to the 70s. Is that correct?
Me and that dominance keeps pushing, damn it.
Yeah, look at that thing. It's flying, man. It's flying. Like that dip on dominance never happened. It's because ETH is dumping. Eve took, God, Eve took what, over 10% back of that pump. Be surprised if alts took everything back except for like XRP, Cardano. Won't surprise me anymore. Seems like every pump we get, we take it all back and plus some. Pump and dump. Nobody holds anymore. Nobody holds.
So I think after this support, if we lose this support, the next one was 89,900. I think Dbloc points it out.
That's what he said. I think that's as far as he said it's going to go. He thinks it's going to go, huh?
Yeah, he likes that 89,900, I think.
Yeah, 89, 800, 900 around. Yeah.
Yeah, half that vector gap. That would be
Yeah,
89.
it's the bottom of that one vector. We still got all the way down to 5. Remember that? CME is biggest in history too, almost. Kidding, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
On the dominance, you also had the Bitcoin dominance make a bit of a bear flag from the top, and now it kind of looks like we're retesting that, almost like bearishly retesting it.
It looks like a rocket. It literally is shooting like straight up at a high level of speed, and it keeps looking like it's speeding up.
Wants to go more. Yeah.
It truly looks like a rocket taking off. Trying to
Crazy.
do dominance.
Every time we get it doesn't last. Does not last.
Toughest thing is when it really is making this, if it's going to make its next move down here, is it going to shift over into alt, or is it going to really push them pretty hard this time?
It comes
Especially
down
the ones that weren't listed, but especially the ones that weren't like spoke about. Elon never said anything about a Doge or something today. You know what I mean? I feel like things could take a pretty heavy dip.
We had a 20% pump today, though.
I mean, come on, think about it. It's one of market maker's last times to do what he needs to do to reposition where they're going to feel comfortable too. We got a couple days, I think. See what this week does. Tomorrow morning, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Could be interesting.
It's going to be an interesting week for sure. For sure.
What are you still patiently waiting to get back in for entries? And Booney, are you still waiting patiently for re-entries?
No. Not me. I never wait patiently.
I know you and Drew were kind of in the same boat today. I just know if you did enter anything and attempted it, or you just patiently hung in there.
Oh, yeah, I got an Ando after. I did all right, though. I took profits.
Nice. Yeah, but kind of chillaxed and laid back, comfortable all day watching what it was doing. Yeah, let's see what UK does, and then, geez, it'll be perfect Monday morning. What America's going to do with it after that, but we shall see.
And can be a retracement.
What are you going to do, UK?
Good point to enter if it goes down. I think it's a good entry here.
It was good earlier how Dbloc was showing and explaining how those different time frames kind of match up and line up with each other for expected ups or downs, and a couple different scenarios when he was explaining earlier.
Yeah, and Dbloc's tier is really good, huh?
And Asia usually stays in like 1% area, cold and stable, and everything else justifies it after that. You never know what the US is going to do.
Yeah, if the UK give us a little pump here, then I think Monday Open's going to be pretty wild for the States.
But again, we're kind of like it's an anticipated little set of good news release. I mean, look what happened today. Pretty decent bundle of news. Let's see if there's something tomorrow. I don't think they're just going to instantly throw negative at it. Like this stuff that we're seeing tonight just naturally happened after the rebound went up. All right, if big market wasn't on here doing this, this is retail messing with it, playing with markets and feelings and mistrades and all kinds of stuff. So see what big guys want to do tomorrow. On a 5 minute time frame really does. Looks like a bunch of liquidations were cleared here. I wonder how much stuff was actually liquidated today between shorts and longs in that 1 day period. There's a lot of shorts sitting up there in the 90s that just got whacked, and they weren't anticipating it rising that quick.
Yeah.
You know, people
A lot
like
of
sitting
guys.
in like futures and they're like hoping it's never going to come up and hit their number and wait, and then they don't have like some sort of a stop loss with it.
And it just
Morning,
comes
guys.
back up so quick.
Oh, there, just that today, the thing was absolutely ripping like above the clouds, above beyond expectation. So it kind of wrecked a lot of people that were in some shorts, like beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, lots of guys chimed into the chat. They were like, I just got liquidated. Lot of shorts.
And all it took was a couple tweets.
And that influence is just wild.
I mean, you really think about it. Look at the avenue on which it came out today. I mean, wasn't that the first way it was released before? I mean, it wasn't released on news and then he tweeted, right? I mean, it was
Yeah,
literally
no, I
like,
think it was a tweet first. Yeah.
well, look at the avenue on which it happened. Look at what was paid attention to. Should have been looking at which wallets were buying quickly at those time frames too. Maybe kind of start looking at some of those larger volumes. It wasn't just market makers. Start looking at who and what and where was paying attention to that, and or maybe right before it happened too. Remember how we were saying that guy with 4 million and 4 different trades went to 250 million. Watch that guy's wallet from here on out. I have some understanding, so it's what I'm trying to say. So there's stuff we should be watching and things we can anticipate coming up. And like people were explaining earlier, it's so much better having more eyes on the whole playing field. Dbloc channel's the best. Throw a thumbs up too. Anybody in there on YouTube? Helps out
What
the
was that?
algorithms. No, I'm
What
just
was
saying if
that?
anybody's on YouTube, throw a thumbs up. It always helps out the algorithms.
Come on, Bitcoin. Come on, UK. Let's pump it.
I
We
got
do have a
front
pretty big
runs on my long.
when we do have pretty big rips up like this, they kind of come up in tiers like that. But when we also do have corrections and rebounds like this, they usually fall in like 3 tier sections, no problem. So look at it on that time frame. I feel like it's like the middle of the second bump down. So you'll see.
Yeah, I see that. Like a intermediary correction.
Like the 5 and the 13 are just starting to pump off the 200.
It'll, I mean, a lot of the UK would surely they'd only find out about, yesterday's news today. I mean, it was the weekend. Probably a lot of people didn't see it. Maybe, Sunday afternoon for the UK. People weren't really paying attention. So now that the market's open, they're going to be checking the news and see what just happened.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a piece of news. It was only a text that was how many letters long? It was tiny. But being kind of tweeted out like that, in the way, shape, and form it was done, if you really think about it, it's a very small piece of data. It was quickly sent out to the world, basically. They were ready to start buying, what was it, 4 or 5 coins and put it into National Reserve. It's just kind of crazy the avenues in which information is put out there, and then the hundreds of billions of dollars that reacted off it almost. Kind of weird in which ways you think about it. Before, things used to take months to make it around the Earth, and they got it down to like weeks on a sailboat boat across the ocean, pretty much. And what I'm trying to say, and railroads and steam, and go right now. Look how quickly
Yeah.
information,
And
and it's like, you got to
now
be
it's
kidding
just
me.
like one text sent around the whole world.
Yeah, from the gentleman that did it, it's like, oh my goodness, look at the massive impacts things have on
Has the power to change lives and ruin lives.
zeros and ones have a big impact on today's society. We don't realize it so much, but it's crazy.
It's true. I mean, we're living in the age of information.
I have a feeling like Ethereum's really going to pick up some speed here in a little bit. I have a feeling like there hasn't been any good news or any sort of news. It's just been kind of hiding in the shadows for months upon months here. It's like Ethereum, when it pokes out of the woods here and wants to say what it's attempting to do here for the future, I think it has a lot of potential. I think it's going to surprise quite a bit of things and people. And
Yeah, I think 8K is certainly achievable. Probably more, like 15,000 per coin.
all right, so look at what was last market cap's high, like what, 46 or 48 or something.
48 what? What do you mean?
4,800 for Ethereum. What was Ethereum
The market
last
cap or
year's
the total
well,
price?
the highest price it
All-time high.
reached in last year's all-time high? Not like this cycle's, but like last cycle's all-time high. Wasn't it like just over 4,000 or something?
I think so. I mean, I'd have
Right.
to check. I
So
don't.
what do you expect Ethereum to hit? Look at BTC. BTC went all the way down to, and then came all the way back up. But I mean, from its top at 65 to where it's already reached now to 109 at its high point, Ethereum hasn't even come close to that. Ethereum's just been kind of like smudged to the side a little bit for like the entire process here, which is kind of crazy to me. But I just think there's a lot of accumulation that's been really truly happening in a lot of this area, from 3,000 all the way down through the 2,000 structure. And not much
Yeah.
good news
Yeah.
released at all.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, like Dbloc was saying, they've been suppressing the price like crazy. Like
And I
he's
really think it's
yeah.
just people trying to, big guys, motion guys that are like, all right, Ethereum's only going to do this. If it only goes from 2,000 now to what? Like we were just saying, 8,000? It's only like a 4x. Hmm. Should I put it in something else? So a lot of retail, I think, is like giving up on these unless it's like old timers that no, we need that gas. We need the money that the gas Ethereum network runs. It's just such a stable, anticipated BTC and ETH. I think are going to be like gold and then silver. Look at it that way. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, ETH and you
Two are going to
with
be
all the
held by
gas
the government.
fees, they make a lot of money off those gas fees. So that's probably why they like that coin.
The toughest thing that I always keep saying is they need to build bigger sailboats instead of just sailing across the ocean. The gas fees on Ethereum tremendously high. Just wish there was a way to incorporate or entangle their network into a faster system that's just as
Cheaper.
trustworthy, but doesn't cost as much. Just if they're able to build a bigger cargo boat, at least, still going to take just as long. At least have more capacitance on the boat. I don't expect it to be the fastest thing. Just build a bigger boat so we can ship more cargo per second, per 10 seconds, per minute. The gas
Do you
fees.
think that they're doing this on purpose, just
I
so
mean,
they can make money off of the gas?
it's getting a little old, is what I'm saying. It's kind of like that's why things revolutionized and went past the sailboat. That's why we started using other industries to start doing it faster, quicker, and more efficiently, but be structurally sound and safe and be able to make it across those waters and the waves that you run. Ethereum's a strong structural platform. I just wish they had a much more quicker, larger capacitance system.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be tech out there that can do the similar thing for cheaper costs, and I don't know how true
That's
this
what
is.
everyone's doing. That's exactly what everybody else is doing, trying to do it a little bit cheaper, a little bit quicker. But the difference is Ethereum is like the network that'll like 80% of it probably still truly is going to rely on in the future. A lot is different, a little bit different. They set up a huge foundation on all the things that have come out in the years, but they're fast, they're quick, they're cheap. They've just been through a lot of mud, a lot of things. Still just don't trust them 100%. I just trust Ethereum probably 10 times more than I trust Solana in the future. Like we were mumbling earlier, 30 days in the future from now. What do you think's going to
Yeah,
be sticking around? You think Solana's going to be still there? Or you think something like Ethereum's going to be still sticking its feet out the sand, dipping its toes in the water? So get it that way.
I mean, I've never really invested in either of them, to be honest. Like, I've never got into them. Just never really been sort of my thing. I used to, trade a lot of different coins, and a lot of them were on ETH. So I had to deal with all the gas fees and that sort of thing. But, I never really, I don't know. I think, how you like certain coins you just really favor or whatever, and just Ethereum's just never been one of them for me. But yeah, I mean, it's like you said, it's gonna be silver, right?
I mean, I don't really look at it for an investment strategy. I did for a while when I was buying like 25 of those things when I switched over from Doge to Ethereum and stuff. I was trading that for a while. But I almost don't look at it as like it's hard to explain. Other things, other coins I'm trying to like buy, make money off of. Ethereum's just a whole different strategy of why I'm doing it. I'm doing this stuff for future gas money I know I'm gonna need. It's like for a lot of things I'm going to do in the future with crypto network, you know,
Do
making
you
NFTs, doing all this stuff, doing all these cool things and technology that's going to be coming in the future. I'd be glad if I don't have to pay $10,000 for ETH gas, for one ETH.
well, they are bringing it down, aren't they? Like they're trying to bring the gas down a bit.
No, but still, even if the gas fees come down, it's still ETH is going to cost $10,000, and no matter what the gas fees cost, it's still a fraction of how much ETH costs. So stock up on your ETH now for future
True.
transactions you're going to need. It's like, got
Do
that piece of
you
land a while ago, way back when. Guess it came with some oil on it. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things. It's like you'd be pretty smart if you know that you're sitting above oil. Buy a couple pieces of those land out there, because in the future you're going to realize that that piece of land is going to be worth a little bit more money that you're going to really just quickly turn around and properly use in the future. Not build a house on it. It's weird, but you're going to need it if you got a bunch of different pieces of land in that area. It's weird. I'll stop
Yeah,
throwing up analogies.
I'm ready for
I
it.
always find
I'm waiting for that oil to come spurting through. I'm waiting. I'm ready.
Well, it's the toughest thing. So we gotta find what we're looking for. There's oil all over this world. The toughest things, some of the best oils underneath the ocean. The toughest thing is how to get to it.
Do you use the like a lot of the Ethereum things on Ethereum, or are you more of just an investor, or do you get it? Do you
A
use the
while ago,
functionalities and features of it?
well, a while ago when we were back kind of down in the bear market, and all of us and the Discord were kind of playing with more things, and we had NFTs, and I was kind of using it more in that where I needed gas and stuff. I only usually trade now on like Coinbase, so I don't really need to gas fees, and I didn't mess around with the meme coin action this year, so I didn't mess around too much with it, or didn't.
Yeah, so mostly for the NFTs, huh?
Well, that was like a couple of years ago and stuff. Where I was creating
Do
some
you ever
NFTs.
do you ever think it's gonna come back? NFTs, the NFT craze.
As weird as it sounds, I think NFTs are actually going to come back when everybody starts using like visual goggles or something again, and it's not just like a little like stamp. Imagine like how people like collect stamps. It's like what people use to like send postage and stuff. I feel like NFTs are going to be like stamps in the future. Like, oh my God, this is from this year and that, when people used to like mail stuff in the mail, and then this is like a special one that came out.
Yeah,
You know how
I
many
think they're quite
hundreds
cool.
of
I
millions
mean,
and billions of pieces of mail have been sent out, and they all required a stamp? None of them are worth anything now, but there's a few of them that are worth a lot. So there's different ways to look at that. So I guess NFTs in the future to me are going to be like a stamp is worth now.
yeah, and
Like,
there's a lot of use case for them too. Like obviously just authenticating things, verifiable ownership. But I mean, I had an idea of like, if you had a digital passport system, and I know there's a lot of things out there, but where you actually have the your ID basically on the NFT, and like, so let's say you scan your fingerprint, or you have a passcode, or your eye, you like for travel, like passports. So it's a digital passport, but it's an NFT, and all the information is stored on the NFT, your information, and whenever you use your biometrics or whatever, your passport will pop up. Then you never have to every 10 years, you don't have to get a new passport. Everything can be
yeah,
done from home.
that shouldn't be done with an NFT. That should be done with a new like passport system, new like entirely intelligent system that's incorporated into everything where you don't need to even present it. As soon as you walk in there, the entire place knows exactly who you are. It's coming. Kinda, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and then you'd have like a basically like a ledger or whatever with all the information of each person, and it's just facial recognition.
Where you've been, what you already have. You don't need to print out your ticket, stop at the kiosk, punch in your 8-digit code so you can print out your ticket. It's like it knows where you're going. Like your phone is like there. It doesn't even have to be. I mean, part of it will be facial recognition, but it also could be like our data that's coming off our phones. What if there's a lock key, something as soon as you step into a place, we want to know if you're good to go. You can step in there. You know what I'm trying to say? So it's like
Yeah, I hear you, but I think the problem or the issue with that, and maybe it's not so much in the States, but it would be in Europe, is that they have basically like a law there where you have the right to remove your information, any sort of data that's on you. You know, it's like a privacy thing. You have the right to essentially say you don't want it up there, out there in cyberspace. And so they can't like, you know, they can't just keep your information and then scan your face and they already know who you are based on that privacy act. So this is how the NFT would help, because then you could have the NFT stored on decentralized storage. So all that information is in different servers all over the world. And when you put your biometrics in it, it captures all the
what
information.
if it's a secure network? So it's like kind of like you know how we like use our credit cards, we use all kinds of. What if it's a secure network that I guess if it's in a regular store, it doesn't really run off of the store's. Hopefully their cameras are working. It's an entirely built system that understands and intelligently, just like Tesla's cars, all of the information and data and zeros and ones that they're all capturing go into a massive system. And all of those algorithms go through all those zeros and ones and all the pieces of data and chop out all the stuff they don't need and chop all the things that they're looking for. Right? We can make a very efficient system pretty quickly. And if we understand the rules and the ropes and what the system is trying to rely on, what we're asking it to do, we can make it pretty efficient. We can make it pretty reliable, but in efficient ways and all kinds of things. It doesn't have to be for those levels. There's so many things that these types of systems are going to be able to do.
Yeah. Can you imagine like not having to worry about finding your passport or losing your passport when you travel overseas? Like international security would be way better because then they can keep track of like, you know, blacklisted criminals or whatever. Well, I mean, they do that shit already, so but yeah, just like as an individual, it would be a good system. Like you don't have to do all the stand in lines and stuff, waiting to get a new paper passport and then renew it every 10 years. But I think, you know, they're exploring these avenues.
We were talking about this kind of the other night too. Remember we were talking about the whole Hawaii and everything.
Was I here? Was that when Gosh was here?
No, it was when I was like hammered, drinking wine and everything. I was like mumbling. Everybody's like, "Oh man, I slept like 4 in the morning."
Oh yeah, yeah. Yesterday.
I was like 2 days ago.
Oh. Big buys, big buys, big buys.
What are you seeing coming in?
Nah, I'm just reading the chats, but my Dogworth coin is doing pretty good. I longed the retest of the bull flag there, so far it's doing pretty good.
Like with?
Dogworth hat. That's my best performer, bro. telling
No,
you.
bro, I was able to I grabbed it down at like 13.49 is where I scooped it
I
up.
know you told me, dude. You got like a friggin' launch
It
date
really did. It was like I
rates.
kind of looked at it, and the only reason I looked at it is because it said like the most negative of the day, and I like hit it and like looked, and I was like, this thing's kind of all the way down here. All the rest of these that just entered on Coinbase are like dying. That Pepe was dying. I was like, I'll scoop up some down here.
Yeah, let's take a swing. I'll do that sometimes. I'll go to like crypto top gainers and losers, and then I'll just look at like top losers. Okay, this one's 30% down. All right, let's see if we can take a swing. Do some analysis and then see if it's worth it. As opposed to like, a lot of people go look at what's green for the day and they're like, oh, this thing's 25% up. Let me see if I can catch some of this pump, and then just end up getting dumped on straight away. Yeah, no, 13 cents, man. That's wild. Good one. Hang on to that one. I'm sure it's going to do really well.
I mean, I didn't grab too many of them, so no worries. I was just one of those things where I kind of had some dollars left over after a trade, and I was like, just looking at it. You're right. What was the lowest low? I haven't even looked at. Where was the lowest that went below that?
It came off when it was live for the first time, it was 9 cents. So you bought it 4 cents higher than when it came out onto the exchanges.
This can be inverted flag. From the point where we bounce back to
Yeah, it
I
can
bought it
be.
at 555.
92,116.
555. Well, yeah, that's pretty close to where I got in as well. But I was scalping it all the way up to where it is now.
That's what I was like, man. I don't know. For some reason, I didn't correctly remember the number. I looked at it. I was like, all right, that's right. That's right. I did it. 555.
Well, we reclaimed the 20 SMAs, the low time frame moving averages above the 3-minute 20, and hopefully can get above the 5. If we get back above the 5-minute 200, then it's gonna, probably start shifting momentum. So we need to get above the 15-minute 20 SMA, because that's at the moment that's resistance for us, pushing us down.
Like I said, I think the next leg down. Just gotta be patient. Good things take time. Yeah, the more I zoom out and look at it, that could just be literally leg 1. Still need like leg 2 and or leg 3.
Yeah, I see like 89 would be 2, and then 83 would be 86. Sorry, 3 would be 86.
Yeah, right around that 86 spot. Yep.
86, 400, 500. Yeah.
And like BJ was trying to show with like her fractals earlier, how like she had them like one above the other, and as those fractals were, if it runs out here, it's gonna fall into this tier, down into that tier. It's really similar to that.
Yeah, she was saying the longer we hang around here, the more likely we are just to roll over.
Yeah, like roll over and slowly fall down. There is some volume looking stuff that picked up as we were falling down there, but Bitcoin surging up here a little bit. I think it's just gonna tap off this proven average and then come check out and wipe out some of those longs.
Yeah, and there's you see the inverse Adam and Eve on the 15?
What do you mean by Adam and Eve?
And Eve is, sorry, Adam is the sharp point. If you go to the 15-minute, Adam is the first top that we made that like A. It's like a A shape or inverted V. And then from there to where price is now, that's Eve, which is a rounded curve down.
Okay, so Adam and then Eve. All right, so Adam and Eve are like there.
Yeah, that's a typical reversal pattern. So, market makers were probably trying to get price back down to close those vector gaps, but obviously it could be a fake out if there's too much buying pressure.
No,
But
I see what you're saying. It spiked up there and it kind of get everybody psyched back in, like, all right, we hit our double low, and then kind of fell, started spiking up. That's the Adam, and then as it tore
and as
down
it
pretty quickly there,
curves, yeah, the curvature is Eve.
it really are. They're actually really symmetrical. I
Someone
see what you're saying.
someone is saying on YouTube chat that someone bought $200 million Bitcoin right now on Binance.
It was probably the guy that made it from his $4 million
Yeah.
entries earlier.
Yeah, he's re-entering again.
There he is. He's stoked.
Well, I did enter along at these levels, like Algorand. If you take a look at Algo, is trading on a parabola, and it's right now touching the parabola. So the buying zone and support zone is usually when it touches the parabola. So that's on the 15-minute. You can draw a parabola right along every time we've touched, and you'll see how that acts as support. And those typically have big targets, parabola patterns.
But there are so many dense liquidations that are sitting above us for shorts, like that are like all the way back up to like if it wanted to rip up there quick. I'm just saying, structurally where it is, it would like to stay where it like to be headed, but if it wanted to, it could scare people. People feel like they're about to go to sleep. They already made trades. They're selling out, anticipating it going down. You never know. I just feel like
Yeah, I mean, this is an important level we need to hold.
we're about to come up and tap on the 50 up this way, so let's see. Let's see if it wants to come up and maintain and bounce off this 200 and hold. But let's see
Yeah.
what the Monday morning does. But
Yeah, I mean,
I'm wrong.
if you guys are looking to make trades, obviously just do your own research and stuff,
And also be patient. Don't just run on
Yeah.
feelings.
Yeah.
Be patient.
So if it makes
Yeah.
another leg down, what I can't see the numbers on the chart. What's his low? Is it 80, 89, 4?
Yeah,
That's
about
for the third leg. That's just for like the into that section. I think it goes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead if you remember where the last numbers and stuff finished.
Hey, Joe.
What's up, man?
Have you heard anything about South Carolina being on fire?
Wait, what?
Yeah, kind of like them California fires, but now in South Carolina.
Has it been dry down there? What would have
I don't
started? Was it like a
know.
wildfire type thing? No, I haven't heard anything larger news section yet. I mean,
Yeah, I'm seeing stuff about it, but it's not like being talked about.
well, sorry, there was a guy that
Weird.
was just asking a question right before that.
Go ahead. My bad.
What we're saying is there's this big old CME gap that actually flushes all the way down there back into like the higher 80s. So Dbloc has them set up for different tiers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because there's big gaps. We got a vector gap, that CME gap rolls all the way through, and each and every one of those different tiers have a different reason why they have big gaps set in before them. But again, we're all waiting, anticipating on what's happening and what's going to be said tomorrow and throughout Tuesday and Wednesday. You never know. Like I always say, patience, patience, patience. Like if you missed out on the before it ripped up today, I almost recommend just sitting there and being patient. Don't FOMO into something when there's a lot of zones and everything. If it goes up from here and starts taking off, and you jump back in, like Dbloc always said, it's only like a small percentage that you're gonna not make out on in the end, but you'll understand and be comfortable getting into those points. Right now, it's at a not comfortable point to try and attempt to re-enter. We have so much sitting below us, massive vector gaps. Good news released on a tweet, like I was saying with a finger tap. Nothing's been put in stone yet. Nothing's been approved. Merck hasn't started buying these things yet, you know? So anticipated value and understanding is at the forefront of what's right in front of us. Anticipation is the other aspect of it, but we're good at markets. Zoom out, like Drew was saying, minus the news. Man, this thing's got a way to go a little bit. So be patient. Don't be crazy with putting in a full order. Everybody goes all in on stuff. You feel comfortable at a certain point, put a portion of your bag in. Don't be crazy. Goes down a little more, buy some more. Goes up, you're stoked. Take profit. Don't forget to take profit, like we always say. But being patient is the toughest thing in these markets these days. But anyways, what else new, Emed? I don't think I heard from you all
Oh,
day.
just
What were you saying? What were you
looking
thinking?
at. Oh, nothing. I'm just looking at different things I'm seeing on the internet, and I saw that fire in South Carolina. I thought it
What'd
was
you do with some
interesting that I
trades?
have.
You do any good trades?
No, not really. It's a bunch of sideways, long and short. Didn't really get nowhere.
Well, I didn't know you were kind of hedged. I thought you were like 75 and 25% in your long and short hedges. So I
No,
figured once you got to a
no,
certain point, it might have clicked off and ripped today. So didn't hear from you.
no. I got to the point where like I just
Chilled,
couldn't
sat on the
decide,
sideline.
and
Sat
I
on the
didn't know.
sideline.
I ended up. Well, I ended up being 50-50 more like it.
All
So
right.
I
So
didn't really
yeah,
get.
in the game, but
I didn't really.
still, no idea
No,
what's
I
happening.
didn't. I couldn't gain an edge. It was just so ridiculous. Like I was thought that it was, that it was going to go down, but then it kept going up. And I was like, okay, am I wrong? Now let me add it along. I was just like, you know what, man, I'm just going to close all this shit out and do nothing. So I'll wait to see what happens here.
I was surprised. Didn't hear from me all day. I was like, damn.
I wouldn't do anything.
I thought you would have been done something crazy, like saw something happen and jumped in out. Where's he at?
Oh no, I saw that shit this morning and I was like, oh my God. Let me just close everything out.
So did you wake up like late? Like one of those like oops, woke up late, like, wait, you gotta be kidding me.
Well, I woke up actually to the notification when it dumped before that, and then I was
Made
like,
moves
okay.
then. Yeah, like made moves then, and then that thing shot out of control.
And then it did that, and I was like, man, I'm done. I just forget it. I'll just wait and see what happens after that. And now
Yeah,
I
it's like
see
a
what's
day you go
happening.
for a walk, go out to lunch that day, like, you know what, I'm just chilling. Like, there's not much here. It's like, you know
Not
what?
really. I'm gonna
You
have to
know,
see what happens here. I just want to see. I want to see if they're gonna take all of that back and retest down there again. That's what I want to see.
you know what, E-Mad?
I can.
It's all happening, brother. Good thing is the markets are moving. It's not just like us sitting here talking about it. Our United States government is doing it on a level that we've all been patiently waiting for. You know what I'm trying to say? Like it's not, it's like to the level of like we were talking about earlier, like could you imagine this less than a year ago? Trump in office, Elon standing next to him running the Doge thing. You know, like all of what's happened, and the amount of time frame that it's happened in, and the unexpected levels that it's arrived at, makes you step back and laugh. It really kind of does.
Yeah.
Like, is this for
It's
real?
cool, but
Is this VR or what? Like, it's like programmed into us, or is this
yeah, but they're
part of
still
the
playing.
system?
They're still playing them games though.
All right. So
Like
then
I
step
still
back and
haven't
look at it.
I still
Okay.
haven't forgot about what they did when they last time they came up to 99. All of a sudden there was an Ethereum hack out of nowhere. Then
Exactly. All these little
then they
bits and
bring it all.
pieces.
There's always something sneaky going on,
A
no matter what it
little
is. And they,
dinky planned event is what I kind of keep saying, like in my own head. Like, why do they kind of keep planning this stuff that they know can digitally, instantly, quickly,
exactly.
mentally
And then
change it?
the long to open right before the pump from the bottom, like the big one for like 2 million on 50x.
Look at the 2 days before he stepped in office, what he knew was capable and the avenues in which he could do to make billions and billions of dollars. It's all of like, step back and look at it, and you kind of like,
Right, and then him
all
coming
right,
out with a meme coin right before he goes in, and it's kind of
yeah.
everything's kind of looking like something.
You just gotta
I
figure out
don't
how to
know.
jump on board when you see the big ships moving. I just wish we could figure out the better paths and trails on which they're expecting to leave port, whether they're going north, south, east, west, like I always say. We gotta start watching some of these bigger ships and some of these bigger wallets, where they're transferring to. What they're anticipate coming up next is usually what they're stocking their ships with, you know. So let's just keep an eye on it. I
And
just wish we
one of the other things they did is when they did the Ethereum hack and it caused that down that big dump went from that Ethereum not Ethereum Bybit hack, and then they couldn't even get it to dump really after that, not really. And then all of a sudden, CZ and Binance starts doing that,
but
selling
tweet the
off,
oops. Oh yeah, you guys just
that
better
and
chill. It's up to us thing kind of thing from here. It's like, wait,
and he sends the money to whatever that other safe, whatever the hell it is, and they start selling off,
that
and then they
platform had a
cheat to
ton of
get
volume.
it down that way. So that's that type of BS. That's kind of messing with me.
It's literally like taking it off of the market and running it through like the ghetto kind of thing, if you will, like running it fast, quick through the ghetto. They did a bunch of that shit over there, bam. It was a weird thing. It was kind of like not really, but in that same, you know what I'm trying to say? I don't mean to say it like that, but why did they go to that avenue to move that much volume of it? Were they doing it to try and wreck that platform or something? You know what I mean?
No, I don't know. I don't know what they're trying to do. It's just like they
Did like
just
CZ go out to lunch with that guy one day and they got in an argument and that was like
cheating.
CZ's way of being like, you know what? There we go. Gives me an avenue to do it.
I don't know. I mean, ultimately, I'm just gonna wait and see. I don't care at this point. Show what you're gonna do, and then I'll go from there.
E-man, what
Is
have we gotten good at over the years?
cheating.
Being patient. That's what I always keep saying. Being patient. You know what I mean?
Coming out with narratives and things that make things move up or down at the perfect opportune time, coincidentally every time, which is not a coincidence.
Up
So,
and or down.
yeah, exactly. So let's see what happens when they get back to 99 this time. They'll probably come
I
out
wonder
with
how,
something new again.
my guess, how long do you think it's gonna stick at like 99? I think from like 99 to 100. It might only, I mean, what's gonna happen when it hits 99? Everybody's gonna be so stoked, gonna start selling off. From 99 to
I
100,
don't
like
exactly.
that thing could be, it could happen in like 2 minutes. Once it kind of gets
That's
up
what
past the
in my
98,
opinion.
smashes that, and then it just goes, you know what I mean? It might be like the fastest 5-minute move.
I don't think they want it over 99. I think they want to just keep on going to 99 and then bringing it, yanking it back down, and then going back.
Or it goes from 99 to like 74 in a very short
Yeah.
period of time. And nobody's
Yep.
expecting that either. What I'm saying is if we tap 99, we're going to see one way or the other faster than expected. Like literally like record setting, like, and nobody's going to know what to do from there. Whether you're
They
expecting
just
one
want
way or the other, everybody's going to panic at that point. Oh,
Well, that's what it is. Exactly. They once they get it to the 99, then they'll do what they got to do to yank it all the way back down. And by that time, people have lost so much from getting liquidated on the longs that they won't be able to buy, or they'll
the
be too
toughest
scared to
thing,
buy back
exactly.
then.
The toughest. It's like imagine 150 million people try to jump off of a diving board all at the same time, but there's only one person. It's like everybody's gonna feel like, what do I do here? I just let me jump off my diving board thing, But it's like, wait, only one person? What does that mean? That's what they're all gonna feel, and they're like, what do I do? Like, just running on feelings and emotion. And the market does what it wants and keeps ripping them more. People lose sleep, people sell their house, people divorce their wife. I'm just telling you, like, bull markets are crazy in many ways, shapes, and forms. I just think in the first 2 weeks of March, we're gonna see some movement. We're gonna see some anticipated news come out. All kinds of people making some liquidity re-enter the market, hopefully. Grandma calling you, the neighbor asking you type stuff again. Haven't had that in a while. Look at our fear and greed index. Been mushed.
What is it at now?
I don't know. Nobody's even really saying it. It was 25 or 20.
26.
Yeah,
Yeah,
20,
earlier.
25.
46?
26.
26.
Still way down there, brother.
Still down there.
That pump
Interesting.
wasn't convincing enough.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of it away. I wouldn't be surprised if they take that whole pump away. They do that all the damn time
and or more.
or more. And then
And to
that's what I'm
remind
probably
people,
gonna.
yeah, right where we're at. in the
I'm
market.
waiting for that. I don't give a damn. I don't care if it goes up anymore. If I don't see that, I don't give a shit. Done playing their game.
I really feel like it was like a test in the market. Like I said, all it takes them a tweet that a couple 4 or 5 tokens out today, see what the market does in fluctuation and anticipated rebound from it. Then from there, got all the guys and ladies and women and kids back into the market because we told them we're giving it to it. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, I think it was just really like a test of what was anticipated sitting on the sidelines. All right, we all gave you some courage to get out in the field, go for it. Like, gave them a pat on the ass, and then they all get on the field. And they're like, all right, well, all right, what's the play? And they're like, yeah, game over. And everybody's like out on the field, like, oh, we didn't even play a play. Like, but told us to get out there, and they're like stuck at this upper zone. So retail
What are we
react
at now?
92.
See. Oh, we're way up there. See, I mean, at this point, I don't even want to
I'm
go
saying
long.
everybody's still on the field trying to figure out, like, yo, I'm thirsty. I could get some water. We still haven't had a play yet. We kind of did, but are we on offense or
Either
defense right now? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's a bunch of little kids on the field that are just like learning football. They don't know the play. They're just like still trying to figure out what, you know what I mean? Barely see other helmet.
Yeah, the first 15 minutes of that pump, most people would have missed that until they saw the news and stuff, and then they got in after.
Yeah, the anticipated jump from there, and they're all just stuck up high as could be as soon as they could transfer whatever bucks from their account outside
Yeah,
the
they,
market
they
to
would have
theirs.
gone in after, like, 90K, like where we are now, pretty much, most people.
Look at our market cap. Look at it. Look at our entire total market cap today. Went from like 275 to like about almost back up to 3 billion or 3 trillion today. Where'd that come from? It come from retail. Kind of. I think some of the first stuff was actually from big guys that were buying in before news came out. Drove all the coins up so hard, so fast. But after that, everybody just buying it from them at a higher price. Just like, okay, you guys ready to get back in? We just released good tweet, I guess.
at that point, I didn't even want to buy. I was like,
You
nah.
knew better. Discipline. That's the discipline you've created that I'm giving credit
I
for.
don't want to buy here. I didn't want to
You
buy
know
for
better.
that. Bring it up to 99 so I can go short. That's where I'm at.
I was so proud of the people. There was only a few people today that said they weren't in the market. They're like, I sold out. I'm not doing this. I know better than this.
Yeah.
Like, and that was huge.
Sell
I'm
that
just
to
so
me.
glad. And all 3 of you guys didn't jump back in today. You're like, nope, no go. While we were up at the top, we were selling 20-30% stuff. I'm like, yep, I'm chilling. But I'm ready to do the thing.
So I'm getting ready to do.
But again, that's why we're all on a team. That's I couldn't be out there playing this by myself. It's really helpful being on a team with offense and defense and people looking all over the place.
Where did we
It's really
bottom
helpful
out at
seeing
before
Dbloc
we
screen.
went up? Did we get to like 80 something, 82?
On what time frame?
84, 85.
Okay. Well, that's where I'm at. Either give me 85 or give me 99 or give me nothing. That's where I'm at.
What time was that 85 like earlier today? What time did it happen? Like the last time that it took off?
It was this morning at like 9:30ish.
Like Eastern time, so it did happen like
Yesterday
right when
morning.
the markets were open. I didn't know if it happened like 5 in the morning. I kind of like woke up, wasn't even really paying attention, went back, checked. I was like, holy shit. Sorry for the S word. Look at how flat Ethereum is here for the past like 20 minutes. It's just like completely flat and then it did it out. It's like 2385 area. It is. It's like all of them are sitting there. What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, bad boys. You know what I mean? They're all kind of sitting right where they like want to be, but don't want to be, but shouldn't be. It's weird. Come on, UK, what you gonna do? Make it happen. Hey man, all the stuff that ripped today, what were you focused on? What did you see that you're like, damn, that would have been a could have, should have been a good one? Was there anything you noticed that would have been ripping if you jumped in and on the positions you were looking at entering?
ADA was an easy one. Should have saw that coming.
Oh, I was like, stop that sucker today. Everybody was like, it was almost like it's, you know how XRP finally busted out of like 50-cent region type thing and had some good news, like slapping in his ass on the way out on the field. ADA, well, that
Man,
was
it was.
completely unexpected today. Everybody was stoked. I was just glad I bought back in down there and we scooped into the higher 70s. So one of those things. It's been building for years now, almost decade. Look at it that way.
Yeah,
That was so.
that caught me off guard.
Yeah, I think it caught a lot of people off
Oops.
guard.
But
That was
damn
funny
thing
how.
needed it. It really needed it. You know how many people lost their marriages, lost their house from that thing, lost just their sense of reality. I felt so bad over the years. Like I'm just surprised that thing that didn't pick up, never even came to its nothing. It just sat down there. That thing's been sitting in the Showtime rotisserie cooker for a long time, but never know, it might come out pretty good. It's not like a chicken that takes an hour and a half. It's like a slow roast that takes like 5.5 hours, I guess, at like a lower temp. Like set it and really forget it. I don't know, we might be getting a little bit of rejection here. Bitcoin made it up the strongest. Doge made it up the second strongest, and ETH didn't even make it back up to like the 50 on that one.
It was funny how Trump posted his second post being like I love ETH and Bitcoin too, you know, that they're gonna be the heart of the reserve. But it's like someone was like just telling him, hey, ETH's not pumping. We gotta get it to go.
Where was he sitting when he actually made those tweets? Was he sitting in the Oval Office, or is he sitting in like on his bed,
On his couch.
or was he sitting like down in his Florida place by the pool? Like, think about where all this time frame happened, when and where he had the ready to go with it, and or when and why he was told to push the button when he did,
And who was with him when he did it?
and or why. So step back from the occasion. Don't run on emotions and feelings, but trying to look at all the predicaments and scenarios and which are unfolding directly in front of us. The more we pay attention, the more we look at this stuff, the more we're all here with all these microphones and ways of looking at it, if you know what I'm trying to say. It's huge. Most people have no idea what even happened today or yesterday or the day before on the aspect we look at it. It's ginormous. It's the most educational place that Dbloc has created is the avenues in which we say things, what we're pointing at, we're looking at. I can't say thank you guys enough. So I was doing this by myself. I'd just literally be out on the ocean in a rowboat, probably with one oar. Like I would have lost an oar by now. I'm trying to just make it happen. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, thank you, man. I mean, it's nice to meet you. And yeah, there's a great bunch of people on here and a lot of knowledge for sure. Definitely the most like level-headed YouTube channel compared to a lot of other ones out there.
Yeah, it's pretty disciplined too. There isn't a lot of people that jump in other things that you've ever attempted to listen. There's like a zillion people trying to talk or say things and point stuff out and
Yeah, no, it's
crazy
good.
chat.
The banter's good. You know, good vibes.
The thing with all of
It all trickles down from the top with everything, you know.
but it also roots from the bottom. It also comes down to the foundations of good soil,
Absolutely, yeah.
good seed, and consistent water, and there's all things to it. So there's the building that has happened over the years that it was created. It's been awesome. I mean, it all started over on a different channel, and there was all kinds of avenues of understanding that were like there and created, and eyes and ears, and avenues looking at ways to do it. I mean, there's cities out there with roads you can go, but it's like, yeah, there's a better way to go from here to there. Like, don't go this block to that block to this. So us all teaching each other and showing each other a better way to navigate the system was so much more helpful. That's what I'm trying to say. Any other systems were so busted. The guy just like gives you some piece of news based on his feeling and this is where markets are going. This is where I want it to go. This is where I hope it doesn't go. It's like, all right, do you have any numbers that you can back it up with? Dbloc and Tim had always had some numbers and some base and some ground and some justification behind the numbers and anticipated values they were expecting them to get to and or come from. So working with experienced traders like Dbloc that have been in it through multiple cycles and know what to look for. Dbloc was working with trading before he ever really got into super crypto kind of thing, it seems like, because markets and other stuff, but the way you look at it and the way you absorb all this information, it takes hands-on time and energy to do. You can't just go to like school for plumbing to like be a plumber. You can't just like go to school to learn how to like solder pipes. It's like going to school to be an economist. You want to go to school for economics. You only can understand and learn the basic where markets can and can't go, why they do it. If you don't have hands-on in the market,
Takes a
you know
long
what I mean?
time. Yeah,
It's
it's all
just like
about
trying to be a plumber.
experience.
So what I'm trying to say is like you can go to school for economics, but if you don't have hands-on experience in the
Experience.
field, you're gonna suck. You can go to school for 4 years to be for economics. You can understand the basics and the tops and all the everything we mumble about every day. But if you don't have your hands on in the field, it's like I said, you go to school for plumbing, and if you don't actually practice like plumbing, but you just studied it in books of like how the pipe should go together, and imagine that guy like trying to use like a tool to like put it all together, but he went to school for 4 years, but he like I mean he's like I could design this whole building, but I don't know how to use the tool to put it together. You know what I'm trying to say? It's kind of similar to that.
I mean, a little bit. I don't know if I
It's
understand
it's learning
fully, but
how to use the tools and
look,
going to work every day like we do in the field of trading. It gives you the gained experience, the daily experience, the you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like
no,
it's
yeah,
the in the field hands-on experience. What we do every day. That's what I'm trying to say.
I hear you. I hear you.
And you can't go to school for it. You can't just pay $1 billion and be like, all right, look, I know what I'm doing. Like, no, you don't. You can't just like throw $1 billion at that and think, oh, it's going up from here. Like, no. It's like a billionaire flies to our mountains. Think that you think you're worth $1 billion and flew out on your jet, but you can't ride a pair of skis down the hill. It's not my bad. You just like saw it on TV for like 20 years and think you can do it because you're a billionaire. You get here and you can't ride down. Like you don't even know how to stop on skis, but you've told everybody your whole life and think you know how to ski. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like the experience comes with having your hands on in the field. Big difference.
Gotta get your hands dirty first.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I guess one of my best
Yeah.
analogies is like a billionaire coming here thinking he's like gonna hit these 50-foot jumps, and he looks at it and like he literally pisses his pants. Like he's like, no, I can't even make it down the hill. But you dreamt about this and you thought about it and you got the money to do it, but it takes the experience to actually do it with comfort and not killing yourself in the process.
It looks like we're getting maybe a bearish engulfing on the 30 minutes.
Looks like the next leg down for me.
Sweep some of those longs up to 89.
What's dominance doing? I just feel like alts like Doge and ETH aren't dropping as hard. I feel like they've already made it through a lot more of their liquidations. BTC still has a lot more liquidations, and I don't feel like it fell as hard some of the alts. I'm wondering if this could be a transfer
Yeah,
or some
Stella's
dominance transfer.
Stella's taking, yeah, it could be because, well, I mean, Stella's dumping a bit harder, but like H bar isn't making new lower lows just yet. There's some volume coming in, so we'll just see if it's
Well,
sell volume.
look at it this way. What if it could be a decent start for altcoin season? If Bitcoin's gonna like be sitting up here with all this money they just came back into it, everybody's stoked about alts.
I mean,
and then
I
money
think,
kinda
yeah, I think
starts
it is. I think we're
secondary.
day 3 of alt season.
Big
That's
guys will be happy
my
waiting for that BTC to
opinion.
fall down as all these bullshit retailers are getting into all their retail alts, you know? Well, BTC's falling. Everybody's going, oh, I'm not gonna buy BTC. That thing looks negative. Everything else looks green. I'm going with one of these, you know. So let BTC fall down. Let dominance drive into the 50s again, please. Push in some of these alts. Let it rip.
Let's see if they're making any bullish divergences with this, because we could make a W on this drop again.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So let's just watch that. See if it does double tap or just tears through it.
Yeah, XRP, the 1 minute is like resetting the stochastics.
Toughest thing is Ethereum's pushing the pack. Ethereum's leading the pack, and it's already almost broke the bottom of it. BTC and Doge are kind of holding up there, but Ethereum almost already broke its low again. What I'm saying is I feel like it's leading the pack. And remember how we were talking about, like, it's one of those things that are hiding behind the
Yeah,
curtains.
some of them are making lower lows, but some of them are still
There's a
haven't made.
What I'm saying is there's a reason Ethereum is making its move faster. Nobody's talked about Ethereum today. Everybody's talked about Bitcoin and all of the other stuff. Anybody said a word about Ethereum today? I think it's one we got to start paying attention to. Leading the pack. It's going to give some
Let me pull
BTC
Ethereum up.
incentive to transfer from BTC back in towards Ethereum here, especially now that it's coming closer down to clearing all of its liquidations below it. And BTC's got plenty of liquidations down below there. So I see a transfer starting to happen maybe soon between these two. BTC's got a lot more room to come down, and ETH's looking like it only has a few liquidations, and then it could maybe scoop up pretty hard and quick. I noticed it didn't fall down below the 50 and the 200. It fell down worse than BTC and Doge earlier.
On which time frame?
On just like a 5 or a 15. So if you look at Ethereum compared to BTC and Doge, it fell down harder. And it looks like it's almost come down to double tapping quicker than the rest of them.
Yeah.
Me.
And that to me looks like a double bottom, but obviously everyone
It does,
you do
but why?
you.
To me, it's leading the pack. So why is Ethereum starting to lead the pack again? I love it when it does it because you never know. Like tomorrow, I love when Ethereum actually shoots up in front of everything. It hasn't done it in like 5 months. Or Ethereum's up like 17% and everything else is sitting there chilling at like 4 or 5 or something. But I just feel like the last time I saw this happening was when that happened. Only reason it ran up. I was stoked. I was scooping up Ethereum from 2150, 2175, 2225 is where I grabbed those. So I was just happy to kind of scoop up those. I kind of put them in 4 different orders, similar areas. But
What did you scoop up?
Ethereum.
Just now? Or you mean earlier,
No,
like when it was
that was
lower?
earlier. A few days ago, I had an order set in place, and when it fell down, I had a bunch of orders go through.
Yeah,
that was
limit
waiting for it
orders.
to get down there. Because half of my other Ethereum still stuck up above 3,000, believe it or not. So it's just chilling. I was like, right, it's kind of down here. I gotta do this.
Come back and get it.
All the other stuff I keep scooping up is all of my lower, smaller coins. I don't grab more Doge. I don't grab more Ethereum and stuff. I already have a bunch of. So when I saw that happen, I was like, it might be the time. Bring down the average. Good thing. My lowest Ethereum average I ever even grabbed was 998. And I sold it like a little after.
When was that? Like
Doge.
2019?
No, it was
20?
after that. No, it was when we were coming. It was like towards the bottom of the like 21. No. It was when we were at the bottoms of the stuff last time when we were grabbing and scooping. Like I had order placed for Doge at 4990. I had that Ethereum order set for 998.
Mm.
Bought it at 998, but that was the lowest I ever had the opportunity to grab it, and I just kind of wish I had grabbed more and held on to them. But again,
As al- as
so
always,
Bitcoin was down and like tapping in the teens and shit. Uh-oh. I know what you're doing. I'm still a young buck.
in hindsight, you're always like, "Shit, I should have bought more, man."
I mean, I was still back down then. I was buying Jasmine. That's when Jasmine was at like 0.003.
I got it at that same
And
price, bro.
yeah, like 0.029 and 3 and 3.2. Like
Yeah.
it was at the time of the market, but Dbloc was pointing things out that we should be paying attention to. Why we're down here, things we should be grabbing, why we're doing it. Don't be scared. I was like, all right, I fully get it. If I made it from the top down to here, there's a reason there's a bottom. There's a reason there's a top. But I realized those days were that BTC and Ethereum and let's say Doge, everybody is so used to going to the grocery store. And if something is like a loaf of bread, it only lasts so long on the shelf and then it gets old and then it expires. And then it goes on clearance, right? I understood
Mm-hmm.
that those things were all on clearance that day. They might have seemed like bread that were on clearance, but these things weren't bread. These things were canned. These things were like canned stuff that didn't really go bad. It thing lasts 50 years, even though the expiration date says 2 years on it. It will last 50 years and you're good to go. But what I'm trying to say is at that time I really, really appreciated